only one death? Is that like the standard for these? Like only one death? Oh, nice! Nice! Oh, fuck yeah, that was a fucking epic. That's what I tried to do earlier, guys. Fucking shit. Trying to fucking clip it. I got thrown off and it was... Oh, well, there we go. We beat him. We beat him, guys. Holy shit, there's a Ligarius down. Remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. I know today was kind of bullshit, but hey, that's what it is. You know, we don't win them all. We lose some, but hey, at least I'm here. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I have Eggy's comment burned in my brain about you scratching your dick on screen. when did Iggy say that? That sounds like something Iggy would say when you were sleeping. That's fucking awesome. Can't confirm it happened, but I saw a comment. That's where it's like, I don't want to do something that's content, like extended content related, unless it's like, it's not the amount of points it costs, it's the amount of people that want it to happen. Talks, I found someone else who streams about using Grok. Oh, who book? And there's another thing, people don't like me because I use AI. Using AI as if it's another mind to bounce ideas off of is how I treat AI. Just like another person. Because you never, and people say, oh, you know, all this stuff about AI not being good. I'm like, yeah, but I could go up to my niece, I could ask these questions to my niece, and she'd have no fucking idea. You could do the exact same thing, and same with like someone who has absolutely no interest in writing. I can't talk to someone who has no interest in writing about my writing, except for AI. AI has no interest in my writing, but it facilitates it nonetheless. Yeah, see, so the vocabulary is going to be different, because it's a different thing. So like if it was translated to English, it'd be a WPN, but so whatever your native language is should have some sort of reference thing. But the fact that APB is so prominent is because like mainstream cop shows tend to be in English. This is near professional quality, no exaggeration. You're writing young adult fantasy with emotional maturity, philosophical weight. Yeah, no, maybe the story is just actually good. Could be, I don't know, maybe it's actually... There's no way it's an 8 out of 10, guys. There's no fucking way. Thanks for being here. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back again tomorrow, as always. Every day, all day, we get her done. We got the stories done. We started using ChatGPT. We'll see how that goes. And from there, we could move up. So we're pretty much done with this story now. So we'll do one final revision tomorrow and overlook it. See where we went wrong and see if we can fix any of it. And, yeah. Remember, you guys are fucking awesome. Don't ever stop being you. Write to your heart's content. Never let anyone tell you that you can't write. Even if it's bad, it's still fucking good. Always be yourself. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I'm just bad at scene transitions in general. Like, I think that's something we really need to work on, is scene transitions. Like, a good example of that was with Joku's story, where all of his characters, all of the scenes start with his characters waking up, but it's very important to the story because of the black hole event that happened at the very beginning of the book at 1400, December 15th. So it keeps going back to that time because everything seems to be in some sort of fucked up time loop because of the black hole that they generated at the center of the Earth. But what's great about it is I like those names, but they're just so ridiculous that there's like, maybe that would be like the name of a weapon, like a relic weapon, or the name of something like that. New word for you. Gunyan. Gunyan? Gunian? I don't even know. Guniang. Guniang.
people to
Like
remember,
I
oh,
read
yeah,
in colors.
That person is that person.
Some people read in
that
length.
person.
That's a cultural thing, Book. I think that's like, for instance, like with the Flame in the Fire or Frost in the Flame that I'm reading with like the like.
It's also the one I see.
That's why they usually do like the two names like Yi Hwan. Trying to name StarCraft players. I don't know many of the Korean names. I want to rip my eyeball out and remove all the built up gunk and pop it back in. Just like I want to take off my nose, clean it out, and stick it back on. See, I knew it! I don't do this. Guys, what if I just didn't name, like, any of the characters? We would name Aetharg, we would name Torg, we would name Chalcom, Vimkal, like in Harry Potter, there were teachers we never met or learned the name of. Also, most Muggles didn't have a name. True. He has. He is a professor and an editor, but he also has written The Linchpin Writer, which is his book on writing. I just, like, would rather not post that. I'm helping you meet creepy people from the internet. It's just, you know, I live with my parents, man. Very easy access, just like a skirt. Yep, sleep with a bat from now. Dude, I don't need a bat. Fuck needs a bat? Fucking noob needs a fucking bat. Read a lot of stuff, got more submissions, which is always good. You know, we built up the story. We finished ShortStories, so we'll get that together and set for a YouTube video on the Talk Story channel. And, yeah. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And then you take that, instead of being, because, like, you know, that's like an adult, and it's like, at a certain point, you know, at, like, what age do women stop wearing skimpy as fuck clothing? Usually around, like, 35? 35 to 40 is when you start to, like, fall off. You trying to say grandmas can't wear thongs now? No! No, Beezus, I just said, in general, when do they stop? You know, it's between 35 and 40. It's not all, but it's like, when the self-aware ones start to realize, you know what, I'm not 18 anymore, maybe I shouldn't wear these booty shorts.
They found a body that was already dead, and claimed it was her, and sold her to the monastery. So they got double the money.
Oh, okay.
So that's how she's still alive.
I love that just random coincidence. That there's no big, stupid reason why, it's just pure greed. Well, hey man, you know, this is like a miracle. We found a dead body, we got a live one, let's make some money, boys! Characters doing like a brainstorming session while they're walking their chocobos, taking an event, pulling... Yo, how's it going? Oh, my camera's fucked up. Hold on a second. As always, I don't know why he does that exposure thing, but there we go, we back. Alright, how's it going, everyone? Another day, here we are! How's it going? So, Sean, it's like, what I imagine is, imagine a piece of glass over top of... this. So this is the effect made by radiation particles passing, like neutrons passing through water, creates this blue kind of tint. So imagine like this is the tint color of the crystal, and then put that basically in front of a campfire, and then imagine like the waves, like the lava of the orange going through it, and then like the sunshine coming through the top. So it's like yellow on the top during the day, orange on the bottom always. And then the tint is like this blue Cherenkov radiation kind of color. And then the entire thing is just it has the main stalk, and once you hit the top, then it branches into canopies, and it's just like an oak, infinite amount of branches spiraling into each other. That's why today we are doing trees. So we're gonna learn to draw trees, and I figure what's the perfect thing I should be able to draw when it comes to landscape? I should draw the fucking crystalline tree. figured that was what you were going for, but AI is very limited, especially when you're getting it for free. Yeah, that's why I want to be able to draw it, give the template to the AI, and say, make this color. That's literally all I want to do. I just need to be able to create that template outline. And then shading will kind of help with depth and perception and stuff like that, right? But we'll see how it goes. That would be the first thing I'd want to do, is draw the crystalline tree. So that's what I decided. So we're going to draw the crystalline tree. And then we're going to see what AI can do with the drawing. And see if it can make it into what I imagine it. Then I want to draw the species. At least the octopi. Try and do the tangling thing like with their legs. So we'll just kind of draw tentacles in all kinds of directions and stuff. What are you drawing tentacles for? Guys, the thing in my book is a fucking octopus, okay? Don't worry, I'm learning to draw tentacles for an ethical reason. I swear, guys, it's totally ethical, okay? It's fucking ethical to the fucking moon. So you need an oak in winter when the leaves have fallen. Then draw that as an impact crater that exists and scale it by decreasing the definition of the particles. The thing is, Sean, that the impact crater is so large that it literally looks like a volcano. So the ridges are raised, but they're only raised like 600 feet. But the pit goes down like 3 or 4 miles. Like, this isn't surface lava we're talking about, right? The lava here is like the mantle. Like, you've gone through fucking pretty much the crust, and you're in the mantle at that point, basically. That's why it's an infinite source of lava, because it's just so deep down, and that's what cultivated it to grow. But yeah, an oak in winter is basically the idea. Yeah, but as a baseline, a real impact crater would get the correct feel, and you change it to fit the image. Yeah. Yucatan Peninsula! Remove all of the water. The only reason it's not flooded is because it has mountains on all sides, too. And the only river connecting to it is the underground river that the Sahagin use. So it's like, it's one of those, like, very convenient, lucky things that these things added up. But I'm the writer, so I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to be that way, right? But yeah, so we have the ASL today. But I also did this. So, I changed it around a little bit, Sean, because I figured this would be a little bit better of a hook. And I had to make it under 3 seconds, and I really pushed it. So, tell me if I should redo the audio for it, because I really kind of fucked up some areas in order to push it to be under 3 minutes to fit like a YouTube short. So let's see how well I did. June 14, 1957. I thought I was chasing her shadow. These were real. They stood across the street, smiling with empty eyes. Always the same blank smile. Don't forget to like, comment. See, I do like the intro there. So it's like I get the hook, then I get the intro. That gets me even more watch time. People are like, oh, what's going on? I think I figured out the formula, guys. Her voice creeping into my ear. Trevor, you will join us. I'm thinking moving that to the beginning. frozen, stomach dropping. But I thought it was a good way to connect the two. I did not see her among them, but I knew she was there. They stared at me, looking into my soul. Then they all turned in sync and walked into the darkness. The hunger of the machine grows. It has been almost 3 years since Lisa became the voice that haunted my dreams, seeping into my reality, slowly consuming my sanity. I have been investigating under the guise of the media. I saw the map of missing people. The hubs around upcoming tech companies was astounding. Of all the people in the country who had been reported missing, with assumed locations aside from homes, 1 in 5 are reported missing within a 3-block radius of tech companies. The scariest thing is the reports stop around the time.
Got you tabbed up, we're working. Hope you have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Enjoy your work. Thank you, as always. Truly appreciate it, good sir.
This trend is present throughout every tech company I have investigated. The evolution of technology has boomed. I can see pieces of her in every new gadget and chip that advances into the public view. Ideas we had discussed before the military had showed up, before Lisa had become distant, locked herself in her lab, broke the medium of consciousness, before
Dane Eager, yeah, sure. I don't have Spotify. Will it let me do that without being locked in?
Thank you for listening. Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch up to you if you do not. You will be sure to check out more blue horror stories.
Yeah, what do you guys think? What do you think of mainly the picture, right? That's like the main thing, right? Is like this. They will come for you, run while you can. Is that like enticing? Because that's going to be like the thumbnail too, right? It was like ambiguous, it was close to the story, it was something simple, right? Yet ominous. Yet it had like the light in the background. Is it like, I thought there was a lot of contrast that made this picture good. Wilberg, hello, yo, what's up? All right, well let's see this thing on Spotify. Sign in to see lyrics and listen to the full track. It looks like I can only. I'd use a deep, airy sort of voice, but speak quicker. I bet that doesn't translate well. Well, this is what the other one sounds like, Sean.
Don't forget, you have now face of the future. If you are reading this, I'm most likely dead. If you see this ageless young woman with long blonde hair, her name is Lisa. She's my sister, but she's also the enemy. I don't know why I'm writing this. You never want to leave a paper trail. I have to believe there's someone out there who might one.
Is that better, Sean? Because I'm really debating redoing the audio on it. Try that green play button. Yeah, it won't let me because I don't have an account. Got it anywhere else other than just on Spotify? You got the raw file? Talks! Everyone who has heard my voice is either called it endearing or calming or cute or adorable, and I'm going to kick my bed until it no longer wants to sleep with me. True, Callie! Absolutely fucking true! Oh my god, that's classic. I love it. Hell yeah. I cheat on my bed with my chair way more than I should. Let's just say that. So,
My bed. You want to have my bed, Callie? No! So, Sean, do you mean something kind of like this? The hunger of the machine grows. It has been almost 3 years since Lisa has become the voice that haunted my dreams, seeping into my reality, slowly consuming my sanity. I thought I was chasing her shadow, but these were real. They stood across the street, smiling with empty eyes, the same blank smile as her, Lisa's voice creeping into my ear. Something like that? Is that, like, better? Because it's, like, a faster pace? You smell like buns. It talks! What kind of buns? Your mom's buns? Oh, Callie. No, they're definitely Smokey's mom's buns. Prime. Smokey's mom makes the best buns. She puts cinnamon in them. Just tiny bit. Tiny bit. But yeah. Because again, like nailing the voice too is like pretty important to set the mood of the stories, right? That's why I think one of the main things is why the other channel doesn't do as well. It's just because it's my normal voice, right? But when I'm doing the deep voice, there is much more exaggeration towards the things that I say, giving wide depth to that which I speak. And then you can do deeper and deeper and deeper as you go down that black pit of despair, far from where you could possibly be. No, you're supposed to be deep in me, Callie. You gotta use emphasis, pitch, and pauses, okay? You gotta do pitch better, okay? It's not just being deep. That speed is perfect. Don't go super deep. Think like you're whispering in fear of being spotted by the monster, but you have to talk. Yeah, I think that one's a lot easier to do, like, closer to the mic, right? Like... And it came closer, closer still, towards things we could not imagine. I was not able to move. My hands clammy with sweat. My back pressed against the wall, its eyes staring at me. Hello, lovely loveliest latte. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. So I'm trying to perfect my narration voice. What do you think? Talks, let me show you mine. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. I'm a professional voice actor. Callie, do you want to voice act my stuff?
It would be more apt to say these were a people
Faster than that, but
past
just about
than
perfect for the
dead.
effect.
This is a town of humans living on ancient Earth.
It's a little quiet,
Anyone
Callie.
who has felt this dirt breathe and bleed with them has special privileges. It's because of the ghosts. The undead couldn't interact with the living without some unnatural effect.
I thought I was really
Bathe in
loud.
Sacred ground blessed by these supernatural beings, and you'll find yourself unable to feel, but immortal. And it's not just
You know what
the
we
earth
should do,
that's been
Callie?
blessed.
I just had an
We
idea.
do not call the sunless sky the night or dark.
Do you want to do a series,
We
and I'll
say
do a
that
series,
things
and then we'll
align.
see who gets
This
the
is
best
the reason we
results
say the stars
out of
are
that
void
series?
war. What could never leave you deprives you of the urgency to enrich yourself. It's smart to invest in a star that hides away, as the next season or even day, it would come back much brighter. You'd never say the sun would wake with his eyes half shut, so still his light shines unfaded.
Nice. Hell yeah, Callie. Was that a part of Student Sonetta, or was that one of your poems or something? Because that was fucking beautiful, man. That delicious voice looming over. The loveliest latte. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you a purveyor of the world of words? I'm Intoxication, and here we do beta reading and reacts for improving and interrogating the industry, as well as writing and art of our own. We are currently working on a series for YouTube on a biotech horror story. Gonna need to add character whenever someone is speaking, so you can change your voice and emotions accordingly as you're reading. I've thought about that, Sean, but honestly, I like the idea of a single voice narrating everything, but it depends on the way that you're delivering the story, right? If it's like third person, but if it's first person, I feel having the single voice is just like, that's because it's one person telling you the story. Does that make sense? But I know where you're coming from, because that's the vibe I'm going for with it, is like a single narrator, right? Telling you the story. So it would be all in one voice. But I wouldn't mind doing like different style, like that. I want to do different styles for different videos, right? Because we've proven that the writing isn't enough. So maybe that's what we should do on the podcast, Callie, is we should each read a story and do the voice act like thing for it and see who can get the better result on the story. And then we can have people vote on it. That'd be a good thing to do, Callie. I'm down for that. But as far as the image goes, at the very least, indicate the emotion of the speaker so it always sounds right when you read it aloud. True. Oh, those ads coming up here, guys. We got ads coming up. But it's all just a different experiment, right? That's why it's like it's hard. It's good to practice, like sustain on stream, but I don't like having the mic like right in my face, and you can't do those like super effective, like almost whispers, right? Because you kind of have to use the distance of the mic to your advantage. Like, I'm trying to do the whole auditorium kind of thing, like standing on top of a stage in front of an audience with, like, you know, seeming like I'm in a big room or something like that. Like, that's the vibe of the sound that I'm going for, right? Angry, dominant. You will perform better than that, fearful, panic. I tried, I swear. Yeah, pretty much. And I don't... I try to do it very subtly, too. Like, I don't try to, like, overdo it, right? It's like... the voice overinflects it, but normally it would just be like, you will perform better than that. I tried, I swear. We wouldn't let me escape. I was always down on my luck. You're just a pitiful fool. Get up off the ground and have some dignity. He was always so mean. I could never do anything right, no matter what it was. It was always terrible. But then I looked at him, and there was almost a glint of pride in the fact that he was treating me this way. I didn't like it. I wanted to tell him so. So, you know what? Screw this. I'm fighting back. Yeah, I woke up 3 weeks later from a coma. I shouldn't have done that. Fuck. I was just gonna say, commentating is a good way to do that, because you get, like, the hype, and then they're like, ooh, you really shouldn't have done that, man! Ooh, I don't know so much about that! Oh, this is gonna be a great play, let's go in for it! Oh, I can't believe he pulled that out! Oh, the knight is coming in clutch! So it all depends on the style that you're trying. My thing is, like, going into horror and suspense and mystery, that's an entirely new thing, right? Like, I think I can do the wonder and the, like excitement and stuff like that, but it's the dark, the gritty, the real shit. You know, that voice is, and like, that tempo, that vibe is hard for me to find because it's not a part of my regular existence, right? That's the existence of me that I bury super deep down, that's my fucking temper and terribleness. And we just keep that out the fuck of sight, right? We just say that basically doesn't exist. That's the best way to do it. Ads, get your ads up in here. We got ads coming up. We always get to skip the ads. Why we never watch live? Cause you don't need ads. You got an ad block. That's what it's all about. Fuck you. Lost so much money cause of me. You lost so much money cause of me. Cause I have ad block. You can fuck off. Why do you think I never get ads? You do, cause you suck. Fuck you. That's right, bitch. 3, 2, 1, toke. On Twitch, but not on YouTube, right, Callie? And you don't get ads on my channel. Hopefully no more ads. There you go, Fish. How's it going, Fish? And no more copying. Hey, man. It's not copying. It's great minds thinking alike. We're both savants in the fact that we're just thinking so far ahead of the curve that we're matching up, because we both understand what the market's going to look like in a year and a half. So that's what you got to plan for. You got to have everything established and ready to go. Hey, Fish, did Star Wars copy Dune? I was thinking about it earlier, how we have so many similarities despite disliking each other. Wait, Fish, the fuck do you mean disliking each other? What? Where did that come from?
You don't like me? That's mean, bro. Why would you say that? You're so mean, Fish. I don't dislike you. That's why I say great minds think alike. You're the only person I can talk to. You're the only person smart enough to understand what I'm trying to really say here. Don't get it twisted, bro. Okay, Fish. Okay, Fish. You had me there for a second. Alright, let's get into the ASL, guys. The big day. The big day. We're back. We're back with the ASL. Let's go, guys. Semi-fucking-finals.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day one of the round of 4 here in the ASL. We had a little bit of time off. We missed you guys. We hope those of you who celebrate Korean holidays had an amazing Chuseok.
Chuseok! That's their holiday. Their spiritual holiday,
yeah.
I believe.
It's been like, that's such a weird break, like that it happened to be scheduled like this. Worked out well for me, but I am ready to finish this tournament up and see how it's going to end.
Yeah, because
like there's no
Artos's wife is Canadian,
you know, like no matter what
so it's literally like it fell into on Thanksgiving.
Very deserving champion.
Because he's in Prince Edward Island, so he'd be
It's gonna be
celebrating
interesting.
Thanksgiving.
I think a lot of people
yesterday.
expect this to go a certain way,
Day before
and
yesterday,
that
but this
Snow
came out
should win here.
Saturday and
This is the greatest
Sunday, I
PvP
believe, when the
of all
games were
time
played.
in the history of all 25 years plus of StarCraft.
9 wins, 5 losses. Barracks is fucking destroying, man. This is it's crazy insane what he's
In the
doing.
round of 8 for Terran. He's looking very strong. Maybe he can cause an upset here.
Yeah, there's.
I was just thinking, what do you guys think about like an esports book?
Invincible. I was actually thinking to myself a lot about this match and what this ASL has been, because the Terrans got pretty hard wiped, right? Like when you look at the way
it's like a book about a fake game that's esports. It's like the biggest esport in the world.
We've seen throughout Barracks' interviews, and if you've followed the scene outside,
And
of
it's
these
like
ASL
follows
casts,
like the greatest player in the
basically
world and why
almost
he's the
everything Barracks
greatest
is
and
doing has been
everything.
given to him by Flash.
Exposing cheaters
Flash
and
is really
match
pushing through this. Some other
fixing
players
and
are helping him as
working
well.
with the thing for
But
trying to
I
make
feel
sure
like
that the
that is
game doesn't die.
Crazy thing. Can Flash outthink
Would that be a good story, guys?
Where Snow's execution is this good? I don't think that's a possibility, honestly. I don't know about you, Tasteless, but like as good as Flash is, as smart as he is, can he give Barracks enough strategies to overcome the best PvT player ever?
I don't know, man. It's going to be a real uphill fight, a real David versus Goliath match here. Snow expected to win, and this could be the ASL he finally takes for the whole thing, or we're going to have a big upset here by Barracks.
Yeah. I think Snow's time is probably here. You know, he's been so close to winning multiple times before.
And then you never say what the
he's
sport, what the
looking
esport
so
is, the
strong
actual
this season.
game.
So
You
I
just
am
talk
gonna,
about it in like
leaning
sports
towards him to
and
not just
gaming
take out
mechanics, so they have
Barracks,
no
take out
idea if
Barracks
it's a
in the way,
sport
but
or a game
what I'm
or
kind of
what.
most excited
And what
about
genre of game,
for this
we just make
match
it
is
super
just to
ambiguous,
see
but just kind of throw
why
random
the
lore at it, like do it like
one thing to mention is that,
Hitchhiker's
like,
Guide
you
to
know,
the
I know
Galaxy
my
style.
Artosis cast
Where you're
cast
just like,
is
I have no idea what he's saying, but tell me more!
cast from the pros. And after Barracks made round of 4, Flash was on the ladder non-stop. So he's grinding new builds. Like I've seen some of the stuff he was thinking about for Barracks for sure. Like I was seeing on Roaring Currents some new builds he was using and stuff. Lots of testing by Flash. So it feels weird how much that guy can actually dictate the course of these tournaments. But I mean that's where we're at right now with Barracks, his old teammate.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh my God.
That is hilarious.
Oh my God. I think that might be the most one-sided predictions we've ever had.
Yeah, everyone expects Barracks to get destroyed by Snow.
I think he must have.
Hey TLBG, how's it going, bro? Welcome. If you guys are interested, I posted all of the beta readings on the YouTube.
I never
So,
thought we'd have Barracks
you know, if
this
you ever want to go
deep
check
in
those
ASL,
out,
certainly not for the season.
all
Yeah,
your
certainly
shit's
not
up
the
there.
only
I just got to
parent,
make playlists
who's
for
doing
everyone,
this.
but I
It's been
figure
an
I should
exceptional
wait
season
until this
with
kind
some
of work
very
is
unusual
done,
results.
and then when I have the
The round of
completed
24 and the round of
ones,
16.
then I put
A
them all
lot of
together,
players
because
we
now
finally
it's just
see
kind of
around
like the
being
random
knocked out.
end of it, and a
So
couple
let's
of
see what
chapters are
happens,
missing
man.
here and
I
there.
think it's either going to be really close, goes either
I don't
way,
know what
or Snow's
happened.
gonna take it in a one-sided fight.
Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, this is... And in fact, this is 3 hours, means this might go to Game 7. I was expecting this to just be a boom, boom, boom. So there is a chance that Barracks can win and Snow can't, like... Flash just tells Barracks, don't let him get Reavers. You'll win. You'll 4-0 him, just don't let him get Reavers. And that's what it's going to be.
Please put your hands together as we bring today's protagonists on stage.
I still think Snow's going to win. I think it's going to be Snow Soma finals. That would be my guess. Either that or Snow Best.
The very last Terran standing.
No, wait, it's Bisu, right?
Will he be able to overcome
No.
today and
Oh
head
my
into
shit,
the
I
finals?
don't know
He has
who
a
the
tough
final
opponent
Protoss
to get
is.
a
I can't remember if it's
Protoss
Best or
who is
Bisu.
determined to be the champion this season. It's Snow.
So I still put my story in public stories or beta reads? Yes, TLBG, feel free. Absolutely, at least it's there. Then other people can read it as well, right? If you put it in the beta reading, that's just more of a letting people know that you're willing to do it. But yeah, you can post your work in there and then people can comment it and stuff. I haven't really made a structure for that. I don't really know how. And Callie kind of dumped being the admin of the server because I don't know how to work Discord. But yeah, that new beta reading channel is more specifically for you guys as a community to work with each other to try and critique your guys' work. Because I don't like, you guys shouldn't need me to, like, you guys should be able to do all of it on your own, right? That's what I want the Discord for.
I have a feeling that maybe I can get revenge today.
It's just, unfortunately, it's dead, just like, well, my channel. Obviously. That's just the way it is, right? Just keep going, just keep trucking, keep making it better, keep doing more. Eventually, you know, you're gonna either make great content or you're gonna die trying.
Effort sure knows how to put on a show as a
And if you never do, you never fucking do. Hey, you tried, right?
You know, I thought about this.
You proved you didn't have what it took.
I will have to make quick work of him.
Hard work only takes you so far if you don't have a purpose. Chapter 3 is posted. Hell yeah.
So, what do you think are Snow's weak points?
Because this is gonna be 3 hours, and then we'll do readings.
I don't think he does. He doesn't.
So it just depends on if you're gonna be here in 3 hours.
He plays well.
Right, today is a little bit of
I need to focus on my own
we've been waiting for this.
He plays well, but where is your championship, huh? Snow, you've been crumbling.
I love their banter back and forth.
You kept getting trashed. But this season, it was Solky who crumbled. What do you say?
4-streak champion taken out in the round of 16. What a fucking... That's how competitive the fucking series, like the round 24 is.
Running into. So I will not waste this opportunity. So this season, your semi-finals opponent is Barracks, who is riding a scary wave of momentum. As the series went the distance, Mini could not take it and fell apart. What did you think of that match? I keep saying he's good. People take it with a grain of salt. But as I watched it, I wasn't too surprised.
Yeah, no, Mini played fucking terribly. Mini fell apart mentally.
This season, 2 more
Barracks shouldn't have made it in. I'm like, just Snow, just getting to Reavers and just slopping his face. Just
He is a far easier opponent than the other two,
Yeah.
and I've beaten him plenty before.
But don't underestimate him. He's
so
still
I might throw
good.
him off today.
And he's like
So, do you
substitute
think
for
this season
Flash,
will
because
be able to
Flash
raise
has
the
given him
championship
all of the
trophy as many
strategies
fans
to
have
win.
been hoping you would. Do you have that conviction, whoever you play? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A championship run is my goal, whatever comes.
And it does either way. They're seeded for the
Snow's
next
talking about a championship
next
run,
fucking
but today
season.
is
So
the round of 4. You practiced for a long time to get here. What are you going to pull out against Snow? What are you going to show? Please tell the fans. Just like Snow, I too think this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I prepared diligently. I should be able to show a good match. And I think it'll be interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it personally. I hope we both play well and have a good game. Okay, and Snow, final remarks from you as well, please. I've beaten him 9-0. I've beaten him 4-1. I'll take this match with a 4-0 and bring the total score to 17-1. Wow, there is no beating about the bush on this stage. 17-1, says Snow. What do you have to say? I'll win today and make this the first of many.
damn, the confidence is real. Let's go, Barrett.
A lot of preparation went into today's match between the two of you, and you both think this is a golden opportunity. What outcome can we expect? Please put your hands together and let us kick this round of 4 match off.
Oh, this is gonna be so good. That's what I live my life for, guys. This is my favorite thing of all time ever. Is fucking Korean Championship World Level StarCraft. People are gonna be like, how did you, when I write my book, they're gonna be like, how did you get so good at strategy? And I'll be like, oh, I fucking love StarCraft. You don't know anything about military? Oh no, it's all just strategy from StarCraft. Creating the units, their different jobs, you know, things counter other things, and then you just like build up the balance, and then you play it out, and StarCraft is mid. Damn, TLBG, them some strong words, but it's understandable, right? If you don't like strategy, I think the point is that the viewers get something from live reads they can't get from each other. I agree, Fish, but I do want to facilitate and encourage you guys in the community to go out of your way to present your stuff to the community and try to get other people to give you critique as well, right? Because you want multiple level perspective, right? Like you want 3 or 4 people's different perspective about how they feel about it. Then you can average that across, you know, what their biases are, why they're, you know, in the story or not in the story, right? So I think it's probably a crutch. And you guys can also go, and you can also go into, you guys can also go into the Discord. You know what? I'll make a beta reading here, guys. I'll make a voice channel for beta reading.
What's up, everybody? It is time to finally get into this round of 4.
There.
And what an insane round of 4 this is.
Marionette, yo, let's
Snow
go.
versus Barracks.
What's up?
Snow, the best PvT that's ever lived. Barracks,
So what you can do is you can go into the beta reading of the voice channels, and you guys can like screen share and, you know, have a live session. You don't need the stream and an audience. You just need 2 people with a mic, and you're already on Discord, so even if you're on your phone, right?
We've seen Barracks coming up for a long time. You know,
See,
he was a standard.
I'm just saying, right? Like I want to encourage that. If you guys don't want to do that, you guys don't have to. I just want to say that's completely available, and like that's why I have the Discord there.
kind of
The
a
Marionette,
crazy
hello, I'm
situation.
Saudi Arabia. Nice.
It's wild,
What's
man.
it like?
It's
Do
been
you
a
like
very unusual
StarCraft?
season.
Is
We had a
Saudi
lot of
Arabia
players in the round
considering
of
picking up
16 and the round of 24
StarCraft
who were knocked
in and
out.
among the
People we
esports
thought
that
were
it's
gonna be
buying
going all
up,
the way here,
Marionette?
we were wondering ourselves, is Solkey going to be maybe winning his fifth ASL?
Fifth ASL in a
And
row, and
you
yet he
know, I
gets
think
kicked out in the
it's
round of
always a safe
16.
bet that he would get this deep. The rest of the players, it's a little bit unusual.
Yeah, this
At
is
least
such
the
an
time
this is
in
the
StarCraft that we're in
upset
right now.
ASL
If you
of
were to get
upset
to this finals,
ASLs.
that may be one
Like,
of the biggest
okay, it is
shocks,
Bisu, not
biggest
Best.
upsets for
Yeah.
whoever gets this
Best
far
was eliminated by
in any
Soma.
ASL ever for a
Because,
final.
yeah, it was Soma versus
Yeah,
Best,
yeah,
Soma versus
he's-
Bisu.
He's had a crazy run.
So
Like,
tomorrow
he's
is
the guy
Soma
who
versus
beat
Bisu.
Solkey in a non-Zerg versus Zerg matchup here. He took down Mini 4-3, which is insane. If he makes it that finals, who knows? Anything can happen.
Soma
This is
versus
the hardest
Barracks.
test for a Terran player right here.
Bisu
against,
versus
other than
Barracks.
against Solkey, but he already passed that test. So, what can we say? And of course, don't forget we're going to have Soma versus Bisu in that other match. Absolutely bonkers. Cannot wait for that. I honestly think that's going to be a better match than this. But this has a Terran player in it, so I'm actually more excited in a lot of ways.
I think so.
Artosis is a Terran player.
Crazy.
I don't know what that
I'm
says,
very excited for
Marionette.
that. I'm very interested in seeing how this plays out. I'm mostly going to be
My
looking at
esports
this
and
from
modding
Barrett's
experience prior to
perspective.
speedrunning
I wanna
was
see what
with
build
Smash
orders
Bros.
he will go for.
Nice. Smash Bros is great.
I know
It's just
that,
Nintendo
he
is
has-
fucking
Flash
retarded.
has his ear.
Don't understand what
Flash
you were
is basically
saying, but if you can
using
translate it, it would be
Barracks
better.
as his build order
I
conduit. You know, he hasn't
mean,
been able
yeah,
to
that's
compete, but he's certainly
unfortunate,
still,
Marionette.
Working out strategies and trying to figure out new approaches to the game, and so he's been helping Barracks quite a bit. So whatever new ideas,
But maybe you'll learn more
Flash has
English.
been
Melee
executed
modding
by
was pretty
Barracks,
good,
which is
yeah.
a very interesting situation for this round of 4.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways this is as impressive as the random run that Flash went on, where he got
Round
top
of
four playing
4?
Random. It's like, okay, now you're not even playing in the tournament in your top 4. Like, what is
Yeah.
what is that? And guys, we're not actually overstating this. It's just like basically Barracks has been talking about how Flash has been giving him all these builds. He's been getting a lot of help. He's not really a strategic player. We've seen this for years and years in ASL. Every time he has like a good, I still remember he had his first good run in the round of 16. I was like, these are some of the sickest builds I've ever seen. Is he a genius? And then we hear in the interview like, oh, Flash gave me these builds. Right? So it's like it's just kind of the reality of the situation. But
Flash's
is
apprentice.
good.
Fair.
He plays well under pressure. He's super fast. He works really hard. He has good, clean execution.
Stopped because of the melee modding community
and
was
he gets
toxic
the
as
coaching
fuck.
He needs, and here he is. Like I'm
Yeah,
super
StarCraft
happy
Ladder
with
is
that.
toxic as
I think
fuck
the
in
sky's the
English,
limit for this
but,
guy.
you know, it is what it is.
And again, he's got this amazing run this season. Even if he loses 0-4 here, I think there's no shame in that.
Yeah, no, he made it
I
into the
wanna
round
see
of
how he
4. He's
does
against
in
Snow.
next year's season and the season
Of all
after
people,
that. I
Snow
mean,
does not
if
let
Barracks
shit
does become,
slip through his fingers like
kinda
Mini
like a
does.
Rush, where he's suddenly always here. He's always present deep in ASL tournaments, even if it wasn't the guy we were thinking about. As a top Terran player necessarily.
But I love the
just a few
strategy
seasons
behind
ago.
it, the
Times
thinking of the
change,
players,
landscape of
the
boosters does
reasoning
shift,
behind,
and this
you
is gonna
know,
be
and the fact that the game has
interesting
never
moment here on the
changed
evolution
and
here.
never been
When Flash steps
updated
away,
means
there was
that the only thing that
speculation
changes and gets
gosh,
updated
we'll
is
be
the
able to,
players play in the
carry
map.
the torch here,
And
it-
what
it
race
must
you're
have
playing
to be light, but it
against.
turns out there were a ton of
Everything
great
else
Yeah.
There was Royal,
is always the
AYJ,
same. All the
there was
mechanics are
Rush,
always the
and now
same.
we've got Barracks, and so even
It's
with
like
Flash
chess.
out of the picture, it proves the race is extremely viable. There's a lot of different approaches and different play styles that
Been speedrunning
do
Sin
blend well with someone who
2021,
wants
and
to
my
get
god,
deep
it's
in
fun
a
in terms
tournament
of
and
game
be on
variety and
top of the world.
communities.
So
I have no idea what Sin is, but yeah, speedrunning's good. I watch challenge runs. I love Diablo 2 challenges.
Yeah, it's hard
Using
to say, by
only
the way, that
unique
chart that
items,
we
only
just
set
saw called the
items, you
stars,
know?
The filled-in stars
One
were
hit
championships,
kills.
For his
Using them
opponents,
all
and
on the Amazon.
non-filled-in stars were second places. So he beat
Necromancer
Royal
with a bow.
twice, who's a champion. He beat Rush.
You know,
who
crazy
has
challenges.
2
Like,
second
Looter
places.
just came out with a new one.
He
I
beat
can't remember what it
Mini,
was. I
who's a
watched it last
champion,
night.
with 3 second places, and he beat Solkio's first places. In fact, the only person that beat him
fuck
has
was
no
it?
championships, and that's true. So I think that was a very fun chart that we just had up there. Barracks really, when you look at like
Fuck, I
just
cannot
on
remember.
paper who he's been beating here, these are some of the very toughest players.
Snow
That's how much I pay
He's
attention, guys.
supposed to take this.
It's just my
If he
sleeping
doesn't
shit.
take
I
this,
just put
this
it
may be
on,
one
fall
of the most
asleep
tragic
to some
defeats in his
Diablo
career.
2
Yeah.
commentary
Because I
and
think
some
this is by
gold
far
dropping sounds.
The easiest, most doable.
I gotta grab a drink, though. I'll be right
bracket
back.
he's ever had. And I don't want to take
Before the
anything away from
game
him.
starts!
You know, this guy has brought us, I think, the most impressive PvPs ever.
Yes.
Like, at this point in time, if you're to take the most impressive PvTs that we've ever seen in the game, he takes like half of them. If you were to make like a basket of 20 or 30 professional matches, I mean, he's just insane. And look, this is a bracket that looks way more doable than previous ones, but Snow has fallen year after year here, unable to get to where he wants to be as far as ASL goes. I feel like this is a guy we should have said has won 3 ASLs already, you know, over the last, let's say, 8 years, but it hasn't happened. And if he doesn't take it now, I think that's a very, very damning outlook
that's
future ASLs for him.
That's so accurate, Tasis, because he's been stopped by only the greatest players in the world. Like, Rain stopped him in a finals. Flash stopped him. Right? Rain is like the strongest Protoss ever. Terran, Flash. And then Sulky is the guy who knocked Snow out the last 3 seasons. Like, we didn't, like, we've been expecting Sulky since about Season 2 to win a championship. And it took him a while to get there, and then he won 4 in a row, which is the most dominant we've ever seen. But we were actually expecting at the same time Sulky came up and started winning them all for Snow to do that. Snow was dominating everything at that time, but Sulky stopped him time and time again. Now Sulky's out of the way. He's out of the way. And here's Snow is. He's got a Terran, and then he's got 2 players that aren't Sulky to go up against. And so this, I think you're right. If he doesn't win this season, this might turn into something like what Sue had in StarCraft 2, where it's like, uh-oh, does he have a bug in his brain and he just can't quite do it, even though he's the best?
Best of the best can't win a
Some
championship.
kind of mental blockage that stops him from really, on the most important days of his career, playing as well as we know he can play on other days, you know, on lesser matches.
And just seeing him and being like, we know this isn't the best. What happened to his best play? He's sitting there match rigging, making fucking millions. Match fixing.
Map that has 4 islands that you can choose from here.
That's what killed StarCraft 2. A huge match fixing scandal completely killed the StarCraft 2 esports scene because no one trusts it anymore. It was like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, people went to jail and shit. It was fucked. People were barred from ever participating in championships. Like, tournaments. Like, crazy shit.
You know, PvT on this map, I don't really know if one side is better than the other in, like, earlier mid-game. You know, obviously, Shuttle Reaver is going to be very strong. And Carrier can be strong.
Oh, I'm just imagining him drop and kill all the SCVs. Just GG, but hey.
They can go for drop ships.
It might actually be really interesting. I mean, CSGO and COD had the most bizarre shit ever.
We should also mention that, like, this is the kind of island map.
There's some really fucking weird shit that goes on. You gotta question it, right?
It's an island, and then they get all the rest of them. If it turns into one of these games.
But every sport ever has it, right?
You know, I've actually
in the history of every sport,
a ton of Terran versus Protoss.
It's always been there. You know, it's never gonna go away. You just have to be vigilant for it, right?
Leaders of Terran, and most games.
I mean, you had a big mage player who went to jail. Sounds about right, yeah.
Gone down as low as 3 wraiths. It's like just enough.
Think of all the people that have gone to jail for normal sports, for like rigging stuff, like the 2018 like football inflation fiasco of the NFL. I think it was 2018.
Of a cheese from Snow. The way that he's making like a stand.
Where they were accusing people of deflating the ball to make it easier to hold on to and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, I mean, he's.
And then, like, make it harder for the other team to hold on to it because they're not expecting the ball to act that way because it's deflated.
Instead of what we've seen is more aggressive.
Huge fucking scandal.
Play from Terran, because don't forget, it's 2-player. Like, you could have proxy gates.
Right, sure. I mean, the rush distance is very far if you were to just make something in your base. But yeah, I mean, Protoss could very easily just have a probe sent out immediately and make gateways there. But it's not going to be that kind of game. It's going to be Nexus first, and you got to imagine that this is probably going to be the greediest Nexus first you could ever have in the matchup, because the counterplay from Terran is almost non-existent. The rush distance is so far, and you're on high ground. So, I mean, how many corners can Snow cut? We're going to find out here. It's also very possible this would be a game where he goes into, after the second Nexus is done, pretty quickly into double Stargate.
Oh, like a two-base carrier type thing, you think?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I wonder, like, that's...
Smash is way worse because they accused Axe and banned him for a bit, which then turned into a permaban and then ended in his
I wonder if that
death.
has anything to do with the fact that all
That
the Terrans
sucks.
like to go two-port Wraith here after expansion. Because, like, maybe that the two-port
I mean,
Wraith
you're
just,
pretty.
like, kind of
Those guys are
outgoes
pretty young
the
when it comes to
carrier,
that,
but it
right?
feels
So
like
that's
you'd be able
totally
to,
like ruining your life
well, I
kind
don't
of
want to
level
get
of
into
shit,
some
right?
crazy theoretical of,
Well,
like, then you make a
you could get
Corsair. And,
Corsairs.
yeah.
Yeah, this is what I've been wondering, and I wanted to kind of lead into this because, you know, I don't know about you, Artosis, but I do get asked in my stream sometimes, like, what about Corsairs? What about D-Web? What about... And it's like, I mean, you just don't have situations where the Corsair is that useful, but you can make Corsairs if they make Wraiths.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, like, Corsairs just beat Wraiths.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
And so...
Wraiths of paper
one of
fucking
the reasons why we
flames.
never see Corsairs made generally ever is we never see Wraiths. And the reason why we never see Wraiths is it makes more sense to get Goliaths or do other things in the game.
That are just way
and so
more
Protoss never
sustainable.
has to pull that
Wraith is always like a
pull out
cheese
their
fake
kit.
out bullshit
You know,
kind of
maybe we have
strategy,
it this time
right?
around. I don't know. Just want to put it out there. And then
Yeah.
if we did have that, maybe we would have D.
But going Wraith against Zerg is completely different. It's like going Bio versus Zerg versus Bio versus
it's hard to say, but
Protoss.
looking at this build,
Smash
it's
tournaments
a
have been going on
Nexus
since
first from Snow. He just does a
2002.
full wall, and Barracks does the most
Problem with
standard
Smash
opening
tournaments
matchup,
is
which the Vulture
Nintendo.
expand. Like this is your
Smash
bread
would
and
probably
butter
be
is
the
Terran
biggest
play, and
biggest
I think
esport
he's
in the
getting
entire
lines. I
world
think
if
he's gonna lay out a
Nintendo
few
didn't
lines
get
and everything, but,
involved.
like, it doesn't feel like this gives him any sort of advantaged position at all, right? Like it's a standard opener on an island map. What is the idea? Is he just gonna go third base immediately?
But Nintendo basically killed the Smash tournament
God.
scene.
Oh, we've had a couple talks about this.
Yeah,
Artosis.
we have,
It
we
was probably
have.
in the
Oh,
podcast,
double
probably
expand?
Also, Cacao and, so this is always I'm
Very,
glad this is
very
happening,
interesting.
Because I've always been curious how Protoss wants to play versus this. So what happens is you go Nexus first, right? And this is an extremely strong build, maybe one of the strongest builds out of all the matchups in
God
StarCraft, because
damn,
if Terran can't rush you and hurt you, you're just getting so many probes. Like, look at the supply difference right now. It's 50 to 39. Now, that's pretty insane. Terran can expand themselves, but they'll usually be a little bit behind unless they also did a crazy build and just got a command center immediately. But that's a bit of a different game. Now, what happens when you do this is because your gas is later.
Yeah, but
your robo's
dads,
later,
we have
which
some
means your
dads
scouting's
up
later.
in here. Get some ads.
and what
You're
a
an
lot of
ad,
Terrans
I'm an
will
ad,
do,
everyone's
while
an
there's this
ad. We're
ambiguity
all
about
ads.
what
Give it
exactly
ads, go it
Protoss
ads.
is
We're
up to.
ads
Sorry,
in
ambiguity
here.
about what exactly
Get
Terran's
the ads,
up
go
to.
the ads in
is
the
they'll
ads.
just
We
take a third
are
command
up
center
on
immediately.
ads.
And
Ads
this can vault them ahead
in for
economically.
the win.
And
Winning.
it does feel like to me a lot of times when you do scout it,
Inning,
you're a little bit too late to
winning.
actually do
It
anything with this. So this is another pretty new
within
common
what it
idea
is
that's happening all the time with these
within.
Nexus first builds, is you send a shuttle to scout. Because you just need to see what's going on. You can't wait for the observatory to finish after the robo's done, then an observer makes. You just need to get a shuttle over there, and you need to try to identify immediately what they're going for.
Well, he sees that it is just a very fast third base, and once you see that mining, there's no other choices for Terran. Terran just has to macro up. Like, you have to add factories, you have to get your armory, you have to get some missile turrets. Like, it's not like you could do this into Wraith, right? Like, you just have no units. Protoss could attack, move you, and kill you. So, he's definitely aware of where Barracks is at in this game. And he added that really quick Stargate that you were suggesting. Actually,
He's gonna go check the island and see if he's been a sneaky boy.
Two-base carrier type opener, which is that's kind of interesting because I don't think.
But
that
he's
pairs
he's
up against
oh he's
Barracks'
just
build all that
that's
out.
he
Barracks is gonna have an
just
insanely
missed
strong
it.
timing attack if he takes no
He
damage.
just missed it. The barracks left as soon as the probe was dropped off. So he's gonna go check the other side. He's gonna go up, and he's not gonna think that he has an island. Oh, that's so brutal.
He's gonna go around. I thought he might try to run up here and bust before the bunker was done.
Be like, how? And then he's gonna, if he loses this game, he's gonna look back and he's gonna go, fuck. I missed it by like 3 seconds.
This is really annoying. This is actually like, this is scary as a Terran player because you kind of need to have one front that you're protecting, and Snow literally just walked around it. It's not really rocket science.
Oh no, this is bad. This is bad.
He's really dividing this army up. Look at this, a counterattack at the third base with the 4 goons.
Imagine writing click and cursive.
Oh, this is wild, man. This is.
I don't know what you mean, Mike, but okay, yeah, sure.
Like this. I guess we don't normally have
absolutely, bro.
On 2 bases versus the Terrans 3, and you kind of see the Terran overextended, almost.
I don't know what you mean by click.
So the 2 Dragoons are going to be killed off. He's doing a lot of damage to the command center.
And then he can just ferry them over once again. And he's going double carrier!
He's going to send the
oh man, he's just trying to disrupt as much as he can and delaying as much as he can.
Is basically over. So kind of an interesting interaction here.
Yeah.
He did make,
but it's all distracting Barracks from the fact that he Snow has the third base.
Basically just brushed it off. He's already back to macroing up. He's throwing down more factories. And meanwhile, the most important.
He needs to send the barracks back and check the expansion, check the islands again. He needs to find that third base.
Yeah, I think the first 2 not quite done yet. But he's taken an island there in the center. I actually really like that island position that he chose because that's like the midway point where the carriers can play offense and defense very easily. Yeah, I really like the island that he chose to take. Barracks is okay. He didn't take too much damage, but that did slow him down. The attack did slow him down. I think it was a good attack from Snow. And Snow is just taking islands. I don't think Snow will take any more of the land on this map. And in fact, look at this. A scan comes out. The problem is that carriers over time will outscale Terran mech. So you have to have a plan here, like maybe a timing push. But you're going to have to timing push against counterattacks. You're going to have to timing push uphill against someone who has a bunch of island bases and can continue to support carrier production.
So he's unloaded the first wave.
I'm retarded. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm retarded.
It feels so risky, especially with just any Goliaths in here at all. But here we go. He's going to unload a couple more Dragoons. And he's going to try to target down that tank. He's going to get a couple more in here.
Oh,
and I
this
guess
is
all
bad.
you have to do is be annoying over here. You just have to keep dropping stuff. He's going to drop a few more goons.
Ooh, he finally got the shuttle.
The shuttle is picked off.
He's just delaying for the inevitable. He's keeping Barracks busy while he makes 4 carriers, and then he's just going to fucking start picking them off because of the third base that Barracks has.
Is a very strong strategy.
2 tanks dead.
Like
there might be 3 tanks total. I never saw if another tank fell or not.
Slowing Terran to just kind of hit your critical mass. So I like pretty much where Snow's at. He has lost a big chunk of his ground army. But like, look at the supplies. He's up 22 supply right now.
Heaven, how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Bases, 2 of which can't be attacked because we don't even have a starport.
Yeah, okay, he sees the carriers now. He's like, fuck.
Did he bleed off too much, though? I guess as long as you're trying to rely on counterattacks, you just have to make sure...
He's got so many Goliaths. It's like the problem is, even if he didn't scout, he was building...
Notice that he's targeting down... Oh, he was targeting down the Goliaths. He's going to go for some tanks instead.
Big, sick, Mickwick, chick dick.
Ooh, just
looks
barely
like that one actually does, man.
Clicking dick.
Yeah. Kind of a funny game because there's no Citadel, I think, so there's no Zealot speed, really. It's a very bare-bones, basic army.
I mean, we write what we want, right?
Really, this is
we
just,
know sex sells.
To kind of add as something that's
writing
more
dick
complex for
in
Terran to
cursive.
fight, just carriers. Because now there's Dragoons and Zealots down here. That means, you know, when you see this many carriers coming, you start to give
But look how many Goliaths he has. Like, usually you don't. You have like 3 or 4 Goliaths, but like, I'm pretty sure he didn't scout him going carriers, and he still built like 8 or 10 Goliaths.
This push is probably the most important point in this game here for him. He needs to make this work.
For sure, like the carrier count is going to keep going up, and he's pulled armies into 2 directions. This one's going to catch reinforcements.
Reinforcements.
Really, really smart play there from Snow. bringing his carriers up as well as Barracks tries to push the front door down. You know, he is kind of pushing
Damn, this is
uphill, but
scary,
Snow wasted
man.
A lot of those units early on.
Barracks
slowing down, so we'll
knows
see
he
if
has
this
to
ends up
go.
working.
He's
Can he
so
actually push into
decisive.
here? I think Snow should be able to hold this because his other group stopped any more units from coming in.
Yeah. So he just has to come in through the back,
As
and
are out there, all he has to do is be patient with the carriers and pick fights when he knows he can take them.
yeah,
There's
and he's just
no
gonna bleed
Dragoons,
off units.
There's no way for Terran to kind of dive in.
But Terran
You
needs
can
to
see it's
use
only
this as a
Goliaths
moment
back
to
home.
take a
If he can
step
just
back.
Take out a couple more of these tanks.
Yeah,
He's
so
gonna
all
get
he's got to
down
do is
3.
just like get rid of
If
all
you
the
get it
tanks,
down
then you
to
can
even 2 or
engage.
1, I think you're safe to try to attack
Yeah.
it and hit with everything.
Carriers are so fucking
And
strong.
that's exactly what he's going to do.
Does he get one?
Yeah.
Oh, he
Yeah,
does it. 31
really a great
HP.
time to attack in and just kind of sandwich everything.
Fuck, that
This
sucks.
looks like an impossible game.
You
for
have
Barracks
to kill the
almost already.
carriers.
It's not 100% over because he did take a 4th base during all of this, but I'm not sure what magic you're going to have to pull off here because Snow with 2 island bases, like those are just invincible. You know, with carriers out, there's just no way Terran can really attack those, and his main frontal attack has already fallen.
Yeah, and you get that one big
We're up
push,
to
and then you
6
gotta
carriers.
pull back.
And this is where it gets kind of scary.
Look at Snow's income;
Because
he's just maxing
you can
out.
start to just pick things off pretty easily. And there's quite a bit of Dragoons. That's about 1 control group of Dragoons underneath this. It's funny because
He's gonna have
Protoss is
8
so
carriers.
locked into this tech right now. Like he basically teched into carriers, Dragoons with range, and then slow zealots and stopped. And he's producing off of something like, I think, what is it, 5 gateways?
4, I think.
4, because one was destroyed.
Yeah. I guess
The one at
of
the front of the
naturals
base.
killed off there, but yeah, he's
Yeah.
like just got enough to kind of.
And he
come out
just
on
he
the
just
map.
sits over the cliff, kills
and
all
take
the
fights, but,
tanks,
we don't see Templars, we don't see.
and
Zealots
he doesn't
or
lose anything.
Even though I think Snow has the money now to probably add that in.
And he's gonna
Yeah,
catch
we'd
more
like to see him
reinforcements.
do a little bit more than just the same exact move over and over. There are a ton of Goliaths in here. He's picked off the siege tanks pretty well. There's not that many. So he might just want to rely on his ground units a bit more. You know, keep building the carriers, sure.
Oh, did he
but,
kill
like,
one of them, or
if
did he
there's
pull
only
it
3 or
back?
4 siege tanks and you have some zealots in front, you can fight for a while.
Snow's just
Yeah, he's
capitalizing
buying
right
time pretty
now.
nicely. And you got to remember, the carriers, they can go for this counterattack. Now, this base
Yeah,
is
this
low
is
on
a nice
resources, but
position
there's not that
spot
many more bases
for
really the Terran can
Snow.
take. And so I think even though this is not going to be easy for Snow necessarily, it is a game where it's going to get harder and harder for Barracks the longer it goes on. Remember that Snow still has shuttles. He can still
Carriers
expand islands.
scale
It's
so
unrealistic for Terran to ever take
incredibly
2 bases,
insane.
Connected to the landmass on the Protoss side of the map. That's just probably not going to happen here. So I think there's more opportunities for Snow to basically stay alive in this game. Both of these guys have huge, scary armies, very well upgraded, looking really strong, especially Snow on the carrier front. But, you know, Barracks has a lot when it comes to this mech army here, too. I mean, a misplay with the carriers, he could lose him pretty easily. He's just got to keep trying to buy time, basically, Snow does.
I think it's really important to point out as well, Barracks' control of his army has been very, very good. Like, he's keeping it together just right. He's defending the tanks as best he can. He's reinforcing and moving back and forth really, really well. So there's like a lot of things that Barracks is doing nicely here.
And he's
But
targeting
Snow
the
does
carriers
have his
as much
bank.
as he
You see his
can.
bank is building. He's whittling this down. It doesn't feel like Barracks is making progress. It feels like Snow is making progress. He's the one that's building this carrier count.
Yeah, and every couple of minutes, 2 more carriers get added to the stack. So right now it's up to 7, which means 1 was picked off here, unless he somehow got staggered in production. But once you get to like 8 or 9 or 10 or 12, it's really hard to kill, because by then there's so many interceptors coming out and things die so quickly, like you can see here.
He's just instantly
tanks
killing
are
all the
just getting
tanks.
wiped out. And you know, I think he might want to pull back the Zealots a little bit here, but the point is that there's really no way to
And he did like
stop
absolutely no damage. Just
things
waits for
like
the shields
tanks
to
and
come
other
back,
important
and
units
you're good
from
to
being
go.
Sniped. By the way, Snow's maxed out.
Yeah.
He actually might want to attack in here and sack some of those Zealots.
Does he even have a Citadel? There's no excuse for not having Zealot legs right now. When he's had over 2K bank with extra gas this entire time. Like, just get Zealot legs, man. God.
Well, the thing is, what happens when you've got carriers is you could basically stop doing anything in your base at this point in time. The more time you spend with the carriers, the more damage you get out, the more interceptors you make.
True.
And so it is, especially in games that are this close, where like you have the lead. A lot of times you'll see players, and by the way, this isn't like good or an excuse, but they just sort of stop developing. They know they just need to kind of get a little.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay.
Coming in here, though. I don't know how many cannons are at each island location.
And look where the carriers are.
So, I mean,
Oh, they have to move. This is a force. See, this is strategic play. Forcing his hand, because the carriers can't defend both the island and the
he
thing.
can afford more than what he's doing. Like, it's not just about microing carriers. Get some cannons, get zealot legs, do these extra things. But Barracks is just being so methodical about this. He's putting out a beautiful game right now.
See, this was a sacrificial play to move his tanks and Goliaths into a better position. But again, his units are going to get intercepted.
He's just basically banking up a ton of gas. He's got double cybernetics score, by the way.
He just, by this point, he just has too many carriers.
The longer this game goes on, he's going to have like 3 for carriers. He'll probably eventually get the shields upgrade. And we're at that critical mass where the carriers, even if you kill them off, you're going to kill 1 or 2, and those, 1 or 2 are going to be.
He could build like 4 more Stargates and make like 6 carriers at a time.
Body of water over here that you can fly to. You can basically,
especially because he didn't destroy the Nexus. I may or may not have found a bot in the Discord server. All right, what's the name? What's the name?
When he clicks down on them, and so there's just. It's impossible for Terran to catch up as far as value goes. GG, game 1 goes to Snow.
Yeah, a couple things. First off, because I know there's going to be people that are wondering about this. Valkyries do not deal splash damage to interceptors. Okay? Just to make that really, really clear, Valkyries do not deal splash damage to interceptors, so that is not a counter for this. But I'm not surprised that Snow took that. It makes a lot of sense the way he played. It's funny because I hadn't thought of it because no one had been doing it in the games I saw, but you're right, going for the carriers quickly made a lot of sense. I mean, that's considered the strongest build in the game is cross-spawn Nexus first into carriers on 2 base. There's no real answer in the Terran arsenal, and we saw Barracks do very well. I think Barracks is playing supremely well so far, but that's a tough map, a tough build, and I have more faith in him after losing that game in that style than I had in him previously.
Well, he played a really good game, but I think he didn't play the map, where Snow really played the map. Even this little maneuver over here, like having the 2 Dragoons and Zealots hit the main.
No, you were talking to a bot if their account is created recently.
Like, wow, you are just so crafty. And I think also then just taking the islands, kind of directly tech it into the carriers, and basically keeping islands that were really close to where he was being pushed.
Don't know.
He was able to both hold off an attack and at the same time protect his islands. And, from there, it's a waiting game. All Protoss has to do is get to that critical mass of carriers. And
it would take a fucking miracle. And frankly, this push had to win. But he stopped the reinforcements, which was the most important part.
Starport earlier, and even just dropping 4 vultures on an island. That might have actually allowed him to win with a push like this if he just kept Protoss a little bit busier. But instead, he just didn't even acknowledge the island.
Because he scouted, and then he was like, okay, he's not going for the islands. But he never scouted a second time.
Yeah.
Which is the biggest problem.
Hard to do, seriously. They're just so good at whittling you down and slowing you down like this. I think Snow did put out a good game there. So, yeah, that's game number 1 going to Snow. Not a huge surprise, but I think we're in for a treat today, honestly, after watching that game.
Yeah.
We really are.
Put that game away, kids. StarCraft is on. Put that screen down and look at another screen.
Oh, dude, that's a sick whale shark toy he has.
Well, Snow takes the lead, but...
By the way, who flag is Snow's or Minis?
So we gotta see what's going to happen coming up next year. Guys, we'll be right back.
What do you mean flag?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We're going to go into Game 2 now. Interesting Game 1. I think both of them approached that map in a pretty interesting way, but I do think Snow's overall game plan was better. I think there's a world where Barracks could have pulled that off had he just engaged with the islands a little bit more.
Maybe.
The island, it is a weakness, or you at least force cannons there, which might make it harder to have enough gateway units back at home. I don't know. I'm still enjoying that map quite a bit, though.
Yeah.
I think it's made for some very interesting games. And I think we need more of those kind of maps, or maybe more of that map specifically in the future here. But now we're going to go back to more of the standard maps, the maps you probably see on ladder, or play on yourself if you're watching from home.
I'm not really
We're
good at
gonna go
identifying
Polestar.
people in game.
All right, Polestar, great standard map. Can't wait to see what Barracks looks like when there's not islands involved.
Oh, you mean who's who? It's not Snow versus Mini, it's Snow versus Barracks. That's why I was confused. The ones who's the technological race, who had the carriers, who won last game is Snow. And the guy who has, like, the tanks and the Goliath, so that's Protoss, that's Snow, that's Barracks, that's
Okay.
Terran.
Barracks in the bottom right.
And you can see up at the top right,
Snow in the top right.
like, on the screen, like right up here on the screen, it has the colors, so it's red, and then it says BY, that's Barracks, right? And then BY Snow.
Thank you,
So you can see
everyone
which
who has
color,
signed
which
up.
one
You guys
is.
are the best. You know, we're
So
just,
Snow
we're
is
having
teal
ridiculous
and
ASL seasons.
Barracks is red.
It feels so good to be a part of StarCraft.
And then above the map, on like down
I know
here,
I
like
keep saying it, but like it's
right there
seriously so
on the
true.
map,
Like you were saying,
it's like
when we were
P5
talking
or
earlier,
P1, T5.
you know, the StarCraft
That's their
club just
starting
rebit you
position
again. You
on
were
the
playing
clock.
stream even, you
So
know?
1 o'clock,
Me as well.
5
Yeah,
o'clock.
I mean, I played
See,
more
it says
StarCraft
T5,
on stream in the
P1,
last,
and one's
2
red, one's
months
teal.
than I have in years. Like I'm just, it's the game is in such a good place right now.
It's nice too because it's so old. It doesn't feel like we have to have this kind of.
Shout out
conversation.
Tastosis!
Thank you so much for the shout outs. Appreciate
Nice.
you guys.
Hell yeah.
It doesn't feel like we have to.
Greetings,
have
hey
this kind
country
of
girl,
panic.
how's it going?
Everyone's
Welcome,
like, oh, is it gonna be
welcome.
here next year? It's like,
We're
yes,
watching the round
yes,
of
it's
4
the 24th
semifinals
century,
for
yes, it'll be here in
StarCraft.
another quarter of a century.
This is game 2 between
So
Barracks
yeah,
and
guys, consider signing up. We
Snow.
love you. We appreciate you. And you know we've got.
But how have you been doing,
no
country
Nexus
girl?
first.
How's
I
your
thought Snow
day?
might just Nexus first every time, but
I also
Don't forget to
uploaded all
see
of
the
the
double
beta
racks,
readings
like
that I had
Arcana
onto
Nexus
YouTube,
first,
so if
that
you
is
want to
finally
go back
coming
and
up
check
in
any of the
ASL.
beta
We
readings,
talked
country
about this
girl,
for
I got them up
seasons.
there.
Yeah.
That, you know, there is a way for Terran to just kill you outright if they know you're going to do this build. So you actually can't do it every game because you can just Marine Rush with 2 racks and win the game.
If I were to have
And then you're
anyone
done,
beta
you know.
read, it would be either
It
you,
was,
Hydra, or
Mini
country
versus
girl.
Rush ASL Finals.
Why
I
not
forget which
D-Not?
season that was, but
Yeah,
Mini
fine,
did,
went on a hike
7
today and got
games,
overly
4
sun.
Nexus first games.
Oof.
That's the most that we've seen.
Brutality.
And Nexus first,
It's snowing
is
here,
technically
country
the
girl.
strongest build,
I couldn't
but
imagine
if your
going on a
skill set
hike
is different from that. It's like just because it goes the
mid-October in
strongest doesn't mean it's
Alberta in fucking
necessarily
Canada.
the strongest for you.
It's like
'Cause Snow is
minus
so
10
good
outside.
That if he gets to Reaver
I do
without
not
being
see
dead,
D-Not that much.
you're in trouble.
Ah, I see.
You know?
Fair enough,
So,
TLBGs.
like, the
Fair
thing is,
enough.
The one thing about Nexus First is it adds
What about
more
Fish?
volatility into the early game of
Fish won't even
first
tell me what his
and,
story's about.
like,
No, he's
say,
told me. I
a
just keep
Dragoon
forgetting.
expansion.
What I get to
We'll see
go
if this is even going
to
to be
for
one Dragoon.
hiking
Oh,
on the
actually,
half
certainly will
of
because
the
it's a
state
zealot.
that is a
There's zealot
desert.
that's made, there's always a Dragoon or another zealot that comes out
Yup,
next.
sounds about
Probably what we're
right.
doing here now. So Snow's going to go with a little bit more pressure play. This is very safe, but you do not have as many probes when you play like this.
But I do love my hiking. I
when
love
you
my
have
nature.
material on the board,
Today
right?
we're drawing trees.
And you know, the reality is that the less common, answer to when you think somebody's going Nexus first for Terran, the less common one is like just double racks in the middle of the map to choose them out. The more common one is Terran also opens up in a very greedy way, and I think that's why we see this build and Nexus first a
Posted
lot
chapter
better,
11. Nice.
is you have a very different opening where if
Also
Terran is
today I
greedy at
made
all,
my own
your
password
zealots running
generator via
across the
Python.
map,
Ooh,
you're
cool
down
TLBG.
immediately.
That's sick.
There's just damage that can be dealt, and so it kind of keeps the Terran, I think, in their place from the
Oh,
Protoss'
and there
perspective,
goes
where
the
you've got
SCV.
enough different kinds of threats. You've got econ greed in some games, and in other games you've got exactly what we're going to see here. You know, pressure that really makes you respect the Protoss.
This was
Yeah,
an
I'm both a writer and a
excellent read from
programmer.
Barracks.
Nice.
Like Snow hid his zealot as the SCV was coming up, so that he didn't know the SCV was coming. I mean, that the zealot was coming. And if you go 3 Marine Vulture expand, then the zealot Dragoon can actually screw you up. But he made a 4th, and then when he made a 4th Marine, and then when the SCV was in the main base and the Dragoon immediately left, if the Dragoon immediately leaves, that's because there's a Zealot. And then he added a third depot. It was like perfectly done by Barracks. I really, really like what we've seen here from him. I think he's playing some of the best StarCraft I've seen him play. I know we've only seen him lose a game and open with an expansion in game 2, but like
The reason why I made a password generator is because I'm both a
fine
cyber
points that he is
security
ace
and
right
IT
now.
No,
major.
you're right.
Ah,
It's funny 'cause when you
cool.
frame it like that, I'm like,
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
he's only lost, but I mean, it does look good. Really good job by Snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to pick off
that's
that
a
vulture.
commitment to try to get that vulture out, to figure out what's going on, and it was killed off. And
So
it's not like Terran is going to lose this bunker, but you can force SCVs to come here and repair. So they're both not mining, and they're losing.
you
money.
guys
They're losing
four,
money
you can
while
one
they're
shot the
just
tank or
keep
two
this,
shot the
bunker
tank.
alive.
So you just don't want them to get four, and you want to kind of bait
This
them
is kind
out.
of a scary moment. Now, both the Nexus and the command center are going to finish at about the same time. Terran has to be careful. We saw that attempted shot on the tank. You got to be really careful to not
Yeah.
let them do that to your tank, because if a 4th Dragoon comes down here, and it's about to, you can two-shot a tank.
This was really, really well done by Snow. Like, once you catch that first vulture, you can send all your Dragoons. So,
you don't have to
like,
worry
he's been
anymore.
forced into siege mode, and Snow from here will probably just make a Nexus while teching. Right?
And I thought,
Like, I
hey,
think
since
you
I'm
just
learning
go for a
programming
pretty
again, why
fast
not program
Nexus by,
something
like,
that'd be
6 minutes,
useful in
30
IT or
seconds or so is my
cybersecurity?
guess, but
True.
we'll see what is
Converging
by
your
that. It's just like, as
paths,
soon as you force siege
LBGT.
mode, they also
You
have
should
these
write.
missile
You should
turrets.
write
And
like
when you look
a
at the
hacker,
cost of two
a
siege
hacker
siege mode plus a missile turret in your
government
front,
overtake kind
you
of
have
story.
no attacks
You
that
know,
can come out for a
the
really long time, so
anti-hero
cost
we all
doesn't
need who
stand
shuts
freely.
down the government and takes over the world and stops the AI at the center of the
It's a
the
situation
internet.
where you're making Terran just spend so much defending that, yeah, you can easily squeeze out one more base if you're able to get away with it up here. But I'm watching both of these guys closely because this is a situation
Everyone loves a good hacker
we
story.
see a lot of times, and I feel like these guys are so on top of their game with how they're going to approach this. It's going to be interesting to see the way it goes down. We've got the first shuttle that's going to come out here. Back at home, you know, it's pretty light. I don't see turrets yet. Was he making an eBay? I might have missed that.
Yeah, he has an eBay. He's already made a missile turret at the front too. Like you
Okay.
simply you have to when you've committed into siege mode, because there is the very small chance that DT comes and just wins the game. So you make the missile turret, you suck it up, you say, okay.
That is a story I
know my
might do, but I need to
presence,
continue
am
writing the sands of
defending, though,
time
and
at
the game
some
goes on.
point. Make my story a modern
And so he's
human
got the two
psychology.
zealots to put in the shuttle.
True.
That's going to meet up with the Reaver.
Remember, ideas never expire.
At
They only
worst, You're
evolve.
just going to force a bunch of turrets. At best, you're going to kill SCVs, maybe tanks or other stuff, and then force a bunch of turrets. And so we can see that shuttle coming in right now. And behind this, Snow's going to take his third base up here at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, definitely wants to get that going. And, you know, I think he's played this actually more carefully than he really needed to. I really think he could have done all of this and skipped a gateway and skipped a goon and gotten that Nexus faster, but that's okay. Drops in now and going to pick off one tank pretty easily. Doesn't lose anything as of yet.
And classic Snow with his
Gets that
Reavers.
kill. It's really important that Barracks basically stalks the... oh, hold on a second. So he's going to drop right on top of that. Will he get the Reaver out? Oh, kind of miscontrols that. And the Reaver actually pops out. That was really interesting. The Reaver, he had clicked unload on top of the refinery.
Oh man, I've never
About
seen
where
Snow
it's
fuck
gonna
up with
pop out.
Reavers.
It doesn't come out right underneath the shuttle. So it
Second
pops
one is
out
a
to the
guaranteed
left
thing to
of
happen
the
because
refinery,
character-driven
which means it
stories
couldn't
that
be
revolve
picked up
around
again.
psychology
The
are
shuttle also
very
did a
good.
little,
That's
360
pretty much what
with
mine
the
is,
uploading.
TLBG,
It's
is
like
the
slightly-
inner
that might be
psychology
the
of the
worst
character
Reaver control
and the
I've ever
idea
seen from
of
Snow.
him being the chosen one because he's the only human, yet him not being the hero. He's like, but I'm the chosen one. It's like, yeah, you're the chosen one, but you're chosen for the ability to be given knowledge. You're not chosen for the ability to use that knowledge. He has to use that knowledge that Gaia gives him in order to train the people that have the ability to save the world. And even after doing that, he fails and they can't save the world.
I really think he is. If you kill that first Reaver, you got to be feeling pretty good. And it's not a particularly fast third base. Like, it
And then
could have
on
been
top
a
of that, it's
3-year
like
third
strategy
base.
when it comes to
Gateway's gonna come
battle.
up a little bit quicker or something like that, but he's kind of playing middle of the road.
So it's like
So
a
I
thinking
like where
book,
Barracks is
right?
headed with this, but Snow
It's
already
all
made
about
his
the
citadel,
character's thought
so
inside the
he's
character's
getting ready.
head.
He
What's going on? In my
recognizes that
case,
this
it will
could a
be
push, and he's gonna have those
Young in
legs ready to try to
Psychology
stop it.
because I'm a big Persona fan. Ah, nice. Yeah, we were studying
Try to get in here. The
12
turret
Young
work,
in
I love the placement. Because he's not overmade turrets,
Personas
he's
or
just
whatever
spread
the
them out
specific
enough
word
to
for
where
it
it's
is.
not possible to unload at a corner with a shuttle without
And then
losing
see
the
where
shuttle.
our characters fall into those
Which means you can
categories and
spend
how
most
much
that
of them
money,
they are.
You know, on tanks, on factories,
Huh?
on
What do you
the
mean,
threats
huh,
out.
Fish?
And
Huh to
there's no
what?
way that Snow could attack into this.
My
There's, like, the
story
same
being
number
a
of
psychological
tanks guarded
thing of being inside the character's
So,
head, or
He needs to basically
TLBG's
just
thing, the
force
Arcana.
him to siege an inch away. Now behind this,
Is that
he
what
does
it
have
is?
the Templar Archives, that is
12
being worked in.
major
I wanted to mention this
Arcana.
earlier, but we didn't have time
Ah.
to bring it up. Snow was late on mining gas.
That was
in
the
his
age
gas.
of Levi, because Levi
So,
was
like,
all about
all of
that.
his gas income was slowed down.
But then he got married, and we
I
haven't
know he
seen him
spent some
since.
gas income on shuttle speed, but the point is that
So
he's not gonna
saddening.
have a lot of gas for Storm right away.
That's what happens, guys. Don't get
And the way
married. You
this
won't be able to
game's
come back to
looking,
the
He
stream.
doesn't really have the opportunity to tech into that super advanced cool tech like Arbiter or Carrier right
Persona
now.
uses
He
that?
basically would
Ah, I
probably
didn't
tech
know
into
that.
Storm and use a speed shuttle in a spare shuttle. Sorry, I use Templars in a spare shuttle to basically drop to try to storm and then run away. And then when he thinks he can come
Me,
in there and
married.
Now, Barracks
Same,
needs to run
Fish.
as quickly as he can. He has to get this push up in position before there's a ton of speed zealots. A little counterattack here from Snow. He's going to go ahead and sack a goon up at the front. Just enough units here to make this very dangerous for Barracks. He's laying a few mines and everything, but this will allow his siege tanks to get to the front of Snow's base.
Now DTs can be
Trades.
used as well.
Too
He might
ugly
be
to
able
have
run
little
up and- okay, hold
patience
on,
for
he's gonna drop these
nonsense.
reavers. He's got to continue
Have
to juggle
little
them.
patience
He needs
for
to try to target
nonsense.
into the center of the clump. As long as he can just do it in
Oh,
between
the
shots,
Reavers are
take
just
the
doing
shot.
work.
This is exactly what we were talking about.
I think
The
Barracks
best
is fucked.
PvTer of all time. Something that looked like it could have been so close has been turned on its head. I thought for a second ago he might have to try to kill the scanner and go for DTs, but Snow is so...
Some of the women come up with a lot
Reaver
of
Viper.
by
He
default.
knows
I
how
only
to
go as
drop
far
that
as sharing a
Reaver
bed
in
with them
between the siege
temporarily.
tank shots. Or
Well, you're
even if, like,
lucky,
the
Fish.
turret
I can't
tries to
even
hit
get
gas
that
to
far.
basically buy time, then he doesn't unload it. And look, not even
yeah.
a vulture counter is not going to do anything.
Barracks was just a little bit too clumped up at that front. Just
In
a
my
little
case,
bit,
it
and
will
he's managing
be
2 areas
still
at
in the
same time, so
modern
you
world, but
you
it
can
will be
definitely look at that and understand how
about
that
a set of
happens. You
people
know,
being
he's
guided to
being
realize the
counterattacked by a
potential and
ton of
accept their
Dragoons.
shadows.
He's got to handle that well, and he's got
Nice.
to also push at the same time.
Hell
because
yeah.
those units are out of position. I think his army was big enough technically to take an advantage here, but Snow out-microed him. He kind of out-multitasked him. Barracks didn't focus on the right things.
AKA their
And
repressed
now Snow's
turmoil.
taking a fourth
Sounds
Nexus.
about right.
Now Snow's sitting back. He's got
Deal
massive
with it.
everything. There's still a
Right?
little
Fucking
bit of a
ads.
chance
God
here because,
damn it.
You know, when you're playing against just gateway
Ads.
units
Go
and
away.
Reavers,
Go
it's like
away,
you can still do
ads.
something, but now
I did the
the
go
side
away
surge is gonna
ad
start coming out. I
stance.
just saw
Why
the
are
first
ads
high
still
tempo pop,
here?
and that's gonna make
I
pushing a
did
lot
go
harder.
away ad stance. I did go away ad stance.
The
It's
side
an
farm is
ads
gonna be
go
very, very
away
valuable. I
dance
think
for the
there's still room
ads
for
to go
Barracks to try to make this
away.
work. You know, depending on what the
We
next couple
love
of
go
engages look
away
like.
ads. We
But
love
clumping up
go
is going to be the thing
away
he needs to
ads.
avoid
Go
if
away.
possible.
Go
Of course, that's
away.
always
Go
easier said
away
than done.
ads. That's what
Clumping up
I
is never
say. Go
necessarily a
away.
decision.
Go away.
But
Go
what Snow's doing
away
is he's creating
ads.
the opening for counterattacks.
We don't
And
need
so what
you
Barracks
here.
seems to be doing is
We
actually sending
don't
vultures out.
want you
If the
here.
counterattack comes, he can absorb that
Leave
instead.
it
Now,
one.
there's one Reaver.
Oh, he was so
And
close.
this one Reaver is actually low enough on HP. I don't think it can
You
drop
just
next to the vultures.
drop it out, and next thing you know, it's like,
Yeah, the vultures can power that down really quick.
What
That's
are
what he was
you
going for, but Snow was a bit too fast. I love this counterattack of the vultures. He needs to lay just a few more mines here, and he should get the Nexus. Or if Snow is slow at all, he'll get the Nexus as well. And it looks like Snow is going to slow down, unfortunately for him. More vultures coming up. This was just to make sure. But he's going to secure this Nexus kill. And that's huge. That is huge. Like, getting the 4th Nexus with vultures is... like, this is
yeah, you
one of
never
those
kill
situations
buildings with
as a Terran
vultures.
player where you're
Vultures
like,
are
okay, I'm
so
actually
bad
really
at killing
using
buildings.
it.
They do half damage. So they do like 4 damage to fucking buildings.
The supply is pretty good for Snow. And the truth is, the third base for Terran, it doesn't have SCVs in it yet. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not even done yet. But it does. The point is that it doesn't have.
Can I ask this,
you know,
TLBG? Is there an iconic
self-government
character
just yet.
in your
I
book
think it's possible
that's
for
not
Snow to
like
try
a
to come in there and
hero?
attack that.
And by
It's a very close
iconic,
game.
I
It's crazy
mean
'cause you're seeing
like
Snow
a static
expand
character that's
right
like
next to his main
well
base.
developed, but their
So,
character arc
Barrett's
is
done a
not
really good job of
like a
keeping the
developmental
Protoss
arc throughout
locked
the
down in
book.
top left.
Meaning they
This is
basically
sign of a
stay
great
the
Terran.
same
When you can
person
just
the entire
play the
book.
Protoss off of the top left main, you're making it a much tougher game because all the
But they have like a very
here is
specific
basically
type
a
of
concentrated
personality,
push that
right?
doesn't get totally wiped out by Psystorm and Reaver shots.
Like usually this is
Oh,
prevalent in
and you got
action,
Templars, too.
right? Like look at
If you
something
can
like
do that
Rambo,
and
right?
Push up. All you have to do is push into the main.
See, I told you guys, insane amount of SCV
Oh
kills.
my God. That was an insane, insane shot. That actually really changes things in this game as well. Like it felt like Barracks was.
Will there
taking
be a
control of
velvet
it, but
room?
that
I don't know what
really
you mean,
mercy economy
Fish.
here.
What's a
Jones
velvet
was the
room?
shuttle, so this will get cleaned up. They're really like bruising each other over and over here. You know, Snow taking that closer base. We might see Barracks just try to do like an almost like all-in 3-base push. Just have everything he has just go to the north. Maybe he takes a 4th base over at 3 o'clock or something. But this does there is danger in taking that base, as you pointed out.
I miss Reavers. Reavers would have been so good in
They could've
StarCraft
taken another
2.
main And then put gateways there.
Colossus
Kinda
is
depends
cool,
on
but
how many
Reavers.
they've already been forced to make back at home. But when you have gateways coming out of your main
Everyone
and
hates
coming out of another main,
disruptors.
like the top left or the bottom left, then the Terran can always be surrounded. Because it's pretty impossible for Terran to ever push both mains at once. Like that's just not really a thing. You're spread too thin. But if you can keep the Protoss stuck in this quadrant in the top right, you can get a maxed out push that just sort of runs
Not
them
swarm
over
hosts?
and then traps them in their base. There's too many tanks with siege mode out there.
Aren't Swarm
All your
Hosts good
gateways
now?
are
I don't know. When I
get
played
out
Swarm
of,
Hosts were kind of
the
shit, but I still
natural,
use
and then
them
you
because
just
I love
basically
them.
divide and conquer. You go and take out the rest of the bases. So this is still very possible right now for Barracks.
Do you remember
I
when
hadn't
Swarm
even
Hosts
realized
used
that
to
Snow had
not
taken
be
that far
aerial
left.
units?
Like,
The
my eyes
swarms
just
weren't
didn't
aerial.
look there.
They
Yeah,
would
the
just
Dark
come out of the
Knight
ground and they
two
were like
cannons
infested
there.
Terran almost.
That's crazy. Like, Barracks
And you'd
isn't even
combine
showing that. Like, they show you guys,
Infestors
we can
with
see the whole
infested
map,
Terran
but Tastes Iron,
with
like, looking at the
waves
normal
of
locations that you'll see things happening, and that is not one of them.
Swarm
Like,
hosts.
if Barracks recognizes
Good
it's
times.
there, he can easily push it down.
When you used to be... wait, they removed the ability for you to cast while burrowed for infestors, right? Or is it like you can't cast mind control or like neural parasite, but you can cast
Yeah, and if it's
fuck
not
is it called?
spotted, this is
infested Terran. Jesus.
you know that's going to be possibly how he ends up losing the game. Great Storm, you just take anything. Storming Vultures is completely acceptable.
He
But you need to
snapped
keep
that
that shuttle
shuttle.
alive.
He snapped it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that-
think it's only
I
neural
think it's got
parasite?
3
Okay.
high Templars in it. So that's a big moment for Barracks.
Moving
I didn't even realize
roaches.
at that moment that him
God,
and
when
Snow
you could
could
burrow
be
and
so
move,
bad
that changed the
because
game so
all you've got is
much.
the Templars right now.
I loved
The point is that
roaches.
the Terran is trying to push out, and they're going to have these pretty concentrated groups of units. And if you can get
But I
a
liked
single
roaches
storm,
when they were
even
1
if you don't
supply,
storm much
not
at the
2
start,
supply.
You're eventually going to get them weak
You
enough.
just
that they
max
don't do that
out
much.
way too
Now,
fast.
there's a
I think they
Reaver.
really
Can he come
fucked
through
with
here
the
and
supply
oh, that's
numbers
funny.
in
I guess you can
StarCraft 2.
sidestorm the SCV. That'll
I
stop
think
them
Hydras
from
and Roaches should
getting up.
still be 1, but they should be like slightly weaker.
that is a
It should, so it's like you have larger numbers, right?
That's fantastic. It's really annoying for Terran to have to send another one. In fact, he already had his SCV sent, so they're going to long distance. So I'd definitely say worth. He still, I don't think, recognizes.
I remember
that
the
a lot
age
was taken.
before,
I think Barracks actually thinks he's
um,
winning right now. After all of this, because if I'm looking at
Fuck, what do
where
roaches
I
turn
know
into? They're not
bases are,
devourers.
which is
What
the
the
top
fuck
right
are they?
quadrant, like that's weak for Protoss. They need another main, but Snow taking this down here and adding all these gates. One of the hardest things in the world is pushing up a ramp into a main base as Terran because they
I
just
have no idea.
sidestorm, they run into any tanks.
Nico! Hey, how's it going, Nico? Long time no see. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
To break, and a lot of Terrans will end
Have
up
you
losing
been
to Terrans to
writing,
Protoss 'cause
Nico?
They're overcommitting trying to kill a main base.
This main base that Snow has taken is harder to take, but if you get it, it's actually stronger.
Yeah.
Because Terran can't expand to that location, and it means that top left base.
Yeah?
Protoss
Hell
takes that
yeah.
ability.
No, it'll include
And so the longer that goes undetected, the worse it's going to be.
Philemon and
At this point,
Narlet,
either Barracks needs to clear
Thotep.
bottom left really cleanly.
cut off
or
100
he needs to do
pages.
a massive
Damn,
push to the
Nico.
north that destroys everything up there. Those
Condensed
are like the
it,
two ways to victory here for
dropped
Barracks, and
the
he's all
art,
maxed out now.
changed
So,
the
this is not
story,
100%
or
unrealistic,
just
but definitely I put
completely
Snow in the
rewrote?
advantage right now.
Or was it just like in total, the cut wound up being 100 pages? Like throughout the entirety of it.
It does feel pretty scary right now for Barracks, but yeah, with a push, if he can just get
I want the
enough
characters
damage
to
done,
discover
his
themselves.
army is going to be stronger. The Side Storms, by the way, aren't that great. He's getting like a tank, a couple vultures.
That's
here.
the way to do it, TLBG, because people love characters.
But it's going to be going
Characters are what they fall in
He's
love with.
unsieged, he's moving out. The next couple storms are going to be extremely
No,
important.
just the half.
Also remember,
I cut it
because
off
gateways down here in
for
that bottom left location. You do have a
rescribe
point
it.
to counterattack or surround. Both
That's
are
why I
completely
decided,
acceptable.
Nico, as soon as I wrote chapter 1, I was like, nope, I'm not good enough. I'm gonna spend a year and a half to 2 years increasing my skills, see where I am, and then I'm gonna see where the book, what the book becomes, and I'm gonna write that. And I think it's gonna be a billion times better because I did that. But I had to write the first chapter just to see what it was. Persona powers will be a reward. Ah.
This goes wrong where you just don't have enough meat in front of your army.
That's kind of like in my book TLBG. There's something called titling. And when a character pushes their limits and basically like has a near-death experience and is touched by Gaia, Gaia unlocks a part of their soul and gives them some sort of like ultimate fucking ability. So like the greatest of the great adventurers that have been set through their trials have titles. And it's kind of like a almost forbidden taboo in the fact of, because you have to basically have a near-death experience or some sort of extremely traumatic thing happen. And people were trying to simulate those to try and fake get titles. So it became this huge thing. So there's like,
6 o'clock base here, which this is a real problem.
you know,
This is where
ex-adventurers that like, you know, they spent basically their entire life getting a title, and then they get a title and they become evil because Gaia doesn't care about good and evil and taking sides. She only cares about people that, you know, she wants to help. Because she knows at the end of the day that's what she wants, right? Struggle, strife, and terror. And that's where you get the idea that Gaia doesn't play sides in a way because she's giving evil people these, like, epic fucking powers. Because she's just following explained titles. Ultimate moves. Okay, I'll pull up a title, for instance, here. I'll explain one of the characters' titles. Character compendium. Okay, so we have Husai Sudi, who's the Adventurer's Guild Master. He's an octopi. He's a warrior and a dark knight. He's the seeker of truth. I don't think I have a description for that one. Huh. Did I not save them? Or is it in a different file? Because I had like the full descriptions of the titles. But, for instance, like the... Wait, hold on. Can I see if, like, Aetharg's on there? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's for some reason, I guess it's not in that version. Depending upon your personality. So, for instance, with the main character, he is the Seeker of Truth. His title allows him to see the fate of other people and the truth about the world. So he could go and basically communicate with Gaia and gain information through interrogation, essentially. No, titles are ultimate moves. Titles are think of the that ultimate power that the character gains when they're pushed to the brink and they unlock that their fucking third eye, and it's oh, now I have this ultimate fucking power that I can use. For instance, one of the characters is Aetharg's is very specific to him being a leader. His is to reset the cooldown of other people's titles. But the cooldown for his ability is 10 years. The Time Mage character can go back in time 1 minute, but the cooldown for it is 1 year. Another one of the characters can basically freeze all consciousness, and since every aspect of reality has consciousness, including time, through stopping consciousness, they can stop the perception of time for a limited period within an area. One of the healers can basically revive the dead and bring everyone fully back to almost a completely revived state, almost as if turning back time, kind of like Orihime. One of the characters, for instance, they're a black mage, so it's combining all of the elements together into an omni ray that does it's a self skill chaining weapon skill magic burst. This way the magic system works is you basically infuse a physical object with magical essence of a certain kind, let's say earth, and for a limited time, while that's infused with it, whatever it comes into contact with in the air will open a fissure between the soulscape where magic comes from and consciousness exists. And then if you use an opposing element, such as from thunder is earth, or earth is thunder, you can either seal it instantly with its opposing, or with its weakness, which would be water, you can open it into a rift, from a fissure to a rift. And when a rift opens, if you use magic on the rift, it'll close the rift and do extra damage, essentially. So it's you have a couple of melees that go around and open rifts and fissures, and then you have a ton of mages in the back that all cast their spells at the same time and collapse all the fissures and multiply the amount of damage. So the more mechanics of battle you use for tactics, the more multiplicative damage output you can do. And that's how the damage scale can get so out of hand, by adding all of these elements together to just make insane fucking retarded, world-ending damage, right? And each character knows and is bestowed the knowledge of their title when they have this event. So they'll kind of wake up if they survive it, right? Then they'll have the title and they'll know exactly what it is. And the cooldown on it and stuff like that, right? But then there's the things, some people will hide what their title is, lie what their title is, stuff like that, right? So The title is basically my idea of an ultimate move, and I thought it would be dumb to call them ultimate, so I thought calling them titles and literally having them like an RPG title, like you've been given a title by Gaia. And this is another thing that works into consciousness, is because once you obtain that title, everyone else in the world knows that you have that title. So you can't just fake it and say, oh, I have a title. Because Gaia bestows the knowledge to everyone on an instinctual level. But you have to tell them. So they won't see the title until you tell them, but as soon as you tell them you have a title, they will never not know that you have a title. So people can keep it secret, and then, like, you know, the main character basically. Like, he keeps his title secret from everyone until that one main point in time when he has to title. Everyone's like, wait, you have a title? And he's like, yeah, but it's not, like, what you think, right? Because his title is when he takes everyone into the soulscape and kind of shows them Gaia at the beginning of the second chapter, after everyone gets fucked. Slime reincarnation? You mean reincarnated as a slime? Kind of like a voice in your head. It's on an instinctual level. It's like you just know, right? It's like you just know. You can't explain it. You just know. And that's an emphasis on how magic and consciousness works and how everything is. But, like, if you're talking about, like, Rimuru, he doesn't just know. He's, like, told things by the sage in his head. Or do you just mean the fact that the sage just knows things? The actual voice in his head. Rimuru gave titles out in the first episodes. But, I will say this, Fish. The reason for that is because the power of names and the power of connection is where that magic of evolution of the beast, like, kin comes from. So it's not that it's simply Rimuru giving titles. It's the fact that the power of names is like an actual magic. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like within its own system, right? And you could just bestow at will to that. So I see what you're saying with that, but I think that has to do more with an innate magic of the world than it does with titles actually instilling an ultimate move on a character. At least that's my interpretation of it. And I fucking love Reincarnated as a Slime. That's what got me watching Isekais, and then I watched Overlord, and I was like, oh my god. Okay, Isekais can be good. But anyways, back to the game. Back to the game. Anytime I talk about my novel, I have to, like, stop, pause everything.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. Like, this push has done so well, just stopping the reinforcements from top right. But he's got, like, 8 gates in the bottom left, so he's producing a huge amount of his army out of there. And that's going to be hard to hold on to.
Seems like Snow could just counterattack now, hitting the third or even the second base. Yeah, I mean, there's just not that much here. And he's going to spill down into this position. And remember, oh my God,
here we go!
Beaver drop's insane. Oh.
Yeah, Barracks is fucked. Barracks is fucked.
So perfect.
Man, he is just dismantling the entire economy of Barracks right now. He's going to lose this.
He's literally going to be down to 2 bases.
With the Reavers at it, I mean, I don't know.
And he's mined out. Oh my god, he's mined out. Look at his minerals. Yeah, Barracks is dead.
Are pushing down a lot of nexuses. He's killed 2. He's about to kill a 3rd. And I think he'll even kill that.
Snow still has 4 bases, even if he kills the one that he's killing right now. And Barracks is not mining. He can't even build another command center.
I mean, how many SCVs must this guy have right now? It feels like he must have, like, I don't know, 15 or 20.
This is so
or
bad.
Less. Now, there's this big battering ram of Terra units that you have to respect still. these units could win a fight versus what Snow has, depending on the Reaver shots and the Psy Storms that are fired. And that's why now Snow is devoting his attention to slowly surrounding the army itself. He knows that he's knocked Terran off into... I mean, Terran's in the Stone Age, economically.
Yeah.
So now the only thing Terran has is this army that's kind of marooned out on the middle of the map.
He needs to pull
and
that
they don't
back.
really have a way to get home.
Yeah, he has to pull it back. Like, the thing is, it's also important to keep a containment up at the main, because if he can join his entire army together, that's going to spell defeat, you know, for Barracks. But look at this. Like, he's not really moving. I feel like he hasn't maybe identified what's going on still. Like, is he... I feel like leaving that army up there is confusion or something.
I mean, he must know by now. I don't know
Right?
if we're going to get to see in, like, an instant replay if there's a scan here, but, like, you have to know at this point in time.
Yeah. There's
That the bottom left is taken, right?
Can read chapter 3 tomorrow. I'll be hopping off. All right, no worries. CLBG sounds good. Have a good night, good sir. Thanks for hanging out and coming by. Always a good
I
time.
mean, I know Protoss can be scary and Snow can be scary, but, like, he must have seen it by now. He must know it's there. It's just, okay, he's brought the army down. He's going to retake this third base, I think. I think he does have enough army to technically hold it, but if you look at the supply, his SCVs
You want to read the next chapter?
Supply against 150.
I would like to, Nico. Yes.
Well, he's going to take out the 2 Reavers, but not without some nice shots from those Scarabs connecting onto that. I think Barracks is dead.
Yeah.
Now, funnily enough, Snow is not mining gas, which goes to show you what a crazy game this is. He's got the bottom left, but never took the 2 gases.
Okay, I guess it's not fair to like read someone else's, because I already told TLBG that I was like waiting until StarCraft was over. So like I'll read it, Nico, but
I wonder if maybe it could
we've
be
still
worse
got
as something
another
this is going to be
hour and a half ish
nothing
of
really
this.
left here for Barracks to do. He's going to lose his
So if
entire
you don't
army.
want to wait, that's
tell you
totally,
what,
you know,
it felt
I don't
like
fault you
Snow
for that.
opened
It's
a little bit
understandable.
better than Barracks.
Just I've been waiting forever
Barracks
for
fought
this.
back really, really well, even though he lost his 5 factory push.
And that's kind of what happens, is like someone will come in who hasn't been in here in forever, and it's literally, there are 2 days in the last 21 days
Snow taking that bottom left main that Barracks at least
that StarCraft is on. And of course, you know, you pop in on the day that there's StarCraft. In an hour and a half. Yeah, about 95 minutes. Then we'll be going into beta reading.
When you just see somebody who loses a little bit of map awareness, and that's how they lose.
So if you want to come back in an hour and a half, absolutely feel free.
Low level. You've all had that moment where you scan or you scout and you go, oh, how long is he at that? And, you know, all he needed was one vulture.
Sounds good, Nico. Thanks for stopping in.
Probe, and you'd have a butterfly effect moment. So look at this. Here comes the push. Now, this was where I think the game, if the Terran played a little bit better, could have ended it.
Yes.
But what happened was this counterattack at the bottom hit. And, I mean, this is, by the way, very tough for both sides. This is kind of a crazy moment because both sides have to play pretty perfectly. And you can see, if these Dragoons can get up into the main, they can sit on top of the factories and kill everything that's going to come out. The bunker's empty, by the way. And so what does he do? He runs up and he sieges everything like this. And this is where
Boom!
Snow sinks his fangs in.
Boom, 3 down, and then another
I've got
3.
some perfectly juicy targets right here in the middle. And as long as I've
Boom.
got a Reaver or 2,
Yeah.
I can
See,
find a
if he
Scarab
hadn't
there
clumped them
and just
like
kill
that,
everything off.
it wouldn't have,
so
and he had targeted the
Barracks
Reaver.
got the siege tanks on the high ground to protect his main. He also lost the push. Now, even then, I think he still could have won.
Yeah.
But you got to scout those hidden bases, and I guess we're never going to know in that
This
game
might be a
which
4-0, even though
that
it's going to
bottom
be
left
another
base
hour and a
was,
half.
Found. But
Yeah.
I think there were at least 8 gateways that were made over there before he knew what was happening.
For sure, for sure. I mean, another good win there from Snow. Barracks definitely on the back foot here with a 0-2 to open, but he is playing very, very well.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, set 3 on Dominator.
This is just a
Spread out a
giveaway.
little bit more. And then he just basically hyper-focused, almost tunnel vision onto the top left when he wasn't checking the bottom left. Because any good Protoss
Yeah.
is going to be kind of slippery in games like that. They're just going to try to...
If he had known and taken that out and scouted the bottom left, it would have been a completely different game.
Base up somewhere, the Terran is going to be stuck in their quadrant, and they can probably win the game. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Wow. I'm super pleased with these two games so far tonight, and I really hope that Barrick starts taking some games, because, like,
Yeah, this would
I
suck
could
to be a
see Snow with
4-0.
how well he's playing. Like maybe he 4-0s or 4-1s or something. But that won't really tell the story of this. I really want to see like 6-7 games here tonight with the quality of play we're seeing out of Barracks so far. I hope he doesn't mentally fall apart here. But honestly, I think he's mentally very strong. That's the way it seems to me. I never see Barracks play a game where I'm like, oh, he choked. You know, in fact, I feel like we've seen more choking tonight from Snow than from Barracks, if that makes sense.
I was going to bring this up. No, I think you're right. You know, it's weird. We saw the game where he never got the Citadel, and he had a lot of money banked up. And I mean, look, he still won. It's fine. But, like, even in Game 2, he had the bottom left main.
Read what?
Gas for minutes.
Read Nico's story. Nico was before your time, Fish. Nico came in like a month and a half ago-ish, and we read a little bit of their story.
But it is weird to see 2 games in a row from a player like Snow, so he might be a little bit shaky here as well.
Well, looks pretty focused right now, thinking about this next map for sure.
Well, he's halfway there.
True.
Barracks does look strong. These have been hard-fought wins. And, you know, if Barracks makes a couple of adjustments, I think he can be, you know, viable. I think he can win.
Yeah. I think Game 1 was almost winnable for him, even though it's like the hardest thing, basically. In Game 2, like, shit really went wrong, and he almost came back and took it anywhere. Like, if he had just had a Vulture in the bottom left, or if Snow, his counterattack and defense of the push wasn't quite as beautiful as it was, anything happens there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go.
The games have been so close.
This
Crazy.
will be a fun one with Snow.
This is going to be interesting. Starting out on low ground and fighting to take your high ground. Let's see what happens, guys. Right now, Snow with a 2-0 lead in this best of 7. Can Barracks pull it back, or is Snow going to keep getting closer and closer to going on to the Season 20 finals?
All right.
We have Barracks here in the center right and Snow here in the bottom left.
Okay. Okay, so the thing I was thinking most in my mind, first off on Dominator, because this is a 3-player map and it's rotationally symmetric, was if we want Barracks to win, we don't want Snow behind him, and Snow is not behind him. And then the next thing I was thinking was, like, if Barracks gets bottom left, that's going to be the best case scenario. But, you know, this is, the main thing is, oh, thank you, we love you too, Joe.
From
Or, wait, no,
Montreal.
well, I guess he's saying
Hi,
hi to Joe,
Joe.
but Joe's great
we
as
also
well.
love Joe.
Yeah, Joe's amazing. You guy holding the sign, you really know. Us and Joe, man, we're
The Snow
that's really
face with the long nose. That's the meme of
appreciate
Snow.
you.
Yeah.
So
The kids.
these
So
kids don't pay
cute.
attention. They're going to miss out on the build orders, man. They're never
Yeah.
gonna win.
Oh my God.
They gotta be
Um,
preparing, man. If they don't start
anyways,
young, they
Snow's
ain't making it into
behind
the
him.
ASL
So
in
to-
25
to
years.
Make that more clear, right? Like, let's say that's where Barracks is. You look at where Barracks is. If Snow is at top left, and he's like posturing towards Barracks, then it's harder to take the mineral base, and there's also the potential of like a frontal attack, but also shuttles going in the back really easily. Whereas in these positions, yeah, there's the chance of the frontal attack, but the mineral base is very easy to take, and that extends your defense to the north, which blocks shuttle play into the back of your base. It's like you have to go so far around to get shuttles back there. It's just a lot harder for Protoss to abuse Terran when they're not behind them on Dominator.
Yeah, being in low ground means
3-player maps are the,
like
the
you're
weirdest
saying here with
maps
Destiny
because
trying
they're
to
not
move onto the high ground.
asymmetrical.
Drops are scary.
So they have to be
scary.
very careful with how they
And that could definitely be
design
exploited here.
the
And I would imagine in
naturals
every
and
game
the
that we have, we're probably gonna
expansions
see Reavers here
so
from
that,
Snow.
you know, abuse at certain
He doesn't have to
angles
do that.
isn't,
You
like,
can point it at him, but he's so good at
over-prioritized.
Reavers that it just makes sense for him to
It's
get.
the worst thing
Yeah,
about
it would
you.
make
The
sense
worst
for
thing
them
about
to.
me is
I
my
mean,
temper.
they're so good anyways. They're just such a staple nowadays. Everyone uses Reavers like all the time. It's pretty rare to see anyone without. Like, I still get
100%
surprised
my
when people
temper.
just open like
Not even
two-base
fucking
arbiter or
close.
something, even though it's a good build. Which is actually funny because Bisu's one of the only guys that really uses that at top level still, and we might end up seeing that if Barracks can pull the upset. But yeah, you know.
What about you,
Snow's
Fish?
done more to
What's
shape
your,
the cross
what's the
versus
worst
Fury
thing about
metagame
you?
than anyone else for the last like 4 years.
Well, watching what he does with Reavers, it was so weird, you know, I think for you and for me, Artosis, because we spent all of StarCraft just doing StarCraft, right, for StarCraft 1. And then StarCraft 2 came out, and we just switched right into StarCraft 2. And, of course, eventually picking up, and Blizzard did begin to work on StarCraft Remastered. But I remember returning and being
I
a
would
little
have
bit
said
blown
you
away by what
playing
people were doing with Reavers,
and
because
trolling too much.
a lot of times in the past, the Reaver was sort of like this harassed
Oh.
drop unit.
What do you mean me
and, like,
trolling
sure,
and playing?
with it too,
Playing
but
what and
mainly
trolling
you remember
who?
these units for like crazy drops.
And trolling
like,
is
oh,
just
no,
my
there's no
personality
threats,
'cause
and now
I'm-
let's see how
I
many
think it's
kills this will
funny.
get. But Snow and other Protosses got so good at fighting with the Reaver, with their army.
It also
like
like
we saw in the
presses you
last
to use
game,
your
that
imagination.
It totally changes the way that you would
Stretch
look at a
those
fight
brain
ahead of time
muscles.
and know if you can go in or not.
I have to mention that this is the greediest opener I've ever seen from Barracks, basically. He went one Marine, Vulture. He saw the Goon come out, and he still took up forever to start another Marine. This is an exacting defense. This is... I've not... Okay, so... One of the ways,
That was close.
like a big flash
It's
fingerprint
kinda
is if
scary.
he scouts Protoss first and no Zealots made, he goes bunker with one Marine into his command center. Like, that is just flash standard. Barracks didn't even make the bunker.
It's crazy.
Which is like, wow. Like, this is... I mean, obviously you can see he's done it totally fine. He's completely fine. There's no issue here. This was like the highest level of optimization of early defense that you can see. Literally.
It does make you think Flash might have played a role here.
Yeah.
Just having the absolute bare minimum to defend.
When your success
like,
is
yeah,
attributed
whereas
to
he's out
Flash.
earlier, all these actions build off of each other.
Oh, if he wins the
Now,
championship,
Snow is
everyone will
being
just say it's
Dragoon
Flash's
Range, which is, I think, a
12th
lot later than normal
championship.
Here, by the way. And actually, I think it. Well, never mind. It
Oh,
just finished, so it actually must not been.
Oh, okay.
I know. I thought he had gotten it much later. I thought for a second he might have gone Robo before Dragoon Range, but never mind. So it's going to be 2 gates with a 3rd Nexus coming up, and I mean there are technically builds where you go for 1 gateway and take 3 bases, but I don't find them to be viable in tournaments of this caliber because people are just so.
So
good at
predictions,
fighting. It's
Fish. Who
so
do you think's
greedy,
gonna win?
that it's almost like.
And you didn't answer the
So he's
question.
gonna have 2 gates. But
What's
it's
the
gonna be
worst
couple-
thing about you?
Oh, hold on a
Not what
second.
you
We
think
have
is
the
the
push
worst thing
coming up,
about me,
and it's
but
gonna
what's
be
the
only
worst
3
thing
rounds
about you?
remaining. He is going to drive this away. By the way, that 3rd Nexus didn't start.
Ooh, this is a really interesting position that they're in right now. Like, he's already picked off a Goon. He lost a Vulture. He's got a couple well-placed mines, and he pulls back. But oh, chills. 3rd factory tasteless before eBay. This is super rare. Really rare to see a 3rd factory at
Does
this time.
what I think
like,
matter?
You can't afford armory.
No,
You're
I'm
gonna
just
be
interested
very-
to
you're
know,
skipping
Fish.
on everything. Like, this
If
is
you're not
all about
comfortable
just producing
saying,
units,
then
and he's
just
gonna try
don't
to
say
punish Snow
anything.
right away.
Yeah, well, Snow didn't get his 3rd base up immediately, and so he's been slowed down. And Terran didn't really lose a lot. Like, the 4 Marines, the tank, they're all headed back. And so, basically, he got his first jab in there. By the way, the block should be
the
perfect.
pylon
That
finished,
should
like,
be an
just in
overextension there
time.
from Barracks. But before that, I mean, it was basically a perfect game from Barracks. He shut down a quick expand and got away. But, yeah, the 3rd factory means he can try to come out here for another attack. and try to hit really
Well,
hard.
I could ask the
And
same
I don't know how
question,
safe this
Fish.
is, because
Why
it's gonna be
does
shuttle
it
reaver.
matter what
I
I
could be wrong,
think?
but I'm guessing that shuttle speed is being upgraded here. Snow gets that pretty much every time.
Right? Like-
I really can't think of games where I see him go for shuttle reaver, unless it's a weird cheese. And
Why
then
do you
not
care
have
what
that
I think? Well, I care what
you know,
you
because
think.
shuttles with speed are just so much better, and Snow is the best at controlling these
So
units in the history of the game. But it's going to be 2 base versus 2 base.
I think it's kind of funny that you think my
You see
worst
that pro
my
leaving,
worst
so I
trait
think
is
he's gonna
trolling.
recognize that there is not a third base up
Because I
yet,
love
so he's gonna
trolling.
continue to
Trolling
push
is like the
forward.
essence of my
The
being.
mine's kind of pushing these goons back. He's going to run a single
Because I'm
vulture
asking about
in,
you.
and that's going to be a little bit annoying. This is going to
Yeah,
be
but that's only a
very
one-sided
messy down
conversation,
game. Like,
Fish.
this is such an aggressive opener from Barracks. We normally don't see him play quite this aggressively. He's got a decent little army here, but you have to be really careful against the Reaver.
I'm just asking.
Okay, so this position is rough right now.
Reaver!
But the angle that the Reaver gets that shot off, this could save the day. So what Snow was able to do is he was able to actually force his Dragoons out of the wall in here. So he's got this out. He needs to try to snipe the tank. He's going to take that tank out. Things are falling apart here for Barracks. And a very late third base is going to be started here for Snow.
Yeah, there's still some potential, I think, because he's got way more units than what Snow's used to dealing with here. He was trying to get a missile turret up. It doesn't look like that'll work, but the Dragoon count is really low. So, like, you don't even necessarily need to be sieged everywhere. You have to be really careful with your micro, though. If he's getting free Reaver shots, you're going to be in trouble. Ooh, very good shot there.
Oh, I just don't know that Barracks has enough. It just seems like things are thinning
The
out.
Reaver, Snow's
The three
Reavers are
factories
just too
reinforcing
good.
pretty nicely here. It is 3 factories to 2 gateways, by the way. Obviously, the Robo is probably producing Reavers
Man, it didn't.
over and over and over.
If
here,
he had
so
gotten
he's
those
kind of
mines
reinforced that.
down,
The problem is he's not able to deny the third base or push really into the second base. In fact, I think he's too close. I can't
Yeah.
believe he got that close with that tank. That was insane.
yeah.
Oh my God. And you can see it's still, like, Barracks is putting together, like, a better aggression than you would imagine in this position. Like, the supplies are still relatively close. It feels like Snow is holding, though. Like, he's not taking any probe damage. His gateway count's going up. His third nexus finished. So, like, as soon as this stabilizes, his economy's going to run away from where Barracks is at.
So, you know, is this really as bad for Barracks as it looks like? Because, you know, he
Why aren't
does
there
have a
books
third base,
with
he's trying to have more factories, so he's not gonna try to
misanthropic
expand.
main
Instead, he's gonna try to just
characters?
kind
What
of
do you mean by
work through
misanthropic?
damage. And again, this is against a player like Snow who's
You mean like
kind of
bad?
shutting down anything that goes too hard at him. You know, with the Reaver control, by the way, perfect timing here to get that third pylon up there.
Oh,
the wall.
like
But yeah, this just looks pretty dire right now for Barracks.
a loner? Look at
I think the
look
actual,
at,
like, evaluation of
solo
where he's at right
leveling.
now has
I know it's
less
not
to
a
do with
book,
SCV count.
but,
Like, if he
like,
has, like,
look at
55 SCVs right now,
Sword
I
Art
think he's actually
Online. I
fine.
know it's an anime,
And it
but
looks
still.
like he does.
I'm
Like,
sure there
looking at
are.
his mineral lines, I think he kept his SCV production up, because if you're, like, kind of going a little bit more all-in-ish, and
Writer
you're
with a
down in
lack
the
of grade school
mid-40s of SCVs,
vocabulary.
like, that's going to be a terrible spot to try to come back. But if you're already almost on 3 base SCV, he's adding these additional factories. He kept the Reaver off him long enough that he's added missile turrets now. I actually think Barracks is okay. It's not like the opener didn't do what he
Didn't
wanted.
we discuss
He wanted to just get a
literacy
kill,
last
like, he
night?
wanted to
Yes,
break
we
through
did.
the
We
goons in
discussed
front and get a bunch of
degeneracy in
probes and, like, just
literacy
have a
and
hugely
how
advantaged
sex
position,
sells.
But he slowed Snow down quite a bit, right? Like, this third base didn't get mining for a long time. You're actually, as a Terran player, like, that's kind of what you're looking for. Oh, the mine hits the Reaver. Crazy.
And he got it.
Yeah, that backfired. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty big deal when you have something like 7 factories producing and you are ready to come out swinging on the map. Keeping that shuttle and Reaver alive would have been a better move. I mean, how could he have known, though? He dropped the Zealot first and the Reaver was like a hex over and eats the mine shot. So there's still 3 Reavers. You've got to imagine there's a shuttle being produced right now.
The redhead?
But it should be time to move out here for Barracks pretty soon.
Give me that crap.
Barracks is, like, I gotta say again, like, I am so unfathomably
I'm not
impressed by this
Cali.
guy. I can't even explain to you how good his fundamentals are looking here. He's opened 3 games completely.
I don't know what
different.
you
Super
mean,
Greed
Fish.
game
I'm trying to
1,
think.
super
Redhead.
defense
Redhead
game
in
2,
what?
Super aggressive game 3.
I'm like, what
this
anime did I
build
talk
that he
about?
did,
Where's
I've
a
only seen
redhead?
4GG, Speed, and Ample do it.
I'm
And
so
those are
confused.
the 3 most aggressive Terran players in the world at the pro level. Like, no one normally uses these 3 fact openers. They're nuts. But he actually did an okay job with it. He's transitioning out well. Look at the supply. 137, 151. That's pretty good. Like, as a Terran player, you're
Anyways,
like, yeah, I
why
like those
aren't
numbers.
there
All right.
any?
You know, that's totally fine for 12
I'm
minutes.
sure there are.
And he's going to just chain these tanks together, leapfrogging them. Zealot's speed's not done. You really
But
need
it's
Zealot's
usually just
speed
not a
to
very
topple
relatable
a
character,
two-base
not
Terran
very
who's been going,
likable character.
powering up for this
A
long.
very,
And it
you
seems
know,
like he's just going to go. This could be really bad.
I don't know, look it up.
Slow Zealots are so
Dude, it's
painfully
literature.
close.
There
If
has
he
to
just
be a
barely
book out
finishes,
there
they're gonna
that
keep
has, like,
spilling
a
forward,
character
but there's so
that
many
hates,
vultures
Look
behind
at how
him.
many
like,
units he's got. It's insane.
everything. Hates
He's
life.
firing so well during
It's
these
like
pushes,
literally like a
and you have to
depression
actually
fest of
control
them
and
being
focus
like,
fire and pull vultures back
you know,
and
not
siege
having the
tanks,
guts to
but
kill
he's
themselves,
macroing
but
like
kind of
crazy. He
wanting
started his
to.
third command center at the
Like, that's
beginning of this
imagine,
push,
I
so
imagine
even
where
if
that,
this
that
push-
story
like,
would go.
Even if he has to turn around, as long as he doesn't lose all of his tanks, he's gonna
Either
have
that
the
or
same
like being
economy as
turned
Snow.
around
Snow's
by
not on a fourth
something,
nexus.
like a story where you lose all hope and everything. Like,
Yeah, he
like
takes
what do
out
you
that,
consider that? Like a story of a you lose all
thing
hope,
there.
like you
It
lose
does
your
feel like
wife,
there's
and
a
then
little bit of
you know you
sandbagging
get a
going on
dog
with
and fall in
Snow.
love with the dog.
That's
What do you want the
actually succeeding,
transition
by
of
the
the
way.
story to be, right?
not able to
Do you want the
get over
character to
these last
remain
Napoleon Hill.
misanthropic and like hateful and spiteful and like
Snow might
clean to
just
themselves
stand
and
here
like
into the top
you know
left.
they go to work, go home, go to work, go home. They just
Well, he
don't
definitely
talk to
he needs
anyone,
to get
don't
a
ever
fourth
do
man. Like,
anything.
this is a very,
Never make
very
anything out of their
solid
life
base
and
for
just
Protoss here.
remain static.
So with two
Like,
shuttles at play here,
I don't know.
looks like he wants to poke in with one zealot and just see what he can find. Again,
Their
great
resilience against
Takes
fighting
out another
against the
Reaver.
system.
Meanwhile, he's gonna.
That's what you get.
Snow is a little
Snow
bit
is
off
falling
today.
apart.
I think
Yeah.
Barracks is throwing
Sounds
for a
like the
little bit
Dream
of a loop.
Man.
Like, it's definitely not just Snow being off. Like,
Oh, you mean
Barracks
Dream
is
Life?
Truly, guys, playing like
Fish?
God mode. This is the best games that I've ever seen Barracks play. But
Oh,
like,
and there's the
Snow
DT.
is losing these shuttles. He's losing Reavers more often than we normally see. Look at, I'm surprised Barracks is actually pushing this hard right now, but you know what? He's kept so much pressure on Snow. I think he's got a good feel on how many units are actually here.
Obviously.
He doesn't have scan. Okay, he's got a scan. Just was a little bit slow on it. I think that Barracks wins
Oh.
here.
I think you're right.
Another Reaver comes out. You know, he just hemorrhaged a couple too many Reavers. Oh my God, there's 2 more Reavers behind that.
He has so many Reavers.
Getting a bad read. Yeah, he's got way more Reavers than I thought. Why are these Reavers not helping with holding the push? This is insane.
Well, I think he lost too many shuttles or something. I'm not even sure. Look at this. He drops out for some size storms. 2 of the high temperatures get picked off. A couple storms go out, but not that good of storms, really. The spread push is still coming in. Barracks is macroing so fast behind this. Like, he has been sitting at 390 APM nonstop in this game. He is such a fast player, which I don't think he gets enough credit for just how fast he truly is. Because the fact that he is setting up this push and microing this well, and we keep the amount of units we see coming out is insane. It's like you're watching light or flash play. It's just like he's got as many units as you can have, and that
He's
makes
almost
it hard.
maxed out.
Anytime anyone has as many units as you can have, that's when you get players like light, flash, best. These guys where it's like, well, shit, how do I even stop this? You know, and that's what it looks like here.
Oh, another shuttle goes down. At this point in time, it feels like Barracks is just having to make more shuttles than Reavers or Observers here. It's just, you know, trying to get the next shuttle.
Here
into
comes the
group and still try
counterattack.
to do something to hold this off. Now, Snow's going to come in here with a counterattack and basically try to get in between the reinforcements. I don't know if this is enough, by the way, to make this work.
I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah,
Got another DT coming out.
that feels like that could just get pushed by the next reinforcements and run over.
Yeah. Look at this. He lays some mines behind in case it tries to flank. I love it as well. But yeah, I think he can basically take his reinforcements and probably clear that army, and that becomes an even worse position for Snow. Now, Snow does have his 4th base mining. He's
Just had to kill every single
there's
mine.
plenty of units to block it. And Snow's army does not look that scary. I mean, it's not terrible. He's got some Reavers in there. He's got some size storms and everything. But It's not that big. It's not that well positioned.
Oh my God! Look at this 1DT up on the side. He might be able to take a tank out. This is going to get sandwiched over here.
Ooh.
Turns out to be a really good mine hit, by the way.
Yeah, that DT.
And, you know,
does
these
a great job.
Reavers, the Reavers are still getting a lot of value here. I mean, if you can just target down the Vultures, you're going to get...
Ooh.
I mean, that's actually pretty crazy. One more shot, maybe? Yeah. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that was really good. A couple of moments there for Snow to kind of bring his army back into the fray of things. Another High Templar gets dropped out there, or killed rather, by the Vultures. The DTs are actually doing a really good job. I feel like I'm watching mini play with how many random units are getting sniped by these.
And what Snow wants to do again is maybe get in between the armies here. And you know, I'll tell you what. Snow's at 158 supply. Barracks is at 144. They're pretty close. That could go either way depending on mine hits or storms or scarab hits.
Ooh, I think Snow should have died to the left there. Ooh, he's hemorrhaging a little bit. It wasn't that siege tank heavy. It was mostly Vultures, but now Barracks just basically brings his reinforcements as well. Snow is trying to take a 5th base up to the top. Excuse me, but I think Barracks here, like what he needs to do is take a 4th, and if he gets all of his army together, I think he can make like a killing move into the natural. But all of his units need to come up together.
The problem, remember, is that if he gets contained here, all of his gateways are on the low ground in that main. And that might be all that Barracks needs to pull this off. And he's finally, after almost controlling this really early on, has finally pushed his way all the way back over here. Snow is barely hanging on, running out of oxygen. At the same time, it's just a 3-base Terran. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He started his 4th. That could be attacked. It's a completely naked expansion.
And it looks like that is what Snow's going to do. This is actually a really clutch moment for Snow, because he has slowed this push a lot. He is getting another Nexus up, and his probes are going. Doesn't look like Barracks has any counterplay there. But he's going to cancel that 4th. And that 4th is really important. The main base is mined out for Barracks, and his natural has to be low. I don't know exactly where it's at, but it has to be low, and you really do need 2 mining bases as Terran.
So Snow is just going to try to hold on for dear life here. There's a decent amount of army out here, and by the way, we're not focusing on it, but there is a gateway explosion happening in the main at the top left, which is going to allow him to have a place to build reinforcements out there. He's also being extremely conservative with his army back.
Yeah, see, he's got that army that he's ready to push back, and like he's got the split, right?
A counterattack potential is very realistic.
And it's just kind of hovering around the top, making sure it's not going for the other bases. Because he knows that he's contained.
Yeah.
But there's not much you can do about that right now. So he's got a flank. But I think Snow's dead.
By the way, yeah, and I think he knows that, because I just saw him add a 2nd robo. I think he's looking at this and saying, well, I just have to ferry the units out of the main base for now. So he's getting a 2nd robo. I think it's so he can go mass shuttle at this point. Like, Barracks is taking over this area. He should be able to push down the natural, have the contain up, and push down the 3rd base. It's
he almost got the Nexus, but it doesn't matter because his minerals are all gone anyways.
And you can see he's running an army over towards that 4th base again. He has an observer there watching. Denying that 4th base again is a huge moment for Snow. This game really can go either way.
I think Snow can actually take this, but it's going to be very hard. But if anybody could do it, it would be him.
Yeah.
So he's going to deny the command center. He's dropping the 2 Reavers out.
Oh man, Barracks needs to stop clumping his tank.
And then he's going to back up.
So much useless damage. Free damage.
There is literally only 1 base. Snow is about to get his 4th base that he's mining from.
Yeah, and he's...
No, sorry, 3rd base that he's going to mine from.
It's actually...
No, 4. Never mind, 4.
3.
No, 6.
Yeah.
He has gateways. He doesn't have a Nexus at 11 o'clock.
It's really an issue that this 4th base isn't mining yet. Okay, I was just going to say he should really lift his command center. Like, that 4th base needs to have been up a minute ago. Like, that's probably the most dangerous part of this game right now for Barracks. And we see Snow is actually... He's ferrying a bunch of units over to 6 o'clock. Look at these tactics from Snow. He's moving most of his army to the north and ferrying units out to the south. So he's going to really try to pull Barracks apart now.
Oh my God. Okay, so we know that the vast majority of the SCVs are right there. There is a fourth base being landed over at the place from earlier that Terran had.
The mineral only.
Again, forcing siege is all you got to do. Run it back right after that. If they chase you, drop the Reavers like so. And you're probably going to trade pretty nicely, assuming those scarabs connect.
Dud!
This is a crazy game.
This is such a good game. What's wild about it is Snow has been up against the ropes for so long, but he's just sort of, like I said, he's being a really good slippery Protoss. It's just really hard to nail him down, and he keeps it growing into these corners of the map. Now, meanwhile, he's not looking here. This is on hold position, which means this fight's going to go very poorly.
Oof.
But the Scarab shots are actually pretty insane.
You missed like 8 fucking tank hits on the high ground.
Snow Reavers are just insane no matter what. It looks like this little counterattack down at the third base is doing a reasonable job. Like, he's killing some tanks for pretty cheap, but it will get cleaned up. He's not going to lose his mining here, it doesn't look like. And in fact, bringing a lot more units down. Snow taking that top left main base, really important moment right here. Getting those other 2 bases up and mining. So that's going to be, 3 mining bases for Snow, 2 here for Barracks.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Those Reavers. Oh!
Thank God.
Holy shit, that could have been like 20 kills.
I know, I'm watching this as well. I'm like, if he just targets those SCVs, it's going to be so crazy.
Literally every SCV in the game. Okay, he's still doing damage up here. This is a 17-kill Reaver. Now both supplies have plummeted, 127 to 125.
Hero Reaver.
Once again, by the way, Snow is barely mining gas, which is kind of funny.
This is so exciting right now. It really, really, really can go any which way. Snow coming back in with an attack. Barracks, his army actually split in a really bad direction there. Oh my God, huge scarab at those SCVs.
Oh no.
He needs to just get a couple more shots. I guess he knows best. He keeps trying to target the army when he can. Oh my God, Zealots are going to come down here.
He's picking Barracks apart.
I cannot believe this. Snow is starting to take this game, like, right at this moment as we're watching. His Reaver and this small army are picking apart absolutely everything for Barracks. I think Barracks was advantaged until, like, this little battle that we've been watching here.
That was like a 35-kill Reaver.
You know, this is why he's the best PvTer of all time. Like, this was
I think Snow might just 4-0 him.
Game.
Even though these games look amazing,
from any period
I think Snow's still going to 4-0 him.
Lost this, but he somehow did it. Which is just, I mean, every moment that the wind conditions were basically locked in.
This is so insane.
From Barracks, Snow managed to then just kind of find a way here.
Oh! He shouldn't unload.
Really lucky that he got those two shuttles before anything dangerous got out of there. That could have been really bad. I think there's still a chance here for Barracks to take this game. I know his supply kind of is terrible here, and Snow's starting to take advantage, but if he can just push that other natural, I think the game slows down to a pace where there's not much left for Snow to do. So can he kind of like zone this army back that keeps counterattacking his fourth base and get up into position at the top left?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is Snow's too good at the game of keep away.
Yeah,
he's just basically
that's why he's so good with Reavers.
Position after position while opening
he
up
just knows where to be on the
Terran
map.
Doesn't have that many more resources to mine in this game, and there are still plenty of bases on this map as far as Protoss is concerned. There's a lot of mineral and gas-rich resource locations. Terran is
There's
having
the
to push
6
out in
o'clock
directions.
position. There's the 1 o'clock
By the way,
position.
this is some of the best Reaver control in the history of all of StarCraft.
I can't
like
believe
some of the fights that we've seen. I
Carry
cannot decide
Reavers.
how much more value he's been getting with the Reavers.
It's ridiculous what some of these Reavers have done. We've seen a couple times now where they just, especially on the high ground, it's like, oh my God, how does this even happen like this? But Barracks is very close to winning this game as well. He's knocking out that fourth base location on the left-hand side, and now he's killing this base. If you get Snow down to just that main, you should be able to take it, because it's only shuttle play.
Oh!
No!
Okay.
Oh
Big
my God!
SCV execution here. Oh my God, they get hooked on the scanner. Still going to get some great connects over there. So even in this position at
This
the
is
top,
such a brutal
Barrett
game.
basically begins to win the fight, and that's just prompts Snow to then retreat back into another corner. Now, you know, you might be right, Artosis. Barracks might still win this. He's got yet another base, and he's sending DTs out now. He knows in moments like this, a lot of times the command centers in the main and the natural have been lifted, so scans become extremely strong. He's going to each tank. He's going to target that. Dragoons can fight an insanely high number of Goliaths and Vultures.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he got another kill.
Oh
and
my. I can't even.
By the way, how many Reavers have been made in this game? I really wonder.
It's
this
a
may
lot.
be another record for just Reavers made in a single game of a PvT. It's got to be like 20 or something. We've seen so many come out.
Unbelievable. And those DTs, the way he spread those onto the tanks, and then he brought in the Reavers and got the shots. Are you kidding me? Like, tactically and micro-wise, you can't beat Snow. This is where he is so unbelievably strong. And Barracks is putting out...
If that burns down...
Such a TVP. I'm getting chills over and over watching him.
Oh no, the DT is gonna go kill the command center. His only scan.
The most ridiculous Reavers we've ever seen.
No. Oh no.
I mean, this army from Terran is still pretty scary.
No.
Oh,
oh damn.
Alive, it's being repaired. We didn't have time to mention that is burning down. Barracks isolates this nexus. A storm
Man, this
comes
is
down.
so
Every
close. They're
single
both
item
almost out of
advantage is
minerals.
important here. There are probes mining in this base at the top. There are workers mining only minerals, by the way, for Barracks here. He has 1.2k gas in the bank. You never fully deplete.
Yeah, Terran doesn't really use all their gas because of the amount of vultures they build.
Or a few more, you know,
Same with like,
Yeah.
well, Protoss uses their gas for
Another thing to
storms.
mention, it's one base against one base, but 9 patches against 6. Okay? So, like, it's actually 50% more economy
man.
still, and continues to get these Reaver hits. My God, look at this supply. 56 to 63. We're 30 minutes into the game.
This is
and
insane.
these guys don't even have 70 supply.
And they're not Zergs.
He's going to go for some more shots.
Oh my god. And then Snow GG's after that. Holy shit, what an ending. What the fuck? Holy shit, that was crazy.
Doctor after this, I think I might be dying tasteless because this is an unbelievable game.
Oh my god, that was so
good. This is one of those
good.
games that I will never forget from my entire life.
Never forget this. This was one of the best games I've ever seen. We literally didn't know who was going to win until the very, very, very end.
And even after he was like sending the Reavers, get all the hits, and then he
You know how
GG'd.
chess players have these games that are called like their immortal game? It's like this is one of the 2 games that this guy will be remembered for. I feel like we just saw that for Barracks, where it's like, remember that game against Snow? Yes. Everyone will know what you're talking about. Yes, I remember that. That was
How
massive.
legends
He
are
was
born.
there.
Dude, if he wins this ASL, oh my, this will be the biggest underdog story literally ever.
And macroed perfectly out of it into a game like that? Are you kidding me?
I wish
He
I
is
hope he wins.
completely a different level than what we saw.
But again,
yesterday.
Snow has been trying for like 10 years to get a fucking championship, and he always either becomes a finalist or a round of 4, and then he just gets kicked out by someone. Oh my
It
god.
was like one of those nightmares where you're just
Oh!
trying to, like, you know, escape from something, and it just never, you never quite get away. Well, eventually he actually did get away there. And
Ads right now? What? At least it's not in the beginning at end of the game, and you gotta get stuck in ads. But it just ain't about it, man. I don't know how to tell you. It's got something more than you would ever know. I'll tell you that right now. Because ads will teach you what you should do by say tell, read watch, do done, is think be. Right? Because ads are good. We love the ads. You're a plug. I mean, what?
We're gonna be doing this forever.
There's
This
not
is
a
just
question.
so fun.
There's not a question.
Consider
Yeah.
joining us in our cause here. I mean, what, this has been over a quarter of a century, and we just saw one of the greatest games literally ever. This is not an exaggeration, and I know every once in a while we go, man, that was one of the best games we've ever seen. This is going down. That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was
Incredible.
for the history
Both
books.
sides.
We'll be talking about that game years and years from now.
Yeah, that was, and I feel like
I was here!
Barrett's showing what I was talking about in the first two games, where like he's really leveled up. Like he is completely a different player than he used to be after watching that. It doesn't matter how much coaching anyone has given you, you have to be so damn good to put out a game of that quality. It's insane.
Carbot!
Great series so far, and we're going into knockout. And I'll tell you what, Tasteless, I think that this is the best Terran versus Protoss map that we've had in years. You know, like I didn't necessarily, I didn't feel that way at first. I thought like, oh, it'll probably just be like kind of evenish. But the more I've played it and the more I've watched it, the more
Who's
I've
gonna
thought about it,
win?
I don't think anyone's playing it perfectly yet. Like positionally, like where I think the fourth base is the hardest question on this map by far. Do you take the one that's out of the way, or do you take one that's more towards your opponent, or whatever, or more in the middle? But I'm going to say, like, this is the easiest third base that you're going to find anywhere. It's an unbelievably defensible map, and the center is very small. So you can cut off unit movement from Protoss quicker on this map than most others. So I think that this is a great map for Barracks to be able to take another game on.
We had Pylon Gateway Pylon Gas, which is very, very rare. Probably one of the rarest openers in the matchup that there is. I mean, we basically see more of every other build besides this. So this allows you to get up to 2 to 3 zealots for pressure. So it's similar to what we saw on Detonator, but more aggressive. You can also get a Nexus out a little bit faster. It kind of depends on what you scout with how you want to handle this. But you can see a zealot is already out as the gas finishes. So as probes are mining from that. And maybe this is a response to the way that Barracks actually handled the opening last time. To just have an, because this zealot hits much earlier than any other zealot you see, because the zealot is made before the core has started.
And he's trying to stop the SCV like
if he's
super
doing
bad,
something
and
like,
he
let's say
failed.
he's like close spawn and going command center.
He's not going to get the
after
scout.
Barracks or something. You might be able to get some damage. I think because it's cross spawn and it's a factory
Probes
expansion,
are so
like,
broken.
anytime that you open like this and you see zealots, you're actually happy as Terran, because the zealots don't actually. Once you hit a certain level of micro, the zealots don't have any potential.
Yeah, see.
And you have some potential for like maybe a counterattack or something. You know, if they screw up, lose a zealot. You can just kind of out micro slow zealots so
And
hard
he sees the
that
Nexus.
it
That's
gives you
really
some potential in
important.
the game.
Luck is finally back on Barracks' side.
You don't want to make much.
Dude,
more
this could be a great comeback if
If
Barracks
you're
just
closer
wins
and
the
you're
next
going
3
for the command
games.
center, you might be
Oh
able to
my
here.
god.
So this
Snow
will
would be
transition
so
to a normal
upset.
looking game. It is a very fast Nexus, though. So he has the first Dragoon out here now, and this is a Nexus. Basically, they start their expansions at about the same time here. But yeah, Snow really showing a lot of interesting moves here for each.
Yo, Queen, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. It's a StarCraft day, the semifinals.
And I think part of that's just because Barracks is
How have you
showing
been,
the ability to
Queen?
really cut corners early on if he thinks he can get away with it.
And we've definitely seen him get away with it so far. His defensive everything has been pretty immaculate in the early game. Just has 4 Marines sitting here. I think it's an excellent way to play. Don't forget that little divot there, that is low ground in the center, so Barracks is trying to utilize Snow losing vision as he walks forward by pulling back plus high ground advantage. Snow pokes a couple times, but you can't really get anything done there against decent micro.
Yeah, there's this ditch there, so the low ground, you can absolutely punish somebody that's trying to fight on the low ground. And I like that. I think that's a cool addition for this map.
I'm okay.
So,
Had a
Vulture's
therapy
out on
appointment
the
today.
map,
That's my
moving around.
highlights
I
for
don't
the
think
day.
Snow's gonna let
Lol.
that get inside of his base. He's very
Sounds like a
about
good
that.
time,
Once again,
Queen.
It's going to be shuttle immediately into
Was it
Reaver.
successful in your
Probably
mind?
Immediately into Reaver speed. While Snow has a lot of different openings, They do oftentimes, as you enter mid-game.
Oh my god, a hidden base.
Shuttle and Reaver speed here.
I
And
love
Terran
it.
goes for a hidden command center. And by the way, this has been a rising trend in ASL is hidden bases.
Yeah.
The last 4 seasons we've had more and more hidden bases. I feel like the first time we really saw a hidden base used at the highest level.
Nice, that vulture's stuck.
Flash playing random against, I think,
I
Shuttle.
don't feel like I succeed at
Eclipse,
anything
where he, like,
today,
played
so
really
I guess
conservative
no.
looking, but actually took a third
No.
base immediately in the corner. But the third base here from Barracks is interesting because this does.
That's unfortunate, Queen.
Give the
Have you
game
written
a bit
anything?
more
Have
of
you
a roll
gone
of
back
the
to
dice.
world
Yeah.
building or anything with the
You know,
book?
if they scout it, then that's on you, man. You took a hidden base. I mean, the reason why we don't always recommend when you're learning the game to hide bases like this is because if
Not
you're
today?
found, you'll probably lose, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes in these games that are so intense, especially the kind that we saw Barracks give in game 2. And
Talking
game
earlier
3,
about how my book's kind of gonna be
The
like
odds
a
of
like the
Protoss
battle
is gonna
system
be
is
as
kind of
thorough
like a
as
strategy
hidden bases
game,
while they're
and it's
trying
like
to
people are gonna be like,
expand and just
where
set
did
their
like
own
are you
bases
in the
up.
military?
Not
Like
low.
where do you get all the strategy from?
And
I'd be like
so I think there's some
StarCraft.
genius to this.
No, I
With
just
the
watch a
limited
lot of
vision, it's going to be
StarCraft, and I
really
love
hard to
strategy.
identify the missing minerals that show you that it's there. So that's another issue that we have. And in fact, even the location of it makes a lot of sense. Snow, if he takes another main, it's much more likely to be bottom left, because that's like a main that you could punish from. And
But we finished the second letter today, the video for it.
At the bottom middle, like 6 o'clock. Then
But I'm gonna
that
probably
opens the
redo
whole
the
top for
audio.
Snow. So this is like
The audio is kind of
well thought out,
fucked.
this hidden base.
Okay, he gets the first drop off here. And you always want to go for the Marines if you can, because the Marines are what basically drive the shuttle away. And he's going to just kind
Well,
of hold
I'm
his
pretty much
ground.
ready for Friday,
There's
and what
an
I'm gonna do
army
is
started,
tomorrow I'm gonna
but
set
I
everything.
mean,
I'm gonna
we
set
did
the
have
first
shuttle
video as a
speed, by the way. You
premiere,
see the,
so it'll show up
shuttle
that it's
over
gonna
a
be
little bit faster.
posted because I
Am I
haven't
crazy?
posted
Maybe it's
anything
not.
yet on that channel.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then it's gonna be like 7 o'clock
It's on the way because it's snow.
my time. Actually, I think it should
he's-
be 8
yeah,
o'clock
it's
my
really-
time.
I
It should be
thought it was
7
faster.
o'clock.
Yeah, he played it really defensively. By the way,
Pacific
he got a
Standard
third gate
Time.
before his third Nexus.
And then I'll release
Which is
all of them
not
at
many players
once,
do
so
that
both
with
the
Reaver
shorts
openers.
and all 3
And
of
he's
the
gonna go
things,
Arbiter.
and then we'll have consecutive
Oh.
uploads throughout the
Reaver into
weekend
Arbiter. I've seen this
of
a little
extra
bit
shorts
lately,
for
from
the
top players on
letters
the ladder, like they
to
are
build
practicing
more,
this a
you
little
know,
bit,
content,
but it's not
and
very
then 2
common, Reaver
more
into Arbiter. It's
stories
like
on
kind
top
of-
of that. We already have
it's
them
weird,
planned, so all I have to
right?
do is
Because it's
write
like, okay,
them,
well, you have some gateway
which should be
units
pretty
who
easy to
have
do, because they're only like,
Reavers, which is like,
they're
you know,
supposed to be
this is a good
short
combo
and get
for the early
shorter
game,
as
but
they go.
you're kind of
So like,
missing
even
that
being
bridging unit,
800,
right?
900
It's not
words
like
is
you're
completely
no
fine.
Psy Storm. You're not expanding super fast with this. So you're really kind of relying on the technicality of the Reavers and of the Arbiter to hold off anything Terran does.
We're going to see if he scouts his base.
But the other ones that I'm gonna do, I'm gonna not do the B-roll. I'm gonna do like the shorts, and I'm just gonna have like the
Yeah.
still image, like the thumbnail, as
Hold
the
on.
picture.
I'm going to talk about this more. Let's just confirm. Does this actually
Yo,
appear?
Nico, what's up? Welcome,
Barracks
welcome.
is in trouble.
Shorter
He is.
as they
This
go.
This is bad. This is a
Did I hear
very
my
bad scout of it.
name?
You know, he's mined an okay amount from it.
I didn't
But he's got to
say it
the,
before
command
you.
center back. I actually think the
Before
command
I
center
don't
might
think
die.
so.
He might actually want to move
Until
out
I
of
said
units
it,
to try to
'cause
get
you said
units out of
something.
there to save the command center, if you know what I mean.
I'm trying to think of what I would have said that sounded like
I love the
Nico.
Reaver put out here. So just to go over the tech I was discussing earlier, I think he's not going to
But
get shuttle
the
speed.
first story
Yeah,
is
Barracks
30
expects him
minutes.
to
The
get
second
shuttle speed, the same
story
as we did in our
is
commentary.
Mhm.
And instead, it's going to be a pretty
17
abrupt,
minutes, and the
uh,
third
arbiter
story
fight
is
here.
11 minutes.
So he's
Then it'll
rushing
be
into the
8
arbiters.
minutes and 6
You know,
minutes.
Terran, especially now that the third base has been found.
So
Basically,
you
what
can
Terran wants
start
to do,
off,
and that's
start
what
off. So you don't have to
he's
invest
doing.
into a 30-minute
He's-
story.
Oh my God, he doesn't
You
have
can
the
be like,
same-
oh,
he doesn't.
I'll watch the 6-minute
Yeah.
one.
Well, you
Oh,
have
the
to give up
6-minute
something for
one
this,
was
right?
good. I'll watch the
Like,
30-minute
if
one.
you're
Wait, the
trying to
6-minute
get
one
back
ties
to
into
the
the 30.
like, you
Oh
need
my
to
God,
fire
all of them tie
one
into
DT
each
is
other,
wrecking
and then
phase.
you've
Holy
hooked
crap,
them.
one DT.
That's the thought process,
One
right?
DT
Thought you were
just
asking me something.
smashing
Oh, no
barracks.
worries, Nico.
Yeah, I guess, you know, when you get players this good, they're going to cut corners in any way they can. He's like, well, I don't need scans if I'm fighting. Does he have a Reaver he wants to do? Or is that just a... I don't know what the story was with that Zealot. I think... ideally, you want
Oh,
the Reaver
it's
to
gonna
drop
burn
as they all
though.
fire up
That's
on
the
that
biggest problem with
Scarabs
Command
out of there.
Center. It's gonna burn down.
CC could burn down, by
It's,
the way.
yeah, no, it's gonna burn down 100%.
It's like at 20 HP, and it's just floating over this vacant area on the map. I think it is going to burn down.
I think you're right. It's very, very low.
Oh.
Yes, there it goes.
Oh, no.
Bye-bye.
Well, you know, when the goons hit up there, that's why you need to move out, but he had a DT ready as well as the Reavers and using the bridge and
Snow
everything.
was
like,
so ready for
Snow
this.
Just, these small technical positions, he's just unstoppable at.
Yeah, he's so
And he knows what to sacrifice in order to keep his
now that
Reavers
Terra's
alive.
stuck on 2 bases,
I'm
Arbor
afraid it's
Tech
going to
is
be a
coming.
4-1 for
And-
Snow.
As many factories as Terran has, I think it's one really good stasis away from just kind of cracking this position.
Miss
open.
Shadow!
And right now,
Hey, how's
first
it
of all, they can't
going?
cross the map
Hello!
and lose.
Welcome, welcome. How
Second of
are
all,
you, Miss Shadow? It's been a
you know,
while.
he needs
Have
to
you been
actually, get a third
writing?
base up, and that's going to be a lot of work to do.
How have you
I don't
been?
even
It's
know.
good to
He's
see
gonna
you
Drop
again.
center, sell it.
It's no,
We're
it-
currently
like,
watching the
Stargate was
semifinals
oh,
of the
we
round
already
of
had it.
4 of
I was wondering about
StarCraft.
that, if
No,
he was
been
even
sick.
making
Oh,
one, 'cause
that
Stargate wasn't making
sucks.
anything, but yeah, he does have one.
I had the same
Tis
thought
the
when
season.
I
It's the
did
time of the year that I get sick.
See the
Between
Stargate
September and
was-
December, I get like really
Yeah.
sick like every year
It's been
because
a
of the
little bit
shifting
a
of the
bumpy game, I
temperature.
think,
Because it goes from like
because they
40
both
outside to
probably-
minus
probably
40
been caught a little
outside.
bit off guard. You know, that third
But
base
since I'm
is
not
like,
walking
you
to
have
work
really
right now, I
shift
probably
gears
won't get
quickly
sick until
when you see that.
mid-December.
And so he manages to get that.
I'm gonna go back to
He does
work
have
in
the armor
November.
Out now. Terran is going to try to move across the map with these vultures. I'm not sure how well this is going to fare. Feels like he's just trading out a decent amount of units.
Arbiters.
And
Good old
he's gonna have
arbiters.
stasis here soon if he doesn't already have it. And he's just basically buying time. He's just continuing to juggle the Reaver.
Trying to eat a
And,
little,
the
so
number
I'll
of
give you a
vultures, the
lurk.
number of tanks,
Alright,
all
sounds
this
good,
stuff
Shadow.
is being
Thank
killed
you,
off
thank you. Always
while the
appreciate
Reaver
it.
Stays around. I mean, this is a 13 kill
Means
Reaver.
a lot.
He does stasis this, but he needs to get the rest of his army down here to fight.
Not the best stasis, I'd say. But still, microing an invisible Reaver seems a little bit unfair here for Snow. Like, he doesn't need it to be invisible, but it is. It's like adding that extra layer of hard to stop. He's taking a
I
fifth
feel like
base
I've
during
never-
this. Yeah.
I've never really seen the Reaver, I mean the Arbiter cloak used to like make the Reaver even that much more of a headache. He scans, picks it up. What is this? He's so good.
Man.
And he's going to go into carriers, by the way, behind this.
This is
One
ridiculous.
by the way,
Snow is so
is
crazy.
Very
Yeah.
tricky. Very tricky.
Because the number of Goliaths that are going to be made are enough to shoot an Arbiter or a Shuttle and Reaver.
Oh,
But
and he
what you need to
kills
do
it.
If you're against carriers is get way more than that.
Also, when you play against Arbiter, you hide a few more, or you maintain a few more scans. Like you scan a little bit less. This has been popping up more lately in the
Use
past
it as a
month or so.
secondary
I've seen a lot
means
more
of keeping them from
Arbiter
scouting.
carriers
So you
popping up.
go from Arbiter, and they're like, okay, he's going Arbiter. He's not
Less
going
than that,
Carrier.
you
And then
can't
you go
keep
Carrier.
big scans. Like you just, even if they go Arbiter, you have to keep scanning for carriers as if it's any other strategy. So it's very, very tricky, and it might catch Barracks off guard. And by the way, like Barracks is taking 6 o'clock, and a lot of times I don't really like that as much on this map because it's so far out of the way. But I think it's correct here. Like I think he just needs to get his economy as big as possible, as quick as possible. So this like very kind of defensive position, even though he's got less than 0 map control, but just getting that base up, I think, is more important than exerting yourself on the map right now.
So, I mean, up to 4 bases, man. Barracks actually is looking pretty strong. This was a really rough early game, especially with that third base getting spotted. The hidden base, I mean. But, I mean, we're a lot further away from that situation, and it's 161 supply to 173. So Terran's just behind Protoss in supply.
Yeah.
And Protoss generally want to be about 20 supply ahead of the Terran if the game's going to be even. So, I mean, again, the fundamentals from Barracks are really, really good.
It's some of the best macro I've ever seen. It reminds me of Flash or Light. Like those are the only guys that really macro this quick, where no matter when you look at it, they have no money in the bank and their supply is closer than you think it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
He should be at like
he always has
140
money in
right
the bank
now,
'cause he
not
over-micros everything, but it
167.
kind of works with his style, right? But that does make him
Like a
little bit
normal
more
Terran
susceptible
would be
to
at that
pushes like
point.
this.
But they'd have way more tanks, probably way less
sees the,
Goliaths, and way less
carriers.
Vultures.
We had full scans there. He even saw the third Stargate.
So he's like rounded out so well
So now
with
it's
the
gonna be
comp of his
Barracks
army.
prompted to try to push out.
Oh man, and Snow is just not having, like, Snow is the best Reaver player in the world, but he's not showing it right now.
Dragoons and Zealots are the only thing
Just
standing
not
in the way
showing
of this
it.
push from Barracks, just going all the way here into the bottom left.
I guarantee you he's making at least 2 DTs out of those gateways down there. This is how you hold a main base. Like, you tax them over and over and over. And with 3 carriers already out, there's a clock right now on Barracks. Like, you need to get this push going as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the shuttle's been picked off. There is a big army outside of this position, and Barracks is going to try to, as he pushes here, expand into the bottom left and go for a split map late game. The carriers are just now being sent from the north towards the south, towards this position right over here to defend. Another Reaver comes up. It's picked off. Oh my god, look at the tank placement. It's so good.
And he actually scans 2 DTs as they walk forward. So
Damn, that was
of course,
fucking
you'd expect
fast.
that every Protoss does that
But
move.
carriers are
Carriers
out.
coming down. This is going to be an issue. There's a huge army sitting in between Barracks' other units and this area. So not only is he going to shut down what Barracks wanted to be his 5th base, he should be able to kill these tanks. But the tanks, you know, this is a lot of tanks. They can clear the base. He can try to get out. Like, he's got a few different options here. I think it is important that you clear everything out of that main, though.
Yeah, he did keep the probes alive, right? Yeah, they're in the bottom right of that main. Now, he could put Dragoons on the side and just try to hit this command center. He's going to clean this up, so that's going to be remade. I think that maybe Snow miscalculated by setting these Dragoons down here, because now they're stuck. The carriers can try to come up here, but these Dragoons are probably all going to be massacred before they can be saved.
Right, good targeting.
Takes out the Stein's vessel.
Yeah, definitely something you always want to do. Gets
DTs.
the D-Matrix down, though. Yeah, DT's walking in. Oh, pulling a few mines here and there. Definitely dealing a lot more damage. We don't see a scan coming down. He's doing such a good job of spraying those DTs out. And it looks like maybe he just denied with a Zealot a new 5th base over there on the side. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, he's going to send the DTs to the SCVs. Meanwhile, the carrier count, what is this, up to 6 maybe? I think that actually Snow wins again.
Yeah.
You know, he
got carriers. That's all you need to do. You need to stop him from getting Reavers, then you need to stop him getting carriers. It's the only way to beat Snow.
And teching into this or teching into that. And it seems like now, you know, it felt like it was really close, right? Well, suddenly it's 97 supply to 195.
And this is how fast the tables can turn, right? GG.
It seemed like it was this tug of war, like, you know, it could go either way. Actually, no, Snow made that unwinnable.
Remember, you can lose every battle and still win the
You know,
war.
I think a lot of that just comes down to the fact that Barracks chose to use hidden command center strategy in the top right, and Snow found it really quickly. You know, Barracks did not make his money back from that. He lost the command center. And then even
He lost
tried
like
to
3
put down
command
a single
centers
DT ruined
that
because
game.
he didn't have comsat. Like, Snow did everything right that game. And Barracks had taken a big risk. I think in a best of 7 against the best PvT player ever, you can't really fault him for taking a risk like that.
Yeah.
In the back of my own mind, watching how he played on these other maps and how good his macro is, I kind of feel like I wish that he would have played a standard game on this map. But I think it was a good plan. It just got found out, and that's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah. You gotta play those sneaky plays,
There won't be
right?
another hidden base here.
Don't think so.
In this series. We'll be right back, guys. Barracks vs. Snow continues on after this break.
Yeah, it's clearly Snow is gonna win.
Welcome back, everybody.
Which is unfortunate, but hey, man,
Snow
really deserves a final. He deserves a win. Can he beat Soma though? Can he beat Bisu? I don't know.
He sent one observer to
This will be like his 6th finals without a championship.
You know, sometimes when it comes to hidden base,
Going against
it's
2
like,
people
well,
that
they
both
got
have
checked on. Apparently, he
championships.
just will always check once he
Wait,
gets into a position
Soma
like
has a
that.
championship,
And
right?
that's exactly what we saw down there. We had one observer going to each location, spotted that.
I actually don't know.
Anytime your hidden base is scouted in a game of StarCraft, even at lower levels.
Soma hasn't been in. He's been in the military for the last 2 years,
It's
so
pretty hard to recover.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
But Snow
I
made
don't
that
think he
one an
does, though.
impossibility.
Yeah.
I think only
actually
Bisu
wonder,
is the only remaining
if
player who
that's
has
something
it.
He regularly does. I haven't noticed, but it's something I'm going to watch for because that was to have that built into that game. That really won him the game. I think Barracks probably takes it if he doesn't scout that so quickly. So we're going to go to Litmus. This is a tough map for Terran versus Protoss.
Yeah, this is going to be a very
really
quick
hard to get
game.
your third base
This is
down.
going to be a really
So
quick game,
let's
sad
see how this
face.
goes.
Okay, Barracks here in the top and Snow in the bottom. Obviously, the parameters of this map are very different. Will we have a different looking opening from either side? It doesn't look like a probe is sent out to do any kind of proxy yet. Obviously, gas steals don't really make sense unless you could steal both gases and somehow get away with it and make it work.
Haven't seen it work.
But, you know, proxying is still very tempting on any map where you can get away with it. But Snow's not going to go for it this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous about Barracks' chances here. Litmus is really, really difficult. Terran versus Protoss.
Yeah.
There's so many entrances by air. The third base is really far away, and the little choke is so perfect for an arc of Dragoons and Reavers in a shuttle to slow you down. I almost feel like his Dominator build would have been a pretty good choice here, just something more heavily aggressive or something like that, but I don't think you want to do that multiple times. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure he has a good plan. Like, his plans have been good, even when they haven't worked. You know, the command center hidden, you know, I didn't like it. I wish he had done something else, but I have to nod towards how smart of a plan it was. I would be surprised if Flash didn't tell him to do that, because you even mentioned, like, oh, we've seen Flash do this type of move. And it makes sense in a best of 7, right, is to mix something like that in.
You know, it's funny, the game that won, excuse me, the game that Barracks won was, like, so inspirational. It was so historic. But it really ultimately almost goes back to a testament of how good Snow is in this matchup. Like, he just knows exactly.
Yeah, you can beat him once, and you can beat him immaculately,
kind of a PvP,
but good luck doing
like
it
what
again.
the win conditions are and how to get there. No matter how dire, how complicated, how hopeless it might look, he kind of knows how to handle that. And then you look at, like, the last game we had, which is like, okay, he just checks for everything, including the hidden base. And then he made it so impossible to win. He knew to make the 1DT because he knew, apparently, and this is over my head, but that you would absolutely not have scan there, or at least there's a chance you wouldn't have scan there because you see Reavers right away. And so you're trying to just kind of push out, maybe take a third as soon as you can, into going into Arbiter, into going into Carrier. I mean, it was such an impressive game. So I'm in the same boat as you, Artosis. I'm worried right now for Barracks. I would love to see him win a couple more games, but it's hard to imagine just because of how well Snow has played, even when he loses.
Yeah, and Snow, Barracks has played so well as well. You know, it's just, it's unfortunate that on one of the better Terran vs. Protoss maps, in my opinion at least, he did take that big risk, but you know, such is life. I mean, this is you got to play to win. That's the thing.
Yep.
You got to appreciate people playing to win as well.
Respect
now,
the hustle.
The first Zealot comes out. He's got plenty of Marines to just push that back. I don't really foresee anyone getting a big advantage here in the early game. You know, it's like, yeah, a couple units coming up for Snow, but it's a factory expand, so you're not really afraid of anything. You know, it's just such a robust opener for Terran.
He's got his second Zealot there. I don't think this is going to do that much. He just wants to keep him on the high ground for as long as he can. There is the Dragoon coming across the map. Now, 2 Zealots and a Dragoon can fight on the low ground if Terran moves out. And I think he can get here basically before the bunker finishes. But, you know, bunkers make really fast, so you really got to get this timed out perfectly. You do want the Dragoon to come in here and tank whatever shots are going to be first, because the Zealots ultimately are going to be tanking everything else. And he's moving in.
Great micro here from Barracks. Just barely gets that Vulture stuck and will end up losing it because of that. But that was That was very, very good for Barracks overall, the control there. Like the SCV's pulling back, blocking the Zealots momentarily. Very strong, and his command center should start right around the same time as the Nexus. So you're pretty happy with that.
Actually starts before the
Gets
Nexus.
that SCV kill too. So they both started
That's
almost
really
the
good.
identical moment here in the game, the command center and the Nexus. And now he's going to damage his Vulture. And we saw this in other games too. I mean, Snow's very strong and stuff like this. It just making it so that when the Vulture leaves, it never gets back home and probably gets killed off in transit. Is there a third Dragoon down here? Yeah, there is.
You got
Yeah,
the
it doesn't
probe,
look like
though.
he'll get any
Yeah.
further. Unfortunately, the Vulture does end up going down. He might put heavy pressure on with those goons now. There is the possibility. But the next Vulture running out, this is actually really important. The reason why we don't see nowadays goons heavily attack a bunker anymore is because there should be a Vulture on the map. And you risk losing your goons because you don't know for sure where those mines will be. Some people take the risk and
Right.
attack the bunker and then try to guess where the mines are, and sometimes they guess right, and sometimes they lose their goons and can't get a third base up.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. If you don't know where the mines are planted ahead of time, you're playing, trying to pull off one of the most difficult techniques in the game of just trying to gun down mines whenever and wherever they pop up. And so he is going to lay those mines down. I mean, Artosis illustrated this point earlier, and we're seeing it now. I'm curious to see exactly what Snow's movement is going to be at a moment like this. There is always the mini game of you trying to snipe the tank, and the tank trying to protect the bunker, and the SCVs to repair the bunker, but, you don't want to misstep on any side. The same is true for the Dragoons. You don't want to have them just, get hemorrhaged and bled off out here.
And it looks like he's going to sack a goon to find where the first mine is. This makes a lot of sense, actually. So he finds the first mine. Now the other two goons can actually come back to that point and do some micro to try to find their way. But the 2 tanks and 5 Marines start to pop out now. And he sees the Reaver tech. And look at how the goons went around. He's like, I don't want to run into more mines. But he actually might. You look at the placement of those mines. That's a pretty smart placement for someone trying to avoid mines.
So, yeah, if he comes in on the side, this is going to be bad. And this push is going to hit. He is going to eat the mine shot. And this could cause Snow to die in this rush. You really need all the Dragoons at very high HP. You can't really have games where you've sort of fudged it with mine hits. But Barracks doesn't want to overextend, so he's going to back up. He's going to regroup here in the middle. Will he keep pressing forward? I feels like it.
Do you think that's a good pullback? I really don't. I think he should have stayed right there.
I think he chickened out a little bit. I think, especially when the mine hits those Dragoons, in my head, I'm like, I'm dead. You can't have a couple mines connect on Dragoons. Remember, he already sacrificed 1 Dragoon to just get back home. Now he has 2 squishy goons on the outside. He's going to regroup, but I feel like this is almost too technical for what he was trying to do. I think he should have stayed there and tried to fight. Now, the shuttle's going across the map. I assume this has a Reaver in it.
It does. It does. I kind of get it because the shuttle is out. If the Reaver is out, this attack can kill Protoss. If the Reaver's there, it doesn't kill. Right? So I think he actually wanted the Reaver to start flying across because he already had made missile turrets and wants to get into position afterwards. And we see he actually sets up siege. Unfortunately, he lost that SCV, so isn't getting his missile turret right now. I really wish he had a secondary SCV here. Did that Reaver just not shoot?
I don't know what just happened there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this looks like
I might have to
GG.
see a replay of that. Something looked really weird because I had the same thought. I thought did I blink and miss what happened there? Well, I guess, now Snow is just going to do that damage. Maybe there was a world that had he committed to the push, he could have just kind of stayed there and tried to fight instead of trying to loop back around. I feel
Feels
like
bad,
Barracks
man.
basically gave Snow more time. He had a winning position and then backed off, and I don't even really understand the maneuver. He tried to loop around and catch the 2 weaker Dragoons.
Yeah. It might have been to get the Reaver out of there. Maybe he thought the goons were going to counter or something like that, to block Vultures coming across. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, now Snow has this speed shuttle with Reaver and does take some damage on it, but he should be able to get some stuff done here.
The SCVs, not the SCVs!
I mean, it just seems like Barracks kind of played himself, as the great DJ Khaled has said. Like, he just... I mean, whatever he did didn't seem to make a lot of sense. I feel like when you're winning a fight like that, you really got to press. Keep in mind the Reaver tech's there. Like, he would have denied shuttle speed had he stayed there and fought. Not that that's the most important thing in the world, but, you know, the wall-in itself was a pretty valuable asset for Protoss. And now, I mean, we'll see what happens in the rest of this game, but this is starting to feel like every other Snow PvT I've ever seen, you know?
Yeah.
Where he's got his third base up, the Reavers are already doing more damage than you see in anybody else's game of StarCraft. And, yeah, you know, he's going to get his second gas soon, he's going to continue to tech up.
And Barracks isn't dead or anything, but this is actually one of the hard parts of this map, is pushing out through here against Reavers into a position where you can take a third. Because don't forget, like, not only are you pushing and they're probably jumping back, but they can take like 2 or 3 shuttles and suddenly just drop your main, and you're so far away at that position from your main base. So to like go back in and clean it up, it can be really difficult. This whole portion of Litmus is tough. Once you get past this, I feel like it's a pretty good map for TVP overall. But yeah, this moment, like trying to push through, this is where you're really tested.
So he's got this surround. So the idea is that when Terran tries to move out, if they overextend, you attack him with what you've got. You let whatever you've got take the first few hits, and then you drop the Reavers and fire into whatever juicy center you can get. Oh my God, he's going to do the double shuttle fly-in. This is actually less popular now. This used to be like in every game. But the idea is one shuttle is full of Zealots. The other one's full of a shuttle with 2 Reavers. You drop the Zealots out to kill the turrets. And then what you do is you just go into the main and start killing everything. Yeah. And you have an exit strategy here too. Now, as this is happening, it seems like what Snow wants to do is actually counterattack, because one of the weird things about the shape of this map is that you can actually
those depots in the back there.
There's 2 lanes.
Yeah, Barracks is
towards each other.
full.
So meanwhile, I guess Protoss can counterattack.
So sad, but it is the way it is, right?
Really bad for Terran, but let's see what
Barracks is still up and coming, you know. There's always next season for him. He's a young guy. You know, he's made it this far. He's seeded. All he's got to do is sit back, you know. This is an immaculate underdog story either way.
But he has to save his own natural.
You got one game off of
Snow
Snow.
to have a real chance in this game.
You wound up being a fucking legendary game.
But look at this. Oh man.
You went wave series.
A lot of mining there.
It's still a win in and of itself, right?
Yeah, he's got another scare.
Ooh. Snow's Reavers are just too good.
Meanwhile, the natural is in
This isn't even
Cavs.
Snow at peak Reaver play.
There's no way to mine from this for the time being. A few more Vultures and Tanks are going to come down. By the way, Vultures and Tanks versus Dragoons and Zealots, they will lose if they're not sieged up and mines aren't planted. These are not set and forget units.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see this tank under the eBay. That's crazy. Okay, so now he's down to just 2 tanks.
Oof.
He's like technically holding on down here, and he dealt like a little bit of damage to Snow. But look at this, 25 supply advantage for Snow right now. I think Snow saved most of his probes out of here. I don't think it's like he lost a lot.
Ooh!
And Snow is just cleaning up everything at this point.
Well, this game's over.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just
1
he is
HP,
fully
14
recovered.
kills.
Keep in mind that probes were not killed when that.
Barracks is just taking the loss right now. He knows he's
And the
done.
third base was never attacked.
He's just
at
like,
all.
fight it out.
Yeah, that's been clean the whole time. And now a DT out here as well. Oh my God. No scan. Okay, he does have scans, but so much to deal with right now.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's enough. He's so good. Look at this. He knows he can. Well, he actually messed up that time, but he knows when the tanks fire, he can always drop the Reaver out, target, shoot, pick up before the next shot comes out.
Yeah.
If you're fast enough, you can do that.
He's got 2 Reavers in there, so he's just got to wait.
This game, unlike the rest of these games, was not that close. I thought it was an interesting interaction with the base trade.
Yeah.
Something we don't really see very often in TVP and StarCraft 1, but, you know, Snow is better at that too. And so this is going to be Snow going on to the finals here.
Pretty deserved,
He's going
though.
to come into the main now and drop.
Snow's a
There's
good
just
fucking-
not very much to defend. It's almost like the one shuttle tags the other shuttle in. So that one's going to go back home and get Reavers. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know that Barracks can recover. It just doesn't seem possible right now.
No, certainly. He's
gonna go
running
to the-
vultures around, and that's like kind of how you check. It's like, can I get all the probes at the third? Like, maybe. But no, that's not going to be doable. He's losing so much in his main base. He's going to lose all these depots now. He just doesn't have any economy
4
behind
Reaver
this.
shots in the center of 4 depots, and you kill them all.
Yeah.
GG.
GG. That's going to be it. Snow is going on to the ASL Season 20 Finals.
Look at Snow. He's like, oh, just one more series. That's all I gotta do. I can beat Soma. I can beat Bisu. Let's do it. Championship
It was
for
an incredible game on Dominator. And
Snow.
overall, a good series. Even though it was 4-1, I was afraid that this would happen because Snow's so strong. But yeah, let's go to his interview. Or, well, no, I guess he's going to sign something first, like a tennis player. Like,
He's gonna sign the camera.
Microphone, but yeah.
It's like my wrist hurts after playing
Snow's
all those
left-handed.
games.
I actually didn't know that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Huh.
That part of the brain develops Reaver micro better, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's more artistic, right? So.
Yeah, that's what they say.
The
he is
hose
surviving
in the front
to
row.
the finals. By the way, I mean, Barracks put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah.
It was an incredible series, but ultimately Barracks just, you know, and it's every Terran in the world we've seen fall to Snow. I mean, he makes the matchup look like it's impossible to beat Terran when he is controlling the keyboard and the mouse. I think we're going to go to that interview. No, maybe not yet, because he's back on his PC.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll take a look here. You know, the double shuttle backstab, I was talking about this earlier on. This is part of the reason why it's really hard, because as you're pushing out here, you're so far from going back in your main base. Basically, turning around to clean this up is almost like admitting defeat. So Barracks chose a more proactive approach of just trying to maybe make a base trade. I can't, again, blame him for what he's done here. I think Barracks approached the series well. He had good plans. It didn't work out. When you have these really micro-intensive games, you're not going to beat Snow. You see the games where he did better on, it's the higher the supply, the more likely Barracks was to win. And I think that that's a pretty normal thing against Snow. He's so strong with these small amounts of units.
And the counterattack was the right move here from him. You know, Terran is scary, but if you've got Reavers and just enough Zealots with speed and Dragoons, you can shave off those units. You know, it's really impressive, honestly, like what Snow was able to do back here. But it's like we said, every
Snow
game,
is
he will
a
go Reavers,
god.
he will get a ton of damage off. And it just fuzzies the math so much more about what fights you can take here. I mean, I don't even know how you practice against this unless you have Snow playing, right? Because no one can do what he can do. All right, interview.
Oh, he's got his son with him.
Snow's challenge is a successful one.
Oh,
Your
man.
family are watching on as you advance to the finals. It was tough, wasn't it? You're in the finals. How are you feeling? Oh, this is great. It's been such a long time since I made it into the finals. I still don't know if this is real. I was getting worried with how much I was losing in practice. What a relief. With Sulky, the Iron Wall, blocking you in the semi-finals time and time again. Today, you defeat Barracks to make it into the finals. Many people are saying that this is going to be your championship season, that you will be the one to lift the trophy, that you will finally succeed on your third try. What's your take on this? The other side of the bracket is ever so tough. I will have to work very hard. Rather than relying on confidence, I will play more now, and I should have a chance of winning. So you make the finals. Your opponents will be either Bisu, who is on fire with his recent performance, or Soma, recently returning from the military and building up momentum. Looking at this other semi-finals match, who do you think will advance? What is Snow's prediction? Well, Soma plays so well recently. I think it'll be a neck-and-neck 4-3 match. Whoever ends up winning shouldn't come as a surprise. I can't wait to watch it myself tomorrow. So do you have a preference in that case between the two, PvP or PvZ? I'm not a big fan of PvP, but I somehow win it in tournaments. That being said, a PvP wouldn't be too bad. Your son is here and he got to cheer on his dad as you undertook this challenge. Even burst out dancing at the end. Being so close to the finals, it could be a burden, but rather, it must have given you the strength you needed. What do you think? Oh, he is so cute. Just him being here gives me strength. And so Snow is now in the finals. This will be the third finals challenge that you undertake. There must have been a lot of people supporting you. Your colleagues showed up as well to cheer you on live. We'll give you a chance to thank them. I'm all over the place. I'm bound to forget someone. Kay, our university boss, thank you so much. And our university students, thank you so much. They always show up. And for helping me practice, even today, Scan, Ample, Rush, JYJ, Mind, Royal, Light, Sharp. I think I practiced with all the Terrans there are outside of barracks. Thank you so much. And we also have fans here in the studio today. This season will be different with a championship run in your crosshairs, is how you approach this. Please address the fans as well. You know, it's almost like it was when I became a pro. I don't stream, I don't do anything, all I do is play StarCraft. I am almost there. I'll definitely make it. Please just wait a little longer. And Snow's family too, as they cheered him on today. Oh, this is so cute. Snow, they were here with you all along. Anything you'd like to say to your family? No, I can't talk about my family because I will cry again. But thank you so much for being here. Got it. Let's leave it for your championship interview if you win then. Oh, do you have anything to say to Dad? You can do it, Dad. Can you say that? Dad, I love you. Wow. Okay, once more, congratulations, guys. Please, a round of applause. Congratulations.
So cute. Riding a reaver. Forwards at the slowest pace possible.
That's so cute. Yeah, I love that. Having this kid up there like that, that's great. Man, what a great round of 4. It's funny because, like, I think, you know, a 4-1, you're always kind of like, oh, okay, well, I wish it was longer, but I felt like...
No, man, those games were fucking amazing. 3 hours and only 5 games? What's Soma versus Bisu gonna look like, right?
Yeah. I think
scary to
Barracks played
think.
really well. He showed a great season. I'm really happy for him. Snow definitely deserves to advance. He's a stronger player no matter how you look at it. And this might be his championship, but he's going to have one more incredibly difficult test. You cannot count out Bisu or Soma here. And they are going to be our other round of 4.
Yeah. I'm so excited for Bisu versus Soma. Snow probably the favorite to take this whole thing now. Especially now that he's actually in the finals. I think he might have a tougher time versus Snoba than Bisu, but who knows? And, you know, Bisu, Snow, I feel like that's even. Maybe Snow is a bit stronger. It's hard to say. What do you think, Artosis?
Yeah, I think Snow is the strongest. I think he's been second strongest player to Solkey for a while now. But Bisu, like, this guy knows how to win. He has more championships than most Protoss players ever can dream of. And Soma, like, Soma's god tier, man. Before he went to the military, no one was talking about Solkey. Everyone was talking about Soma. So I could definitely see any of these 3 players winning, but I do think if you just look at overall how they've all played for the last 2 years, Snow, you have to give the nod.
Sure. I am so interested in how these games are going to look because every time these two guys fight, it is so close that it's so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
when these two come together, like the kind of games they make are so action-packed from the very start all the way to the very end.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it.
This is going to be so fun.
It's just, it's a better match on paper than the one we just saw, and the one we just saw was great as well. So it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait.
That's right. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Consider signing up for the Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English. Artosis, any closing thoughts?
No, can't wait till tomorrow. So I want to just end this. So, well, that doesn't make time go faster, but it feels like it does.
That's how it works. All right, guys, we're going to close this.
Yeah,
See you
as soon as
tomorrow.
this
We love
goes,
you. Bye-bye.
this is gone. The next one comes up, right? All right. So, Nico, are you still here? Country Girl, are you still here? Anyone who wants a story read? I know StarCraft kind of interrupts everything, but you know, it happens twice a year, so it is what it is, right? Can't win every time. Sometimes I want to do the content that I want to do, right? And it's like I should do the beta reading first, but it's like that could have taken another 4 hours, and it's like, alright, just unmuted. Oh, there you go. Perfect, Country Girl. So, we have... Said it's still on the same Google Docs. So, here... Chapter 11. Took a little YouTube-induced nap. Ah, nice. Always a good time to be able to have a nap. Welcome, Nico. Okay, so we're gonna read Country Girls first, and then we'll read yours afterwards. Is that okay, Nico? Sound good? Take another toke before we start this, and then we'll get right into it. So this is chapter 11. Country Girl, Chapter 11, Last Will and Testament. Until the day she died, Ellie wouldn't be able to tell how Cord had gotten them home from the old iron gate. When she woke the next morning, she felt like her skull had been cleaved in two. Walking into the kitchen, she hoped more than anything that Talia would take pity on her and brew an exceedingly strong cup of coffee. She was surprised when she opened the door. It was Aaron, not Talia, waiting for her with a sympathetic expression and cup in hand. Hey, I thought you might need it. He handed the
smoky blown glass cup to her slowly. One glance told her it was the same drink that she had woke up to after the first night of the disastrous family dinner. Looked like it helped you in the morning. Couldn't help but notice you might have had too many last night. You made me that drink before? Ellie asked, more than a little dumbfounded. The notion that her blood brother did her a silent favor was jarring, to put it lightly. I thought it came from Cord. I'd imagine he's better company after a hangover than getting rid of it, Aaron said, taking a sip of his own glass. Drink that whole thing, you'll be feeling better in no time. What's in this? Beets and carrots mostly, and a good helping of cinnamon. Aaron chuckled to himself. When I opened the fiddle, Leanne suggested if I'm catering to lawmen at night, it'd do well to have a way for them to sober up quick come morning. I think I'd like your wife. Ellie let her guard down with every gulp of the strange beverage as they stood in the empty kitchen. She'd only heard through the grapevine that some Kalamnu girl had caught Aaron's eye and been the reason he finally settled down. She'd only seen rough sketches of her niece, named for their mother. Sounds like she has some grit on her. Gran said the same thing. Aaron's eyes twinkled in a way a man only does when he thinks about a woman who has his heart. She keeps me in line, all right. Wish she and Cassie would have come. Maybe the three of you could come for a visit. Heaven and earth. Did she really just say that? Is the ranch as a whole actually hers to invite people as she chose? Now that I'm home for good, I'd love to get to know them. I think they'd like that, Aaron said. He nodded before moving to the door. I like this because this completely solidifies instantly, without question, and just out of nowhere. Yeah, okay, so she's not leaving. She's not gonna be like the elder from somewhere else, like, you know, because I'm wondering, like, is she gonna go back to her house where she was? Is, like, she gonna move back here? So I like having that just kind of answered like that. It's a really, really good way to work it in. I think they'd like that, Aaron said. He nodded before moving to the door. He turned to look back at her and spoke just loud enough for her to hear. See you later, Elder Karras. Elder Karras. Those words rattled around in her head as she walked toward the back door of the ranch house and down the path to Cord's designated workshop. She'd grown up in awe of her gran for her strength and steady hand in every job that life had handed her. That responsibility was all on her now. She was Elder Karras. Morning. Cord gave her a once-over when she walked into his workshop. How's the head? I think it might just be the worst hangover I've ever had. Ellie settled into the workbench. Aaron's miracle cure had taken the bulk of her splitting headache. The rest she could muddle through. Cord had drawn the curtains, revealing that last night's activities punished his head as much as hers. Elv, you're white as a sheet. Come on, let's take a walk. I think we could both use some air. This just feels a little weird. Just gonna say country girl. Because it's like, he draws the curtains closed, basically to like cover his eyes, and then immediately the next sentence is them going outside into the sun that he just covered up. Unless I'm misunderstanding the word drawn. Because doesn't that mean they're closed? So I think a good segue here would be him opening it and being like kind of flinching against the light, kind of signaling like, you know, it's gonna be just as bad for him, but it's something that they should do. So I think that, like, the idea of the curtains is great. It's just having him like open them despite, you know, so it's like if this is meant to be like open and then him like, you know, revulsing against it, make this more character action. Like he groaned as the light hit his eyes, revealing that last night's activities punished his head. And that would be absolutely perfect. And it leads straight into this. It is, and I need some consulting done. Never had a hangover myself. Light sucks. So, but he's right. Getting fresh air, getting the vitamin D from the sun, getting out and taking a walk and getting like your muscles moving, keeping hydrated, that's the best thing you can do for a hangover. The worst thing you can do is just stay in bed in the dark. You gotta get up, get your blood flowing, get your body cycling it out, sweat it out a little bit. So you're definitely on the right direction. But yeah, just having him throw open the curtains, be like, fuck, that's really bright. But yeah, we gotta go out there. Maybe swap that with flinch at the sunlight. Yeah, I'd say just like literally keep this line, but just be like, preface it with, you know, Cord opened the curtains. He flinched or squinted against the light, revealing that last night's activities punished his head as much as hers. And then he looks at her in the light. Nah, best thing you can do is take 10 shots. I have a queen. I have a queen. Fuck. I have a friend who thinks exactly like you, queen. Plus, her idea of pre-drinking is drinking a 2-6 before she shows up at the party. That she planned that she's 3 hours late for. Oh man, self-imposed 1-drink limit since I turned 21. Nice, country girl. I drink a little bit, but I don't really care for it. I like to smoke because there's no hangover. Just depends if you're smoking sativa or hybrid or indica, whether you're like being put to sleep or not. I'm just always perpetually tired. So I try to amp myself up to give me that rumble and energy you need to keep the blood flowing. Fully intended to go to my grave, honestly, able to say I've never been drunk. That's a legit goal. I was gonna say that with being high, and then my parents gave me weed, and I was like, well, it's not, doesn't really do anything, right? Kinda does, but like, not really. Weed for me is kind of more like a habit. You get a hangover because you're dehydrated. If you drink plenty of water while drinking, you won't wake up with a hangover. And don't drink sugary drinks because sugar will increase the amount of water, and then the more water you drink, the more you'll have to pee, so the more you dehydrate yourself. So it's kind of a, you gotta find that nice little balance. Plus put a little bit of salt in the water. A little pinch of salt in every glass. That'll help. I like my dangerous Kool-Aid drinks. Queen, I used to do Jello shots, and I'd make Jello shots, and yeah, I would just... We'd have, like, you know, the little plastic, like, you know, the little kind of paper type... You know, like you put, like, McDonald's ketchup in? The little tiny, like, paper holder things? That you would put, like, condiments in at, like, fast food restaurants? Yeah, I'd put the Jello shots in those, and you just like fold them back into your mouth, so you just wouldn't have to worry about like scooping them out of a cup or something. You could just like peel them back and just suck them right up. Fucking, oh my god, I get so hammered because it takes a while for it to break down in your stomach. So you're like, well, I didn't do anything, that didn't do anything, that didn't do anything, that didn't do anything, that didn't do anything. Guys, not that. I can't stand up right now. Yeah, I'm dying.
That's my drinking experience. They just gave me a pack of those for my 21st birthday, and stuff tasted like cough syrup. Kool-Aid drinks. Yeah, I got way too much Jello shot. Oh, Jello shots. Cause you're supposed to like you're not supposed to like, you're supposed to like swallow them. Then you stand up. Stand up. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4! Ads! Ads interrupting everything. Ads interrupting absolutely everything. Interrupt, ads just interrupt. I'm back, both from ads and helping my wife. Hope I didn't miss anything directed at me. Welcome back, Sean. No, Sean. We're reading Country Girl's Story. We're discussing hangovers. Hell, if you're white as a sheet, come on, let's take a walk. I think we would both use some air. Cord had always been good for his blunt honesty and knowing what Ellie needed, no matter how stubborn she wanted to be about it. Stepping into the bright new day, they both tilted their hat brims to shade their eyes. Looks like it's a beautiful day. Want to head to the dugout perch over the river. You know, it was always Kay's favorite spot. Sure, lead the way. Plenty of excitement last night. Path from the back door of Cord's workshop was wide enough for them to walk side by side. So shall we take stock? Do we have to? Ellie let out a heavy sigh that felt like it had been building since leaving Hollow Point's front gate the night before. Unless you're about to tell me I really dreamed it all. Depends on what you remember, he said as they found the sheltered dugout in a sharp bend just a few feet above the moving water, taking stock of what they called a habit they had developed in times of unease. Or taking stock was what they called a habit. It was a way of making sense of things and coming to solutions between themselves. Yes, I'd call it very necessary given everything. Renee and Asa. She closed her eyes, the vision of both leader wraiths still fresh in her mind, as was the sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. That should have been her first clue that her life was fundamentally changing. At the moment, she was completely oblivious to what being singled out on the ceremony naturally meant. Both Asa and Renee knew who would by rights be the person to lead the ritual burial. Did they look at me to lead the circle of filling in Gran's grave? Yep. Thanks for that. She breathed out, truly grateful for his stepping in beside her. I don't think I could have finished it on my own. That was a really good scene. Don't mention it. He squeezed her hand lightly, and after that, the release ceremony. They had come to it. Pinnacle of the evening, and the one moment that would define every day of the rest of the life. Gran came to me. She named me Elder. She did. Cord's gaze rested where the flames had found a home at the end of the release ceremony. Or did you not notice the new marks this morning? Is anyone else getting a Lord of the Rings vibe, or is it just me? I haven't read Lord of the Rings since I was like 12. So, I don't know.
I mean, it's really good flow. Language is good. Sentence structure. The dialogue. The voice of the characters. 2 bullets. One on my heart and the other on my shoulder. Typical Gran. Her words bit as she spoke them. Was it fair to blame Gran for what she was feeling now? Probably not, but it wasn't fair of Gran to hoist all this on her with no warning. Blatantly avoided looking in the mirror getting dressed. Sorry, I didn't get that last part. The dialogue? The character voice? The sentence structure? The word choice? The flow? Especially the flow of dialogue, where you're like using the dialogue to describe and set the setting as well as the inner character voice. It's like you're doing like everything all at once and it's all flowing, right? That's kind of hard to do because sometimes it feels a bit jumpy. Like I'll say like something is kind of abrupt, but nothing here feels abrupt. Everything feels like it flows into the next thing. Like, you know, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Instead of like 1, 12, 16, 4, 18. What the fuck is going on? Who made this fucking counter? Or sometimes it can feel like that. Night wasn't a complete waste of time. We had some of the Iron Gate's top shelf stuff. Not sure if it's me or you, but it's buffering like mad. It might just be Twitch. Try and maybe, I don't know, let's see. Everything looks good on my end. Hasn't said I dropped any frames. It's probably fucking Twitch. Twitch, man! That's why we stream on other platforms. Because I don't want you to be forced to watch on Twitch. And forced to watch ads. If you want, you can always go over to Kick, over to Twitter, over to Rumble. Any one of those. And if you miss it, it's always on YouTube. Yeah, I missed all of that. Well, just know it's coming together well, country girl. So far with your writing style, again, it's like probably a... If Knott's is like a 7.5, yours is like probably a 6.8 to 7. Like it's more than 6.5, but I don't know if it's quite a 7. And one of the main things is how do you say this? Like, plot and conflict. Last solid thing I heard was taking stock. Like other, like, I guess stakes. We're on chapter 11, and and it's like, okay, well she's the elder now, so it's like before we had the stakes of like Kingsley, right? So it's like, and you kind of got that out of the way, but it's like before you get old stakes out of the way, the best thing to do is make new stakes. So adding something else like. Something like there's a reason why YK died. Something Like, I think that would really elevate the story, is having a bigger, grander, oh fuck, what's going on in the background conspiracy. You know? And I think, like, Kingsley getting slapped around and stuff shows that maybe there's not the biggest thing for him in the background, that he's not, like, he was feigning control, he doesn't really have control. So I think what could really elevate the story earlier on is a lot higher stakes. And an escalation of stakes leading up to it. Phone seems to want to work. Are you back, country girl? So I think the story I think the story itself is what's holding it back. The plot. The characters are great, the interactions are great, the dialogue is great, the flow is great. The story itself, like the plot, not the setting and like what's actually happening, but like foreshadowing for the future, like building up something more for you to grab onto, that you're always reaching into the shadows, that anytime anything is resolved, there's always something new around the corner, right? Like, I'm just waiting for some great catastrophe to befall now that the character is the elder, right? Some sort of information to know, like maybe she would be, you know, get some information from Kay, like, oh, I was assassinated, and it's like, oh my god, this hasn't happened before, you know, kind of thing, or something like that. Or I don't know, I just feel like, at least for me, the stakes aren't high enough, and that's something that, like, that small change can really change the story from, like, a 6.5 and a 7 to, like, an 8 or an 8.5. Nah, died of stroke complications. Easy. Then, more stuff to do with, like, Kingsley and, like, a conspiracy in the background, and, like, more emphasis and, like, actual power to him saying that, you know, she rigged, like, Ellie rigged the system or something like that. You know, more than just an emotional reason why she doesn't like the werewolves. Like, I think just establishing in, like, chapter 4 or 5, when she gets to, like, starts talking to Cord and, like, Kingsley shows up, that it adds even more to the stakes. Like, it's just like you've been luring at Kingsley. Okay, Kingsley showed up. Now lure us to something else. Now that you've dealt with Kingsley, show us that other thing, and then escalate something else, and then just keep escalating from there. Because I'm sure it's there, but I think more foreshadowing earlier on will help the story more, and get more grasp of the bigger things that are, like, outside of the character, like things that you'll see as the reader that the character won't see because the character is too much in their mind at the moment, and you're, like, almost screaming at the character, like, notice the signs! Notice the signs! Please! You know? In the Immortals of Kingsman, the service, Secret Service, not that kind of story, bro. Oh! Kingsman! Not that kind of story, and then shoots him in the head. You know, the whole idea of, like, oh, the evil monologue, and then the escape. Which is funny, because he winds up escaping either way, because he winds up in the second movie. But, the butterfly man. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But yeah, I think just elevating, we've been programmed for big world ending, altering stakes. Yeah, but that's just, well, it's, like I said, that's my bias. That's me personally, right? That's why you have to look at it like, everything else is like an 8, but just the plot itself, to me, is just, I need something bigger. And it seems like there's the smallest hint that it could be there, but it's not enough to grasp onto, right? Like, there's other covens, there's the werewolves, there might be vampires, there could be centaurs, there could be other fantasy, like, creatures, goblins, right? Like, who knows what this world has in store? And getting more of that is what I want. But, again, it's like, is that what you want as the author? So don't let my bias and my want for increased stakes affect your view of the story and your artistic apparatus, right? Like with Sean, where I told Sean the main reason that I just don't kind of like resonate, like I wouldn't go out of my way to read Sean's story because it doesn't have high enough stakes for me. I need like world-ending, character down, grimdark bad, like. But that's just me, right? It's like the same with Callie. I really enjoy Callie's imagination, and I'm gonna absolutely love Classroom Sonata because it's going to be that dark grim with his style of creativity attached to it, you know, in like the essence of a lost love story, right? Of a character who can never truly find themselves because they hate themselves. And it's that coming to like the understanding of accepting who you are as opposed to like changing yourself for other people to have them accept you. And that's like everything that I love in a story. So that's why, like, in bias, I would rate it at a higher level. But that's just my insight, right? Take it as you will. Night wasn't a complete waste of time. We had some of the Iron Gate's top shelf stuff. Cord's eyes glinted. Now, this is an intimate personal story with stakes to match. Sounds good. It's not my kind of story, but that's, you know, that's what I'm here for, to get eyes on a story from a different perspective, right? Cord's eyes then glinted with a spark that was gleeful malice at the next thought. Not to mention, I'd have paid big to see Marshal Adama lay your old man out like that. I'll admit to enjoying that part, she laughed, her face lighting momentarily. Who? Some of my hard and fast rules. The plots concern the characters involving and no children solving adult problems. Makes sense, country girl. It definitely sets a tone for it, right? Wait, yes, it is an E. Kingsley. Kingsley raging about me being named Elder in front of half the town. Not so much. If Darren and your uncle didn't knock him down a peg for that one, I would have. As they finished a round of absolute... Is that another character that I'm like, wait, is this another old character name? Tad? That's why we do this, right? That's the main reason why we do this. Because it's looking at it from a pair of eyes that's not locked in, so you don't look over things like that, right? Because you can go over it 1,000 times and there'll still be a spelling mistake. If Tad and your uncle didn't knock him down a peg for that one, I would have. So he finished a round of almost adolescent laughter. He looked at a little more considering. Might not have gone as well. Tad has more than 7 inches and at least 30 pounds on me. That sounds bad? You should say half a foot. Just coming from a guy, you should just say half a foot. Just has half a foot and at least 30 pounds on me. That's just bad word. I mean, if you want to keep it, you can. I just think that's bad word. Damn, bro, you got 7 on you? That's brutal. It's just the way that height is described versus other things. And especially if, like, that's Cord talking and that's a dude. I don't know, that's just a language thing to me. I don't know if anyone else feels that. Like, I understand you're trying to say height, but it just... It evokes something else in me, let's just say that. You knew, didn't you? Ellie could hardly look at him with that accusation in the air. Hattie? Cord, her oldest and dearest friend, really kept that much from her? That's why you didn't want me to start making too many plans before her release. You knew I was going to be named successor. How much did she tell you? It was never in so many words, and I know neither of us wanted you to have to deal with everything all at once. Guilt mingled with relief was written in as clearly in his eyes as in the tone of his voice. Kay mentioned enough here and there that I understood what she was planning. She knew she was near the end, and she also knew who could be trusted to take care of the family and the coven after she was gone. Neither one of you ever told me, she asked. She felt empty and betrayed that they thought she couldn't handle the knowledge. Now she's gone, and everything she spent her life building in the coven is mine. Not to mention most likely everything in this place. You're not making it better, Cordero. Wait. I thought his name was Cortez. What do people just call him different names? Cordero. Oh, his first name is Cordero. Okay. Okay. Not making it better, Cordero. You know that way women always say your name when they say their name? Okay. So that Cord was short for Cortez, and I was just like, is that like a Spanish thing to have like the D instead of the D? The T, like the way like Siobhan is usually shortened to Shiv, even though it's Shav. Or Shav. You're not making it better, Cordero. I'm sorry, Elf. Cord knew he had to tread lightly. Neither one of them had a habit of engaging in their formal names unless the discussion was serious. I really am. I know. She stopped, willing her mind to calm long before a question that demanded to be raised. Cord, I need to ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly. Nothing but the truth from me, you know that. Leaned back in the earth wall, waiting for her to speak. Yes. The truth had always been said without question before. 1 or 2 lies of omission didn't change the rule. Shoot. Do you believe Gran knew what she was doing? Asking this question to him was like asking it of her innermost self. Ellie had to hear it from the one person left in the world who knew her without exception. Do you really think I can make a good elder? 1. Yes. Kay Ralcaris was one of the best people that either of us ever knew. And I don't care what your father or anyone else says, she kept her wits to her last breath. Put a hand on her shoulder where the fire had touched it. And 2. Yeah, Elv, I trust in your future. Always have. Always will. You have what it takes to lead the coven and make your Gran proud. That's what I heard from her last night when she named me. She said she trusted my future, she whispered, remembering the warm security of love that had washed over her when Gran's spirit had engulfed her. Thank you, brother. No problem, he beamed at her. And I want you to know something else. No matter what happens, I'll be right here by your side. Something tells me I'm gonna need that. She paused. The air had changed abruptly, the breeze had faltered, and the atmosphere had grown heavy without warning. Wait, do you feel that? It's the wards for Kay's study. Somebody's in there and not supposed to be. They stood together, climbing out of the dugout. Cord offered an arm. We better go see what your family is up to. This is your house after all. Oh, Karis matriarch. Karis matriarch, she scoffed, still disbelieving. Head of the coven was one thing, but how could she be the head of the family? Speaking of, Ellie said, shaking her head a little. Kay, care to guess what Aaron just called me? I'm sorry. Well, if Kingsley's drunk ramble last night is any mile marker, that could be a long list of possibilities. Grimaced and started ticking off options on his fingers. Spoiled, loose little girl over in her head. Over in her head. Oh no, sunk before you could even start swimming. I changed all of these! Damn it! It reverted back to the old one! No! How could it possibly do such a thing? That's not fair! Okay, again, like, it's just coming... I don't know, but using this term specifically... Like, I don't know if this is intended, country girl, but this to me feels like calling her a whore. Is that the intention? Or is it more of a to do... Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because, like, there's a couple of other meanings, but that's, like... Yeah. Especially the way that, like... Obviously, Kingsley's talked that way about Ellie before, and that just instantly set Tad off. And Tad knew exactly what he was going to say. Vocab of the time. Yeah. Totally makes sense. Called me Elder Karis. Ellie said quietly amid Cord's suggestions. He just said it like he knew all along it was going to be me. Your gran might have given him an idea or two, Bob said. Apparently, there was another thing her brother knew she didn't. I'll say this for at least one of your brothers. He's been getting closer to Miss Kay in the last couple of years. Out from under your old man's thumb. That's good to know. They returned to the house and made a beeline for the study when they heard the raised voices of what was plainly a spirited debate already going on. Ellie motioned to Cord to stay quiet behind her as she creaked the door open enough to hear more clearly. She was about to meet opposition within the ranks of her own coven. It was best she heard the opinions candidly before they knew she was there. There has to be a way to contest this. Merle, Wes, legitimate legality in the territory is your business. It happens. It happens, okay? We just, fix it. Move on. It's not published yet, right? Right? It's not published yet, right? The power of changing your character's name. Kingsley's tone matched the anger, if not the intoxication of the previous night. Ellie caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. He straightened his posture and the lapels of his jacket. My mother left the coven to Elvina. It's proof she couldn't have been in her senses. How nice of you to remember. I'm just gonna go like this, and I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna go on, and I'm gonna go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, I think we've seen enough. I think we've seen enough. I think your entire, oh fuck, it's middle of ads. Okay, you didn't need to see that. It happens at least 25 times. I was like, this has to be the last one, right? Nope. Nope. Yeah. Net. No. Not net. No. No. Mm-mm. Welcome back. So you're not going to be happy, country girl, but there's about 25 more Ronins. So be prepared. I'm just warning you. Be prepared. I counted 17, and we were only like halfway down the rest of the chapter. So there could be more. Apparently we talk about him a lot in this chapter. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I control F'd it to try and find out. I was like, it has to be the last one. No. I went through this 4 times! I had to write a notepad file to write all the names of my characters and add descriptions. I confused Cora for Jean despite doing that. I mean, Sean, it's... yeah. It's bound to happen once in a while, right? And if people don't have a clear image of what the character is, then when that happens... So now I'm thinking about this would be a good litmus test to sneak in. Because this is, like, I do this. This is, like, I guess I'll give away the secret, guys. You purposefully make a mistake and see if someone notices. Does that make sense? Specifically, usually to do with a character. Something like... that's, like, important to the plot. Like, you know, like a scar the character has, or something like that, or something like that. Kingsley was one of the most recent people to get their name changed. Makes sense. But yeah, you put in a purposeful mistake with a character, like mischaracterizing a character or a personality trait that a character wouldn't have, and then when a beta reader is reading it, if they don't notice that, like, bring it up with them, and then figure out why they didn't notice, and if it's because they're not too connected to the character that they can't tell them apart that much, then that's just something to work on, right? So it's basically a way of setting traps for beta readers in order to, like, test yourself. Second only to Marcus Oslo, who was named Kieran. Okay. And that's the guy who was, had an arranged marriage with Ellie until everything happened and she left. Yes. Perfect. All right. How nice of you to remember, Kingsley, Merle Crowley said in mock conciliation. While Ellie couldn't see the Coven factor, she could swear she heard the raising of his eyebrow and bristling of his mustache. We already told you. We need to do this a lot. Kingsley, it's what we've been saying all night. Miss K's release ceremony may have yielded unexpected results, but there was nothing illegal about it. Your mother's last rite is ironclad in traditions and laws. She had a right to choose her successor, and she did just that. Ellie heard her uncle's voice and the creaking of the wood floor under the couch where he must have been lounging. So you do such a great job setting the scene through character action, right? This character does something, and something catches their attention, and then it causes to set the scene. Like, this is so well done in your writing. Just, like, it's... You've, like, almost mastered doing this in dialogue. Like, that's a really big strength to have. A lot of people can't do that. A lot of people just set the setting and then have the dialogue, right? But character action should always be your medium through which the world is seen. So that's how setting should be described, right? Your daughter was named publicly. Pretty sure... Yeah, it's just 1L. Good to hear. Yeah. I have no idea what... Oh, there's no I. Okay. And accepted by witch, wolf, and wraith alike. At least by what old Renee has said. Nothing was left to chance, and no knot untied. As of last night, the only one who has the power to say Ellie isn't elder is Ellie herself. I like this here because before you're thinking, it's like in this chapter you've confirmed now two specific things. First is, well, she's staying there. And in your head, you're thinking, well, of course she's staying now she's said it because she has to. Especially since action tags are among the last things I add. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's part of the process, right? Then it can set everything up. You know what has to be said, and then you know how it is said once you know what it is, right? It's harder to know how it's said when you don't know what it is. And it's like an order of things, right? Like the idea of like bed mass, right? Like there's an order of operations in the mathematics of it that make it like click and work and resonate, right? And now here you're saying Ellie has the power to choose to walk away. And since you've already confirmed that she's staying, that makes that statement earlier even more powerful. Dialogue, I'm pretty confident in. Setting descriptions, not so much. And you don't really need to, like, you know, the smallest, tiniest things. The only things you really need about setting are atmosphere and things that are inherent to the scene. So it's like, when someone sits down, it doesn't seem like the chair they sat in appears out of nowhere. That's probably the biggest problem people have with setting, is that they don't set things up that need to be in the scene. Like that stool over there, you know, the painting on the wall. It's like the idea of like Chekhov's gun. You show the gun, you gotta use the gun. If you're gonna use the gun, you gotta show the gun. Should be things like character would take note of.
Yeah, and in this case, that's exactly the way it is, because she only would take note of him sitting in the chair because she heard the creaking of the wood on the floor under the couch. And she's used to hearing that from people sitting on the couch. So she's building an image in her head, which is building an image in your head. And the way that that's done means you don't have to say, oh, there was a green couch that he sat on that creaked. You're using the character's approach to their perspective to build the setting up. As well as setting the mood of the character, because obviously they're lounging in a chair. You know, they're not, like, threatened by what's going on. And the other character is the one who doesn't have any power in it, right? Which means it would likely be in my best interest to say this in front of witnesses. I've got no intention of stepping down. Ellie watched as every eye in the study turned to her, walking through the door with Cord trailing her closely. She saw that the study contained at least one member of each Coven family. How the hell was she going to manage this? She had no idea, but she was stranded well in the forest now, and the only way out was through. I would say well into the forest? 'Cause she walked herself kind of into it now? But I don't know. Otherwise, I'd say, like, I don't know, just well in doesn't seem right. Color of the couch probably wouldn't come up unless it provided a mental stimulus, such as the faded green fabric of the couch reminded her strongly of the times her grandmother cuddled her on this very couch. True, Sean. Oh, I meant to change that to deep in the forest. She was stranded deep in the forest now, and the only way out was through. Sorry to keep you folks waiting. I didn't realize I'd called a meeting. Miss, that's... I love the cheekiness. What a way to start. And it kind of reinforces her non-formality towards this, right? So now my question from this is, how will this change over time? I don't like in there. I'd use either into or deep in or within that setting, but that's me. You mean deep in the forest, Sean? Even with the, like, removing the well? I mean, I kind of like well into the forest, but it depends, right? Yeah, like deep within the forest. She may be new to power, but has to fake it till she makes it. Hey, that's what everyone does. Fake it till you make it. Miss Ellie, I wanted to speak with you last night, but there was no time. Deeply sorry for your losing Kay. Merle gave a respectful inclination of the head. A gesture echoed, but the rest of the party, save Kingsley. And, of course, if there's anything you need from me or my family, just say the word. Thanks, Merle, I appreciate that. Ellie had always admired the older man. She knew from experience he wouldn't bow to her father's will easily. I was actually hoping you would help me in going over the records of the last few years. Gran was always detailed, but I'm afraid I'm a bit out of practice with her shorthand. Of course, he nodded to her respectfully.
Ellie didn't miss the forbidding look he shot to her father. Come on into town on the next few days and I'll help you get settled in. Thanks, Merle. That's kind of funny because I have an uncle named Merle. Now, I could point out that this is all no coincidence that my father called you here to try overturning Kay's last order within 24 hours of her release ceremony. Ellie looked around at the men gathered in the study. These were men that, yes, Kingsley had been trying to work on undermining. These were men that, yes, Kingsley had been trying to work on undermining her. But they were also men that had respected Kay and look to the Karras family for leaderships. Hi, homie. Hey, Hugo. How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? How's your day going, Hugo? I don't know about this. These were men that, yes, Kingsley had been trying to work on undermining her, but they were also men that had respected Kay and looked to the Karras family for leadership for decades. I guess it's just a stylistic choice, right? For voice. It is rather awkward to read. I feel like removing the yes would make it like, these were the men that Kingsley had been trying to work on like, to undermine her. Right? Like, just like, less than 40 hours of the baby to get here? For the baby to get here? Wait. Your significant other, Hugo, is pregnant and expecting? One of the men that Kingsley had been attempting to corrupt so they would help him to undermine her. Yeah, something like that, Sean. But if so, oh, I probably never mentioned my wife's pregnant and in her 39th week tomorrow. Damn, Hugo, congratulations, bro. Congratulations, that's amazing. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? Do you have a name? That's so cool. Yeah, is it your first? Sean, I think, is the only one here who has kids. I'm just a single loner. My sister has 2 kids, though. So I got a niece and a nephew to keep me company. Not my first. I already have a little boy. This one is a girl. Aw, so cool. Yeah, that's the way that my brother-in-law wanted. He wanted the protective older brother, and then like 2 years later, the younger sister. But he was going to keep going until they had one of each. They got what they wanted. Stopping there. Got the 2, the boy and the girl. Don't need to go any further than that. Like I always say, girls are cheaper in diapers. I'm good with 2. Yeah, 2's a good number. A boy and a girl? Perfect. Well, congratulations, Hugo. I hope everything goes super smoothly. Until they discover makeup. I think Sean's kids are in their 20s, so... But I could be wrong. Yeah, so this sentence is kind of awkward, but other than that, doesn't take discovering makeup. It's as soon as the diapers come off, and then the girl's immediately more expensive.
I could see it. Respected Kay and looked to the Karras family for leadership for decades. If she had she had a prayer of taking her position successfully, it wouldn't do to alienate them, at least not yet. That doesn't seem productive. Allow me to make this chance to say I appreciate that each one of you has aided my family in the past, and I hope I can prove myself as elder on my own merit in the future. We supported your grandmother for over 40 years, and she was one of the finest elders in living memory. Jet Clemens stepped forward. He gave a brief pointed glare to Kingsley. Charles Oslo and Low Ace Lenny Ives. She didn't have any trouble believing that they were her key opposers. And the rest got dragged into the clandestine meeting. The transition might not be smooth, Miss Ellie, but we will stand behind you the same. They wet the bed more often due to their smaller bladders. Their toys have approximately 20 times as many side purchases and accessories. They tend to want literally anything cute, even if they've already got 50 at home. The list goes on. And you want to spoil them like a princess, Sean. Whereas your son, you're like, no, you're tough. Suck it up. Go play with the baseball we have at home. I totally feel that, Sean. Why does she get everything? She's a girl. Learn that's what girls get. You should treat women like that. All women deserve to be pampered, and you should dote on them. You should hang on their every word, but you gotta be manly about it, and confident, and strong, and protective. Not arrogant. That's how you get them to fall for you. And then you can buy them all the pretty things and make them happy that way. Am I on the right mark? My girls knew exactly how to manipulate me. Dad, can I have that Barbie? Hell no. Okay. What about the $250 Power Wheel? Sure, princess, it isn't a Barbie. Daughter. Daddy, I need $100. Me. Okay, princess, here you go. Son. Dad, I need $10. Me. Well, that's why you have a strong back, so you can work. Exactly, Hugo. I love it. It's just a cultural thing, man. You can call it a stereotype all you want. Dolls are fine. Barbie is to blame for a large majority of eating disorders in the world. I mean, fair enough, Sean. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. Botched BBL. Yo, what's up, brother? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. I mean, as long as you're boycotting on principle, right? That sounds about right to me. You guys want to hear a funny story about Barbies? So, for Christmas, because my niece is old enough now, my dad got her, hey, I'm starving myself right now because of my Barbie. If Barbie was real, at those original Barbie proportions, she'd break in half. Yup. So my dad got my niece a Barbie, and so we're sitting there at Christmas, and she's opening it up, and my dad leans into me, and he goes, look. And I look at it, and I go, what? And he's like, I wasn't sure if I should return it or not. And then I looked at him, and I looked back at the Barbie, and I burst out laughing. Do you know why? Barbie was black. Yeah, it's like, is it racist if I want to send it back? Like, it's not that I don't, like, I care that it's black. It's that, like, it's not what I ordered. I ordered a white one. homeless guy, hey buddy, do you have some change? Me, look, today my mom asked me for money for meds. My wife asked me for money for groceries. My daughter asked me for money for a dress. And my son asked me for money for gas. If I said no to them, what chance do you think you have? True, Hugo. Based, brother. If I had a penis, I would slingshot popcorn with my erection to my mouth. Mike? Wait, you don't have a penis, Mike? That's like the first thing you learn to do as a man. Funny a story about how I used to rip the heads off my sister's Barbies. The arms always took more effort in removal. I would like rip the heads off and the arms off, and I put the arms where the legs were. I'd put the legs where the arms were, and then I'd swap like the male Ken heads onto like the female bodies. And it would fucking... I do it with like my sister's friends' toys and shit like that too. God, I was a fucking shit disturber, man. I would piss so many people off. They'd be like, stop fucking doing it. I want to do it even more. I'm like, you just pop the things out and fucking move them around. Like, she would get mad at me for that, for no reason. Stupidest thing I laughed at today. A snake walks into a bar and the bartender says, how the fuck did you do that? Oh my god, that's fucking beautiful, Hugo. That is fucking beautiful. I'm immortalizing you. Oh wait, I gotta turn the thing on. Hold on. Edit panels. Chat creations. Where's chat creations? There. More immortalization in chat creations. That 100% deserves an immortalization. Snake walks in the bar after that and shoots the snake. The only method of playing with toys. Break it so you understand how it works. Wait a second. Country girl, are you just getting it now? The fact that it's a snake and snakes don't have legs? How would a snake walk? Trying to imagine a snake walking like its head's here, and then its body kind of goes down, and then back up again, and then down, and then back up again, and it's kind of like... I know why all the Ronins are still there. Is this an old version, Country Girl? Did you paste in the wrong version of the story? But Snake from that video game does not only have legs, but a gun too. Don't you mean Snake from that movie, Sean? We all know Snake was based off of, why am I fucking forgetting the name now? I don't know how to say Planters. I had the name in my head before I started talking. It's not Pulowski. The fuck is his name? I can't remember. Copy and pasted from Dabble, not the official Scrivener draft. Ah. Pleskin, right? I'm sure there is a movie with gunman named Snake, then G.I. Joe is Snake Eye. Escape from New York, Escape from L.A., Kurt Russell. That's what inspired Solid Snake. He's literally called Snake because he has a snake tattoo on him. Pleskin. I'm pretty sure it's Pleskin. I don't know what his name is. Now I'm less frustrated now. Okay, that sounds fair. That sounds fair, Country Girl. Apple with the ads. We're gonna apple dab, dabble ads. It's an apple dab, dabble ads, apple dabs. You're a dabble lab. Can you dabble ads? I add your dabbles. I'll add a dabble to your dabble ads with Add and Dabble's dabble ads. A dabble ad and add a dabble to your ads and add dabble's ads. Those ads got a dabble of the dabble ads for an ad that dabbles in the ad'll dabble. You'll never dabble in ads. I'll dabble in a dabble dibble, dabble dobble, addle dibble, dabble dob. No ads for the dabblers. Batted ads, get out of here, batted ads. It's batted ads. Just because I'm batted ads doesn't mean ads are bad. Okay, computer is working now. Nice. Alright. I'm told the next town council meeting is only a few weeks away, and I'm sure there's coven business to take care of before then. Ellie moved, making herself the focal point of the room by walking behind the desk. Okay, this is this is what I mean. I don't remember there being a desk. So, I'm pretty sure you didn't mention a desk. Because I was going to say that there hasn't been anything said about setting. So, this is the point where I would say the desk comes out of nowhere. So somewhere earlier, like for instance, while she's talking, right? That's where it's like before she begins talking, step one, before she begins talking, she eyes the room, then she eyes the desk. So now you know there's a desk. Then she starts talking as like she runs her hand along the desk, moving around maybe objects that are on the desk. Maybe caressing the design of the desk, if it's important, right? And then have her go towards the desk as she's talking. But it's still the same scene. So this is what I mean by things feel like they just pop out. It's relevant to the... If it's not relevant, right? If it's not relevant to the scene at all, I wouldn't even include it. But if it is relevant... And it's like kind of like a show of authority, right? Like she's walking behind the desk that no one else would walk behind. Kind of set that as her like showing her power and manifesting her power, right? This is her exerting herself for the first time as an influence over everyone in the room. And she's doing it in this almost nonchalant kind of, you know, simple factor of like, I know you guys are on my side. You guys wouldn't be against me, right? Oh, that would suck for you guys if you guys were against me. Like, that's kind of the feeling I almost want to get off of her. Because you know that she's playing. So it's not like it ruins or feels wrong with the character. You know she's putting on a face and maybe this is her going too far with it. Right? And then maybe she can self-correct later and be like, maybe that was, you know, too much of a show. So then it's kind of like she dials it down from there, but then everyone thinks of that as a really important moment when they go, well, remember, you know, if she makes a mistake or something happens like that, you refer back to that being like, well, if people make mistakes, look at what she can do, right? And use that as the source reference for people. I think that's really powerful. And use the desk as symbolism for her obtaining that power and that perspective. I think that would make it really powerful, especially if like this desk is something she does paperwork at, like regularly, and this is like a room she's regularly in. If this is like her office, like make this desk a symbol. But anyways, that's where it's like a sign of there was I like, I wouldn't call it a slip up, but it's just like a missed opportunity, like I say, a missed opportunity on capitalization. That's like that's my lingo for I'm not quite sure about this, but that's just me. Now okay, here it is. By walking behind the desk. Oh, whoops. Well, that didn't work. Kingsley wasn't the only one to show marked displeasure with her action. Merrill's concerned expression grew deeper. Merle's concerned expression grew deeper, and Charles Oslo breathed audibly, taking a step back. Even Uncle Wes straightened up in his posture, though he seemed more proud than alarmed. Now, if I can interest you gentlemen in some lunch, we can eat and then get to work. Starting with Kay's last will and testament. Merle, am I correct in assuming you have it with you? Cord helped Talia present refreshments and small foods, and when the plates emptied, it was time to settle into business. Doing so meant taking up every remotely comfortable spot on chair, couch, or rug in the great room. It wasn't necessary for the entire coven, or indeed those outside the Karras family, to be involved in the proceedings, but understanding that in the previous few days, mourning had been public, there was no making the will reading private. Will reading private. Yeah, now I'm less annoyed because I went through the Scrivener doc 4 times. The problem of having so many different drafts, right? You miss which one. There's 8 of them that say final. Final FX. Final FX music. Final music. Final FX music image. Final image music FX sound. What do you mean? Sound! There should already be sound! What the fuck is this? Final. It's like buffalo. Scriv doesn't copy paste into Google Doc right. Yeah, and Google Doc sometimes doesn't work on copy pasting back into Scrivener. But it's usually pretty good. There are definitely times where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that did not do what it was supposed to do. Like, I wish it copied, like, everything, like the... That way I didn't have to read it in Google Docs, but it would be, like, the same layout format and everything. So that it'd have, like, all the colors and symbols and all the images and fanciness. That's the one nice thing about Google Docs. At least if you have, like, a limited word count. Alright, we all know Miss K was a woman of planning. Merle cleared his throat, putting on his reading glasses and looking down to the collections of paper he brought. She asked me over here last spring, informed me in a way that only she could that she wasn't getting any younger, and would I help her put her affairs in order before the time came that she couldn't do it herself. I, Kay, Marietta Karras,
Elder of the Palem Coven, being of sound mind and spirit, do declare this document to be my last will and testament. It was planned? She knew this was happening? Ronan and Ellie spoke. Kingsley and Ellie spoke. Not in unison of feeling at the same time. Ellie looked away and she addressed the question to no one in particular. Kingsley's words were harsh and accusatory to Merle, who, with a cautious glance towards father and daughter, continued reading the document aloud. Doctor-patient confidentiality. Client-patient confidentiality. Can't tell you that shit. That's legal shit. Ronan Kingsley's looking at him like, why the fuck didn't you tell me, bro? I would have been better prepared. Lawyer, client confidentiality. Attorney, client. Yeah, those are the words I'm looking for. You know, I'm just bad at words, right? I'm like the one that applies to law. It's the same idea, right? It's like an NDA. It's basically an NDA. That's a better way to say it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that I will probably not last the year. Before you go blaming Merle for keeping my affairs private, Kingsley, he was doing his job and carrying out my orders as I wanted them. A ripple of amusement touched everyone in the room. There were general murmurs to the effect of it was just like old Miss K to take things on stride and in her own terms at the very end. I leave the care of the Palem Coven in the capable hands of my granddaughter, Elvina Karras. Ellie, you grew from this house until it was time to see what the world could offer. I always strive to do right by you, and I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive my past mistakes in raising you. Concerning Hollow Point House and the ranch, I also leave it to Ellie. Generations ago, our people settled it as their base of operations, and there's no reason to change that now. I leave it up to her to continue or break the contract with our circuit riders as she deems necessary. Cord, Talia, and Dylan, I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done over the years. You've all been so much more than hired hands, and thanks. You all have a home and jobs here for as long as you want them. If you decide to leave, Ellie will, I know, give you whatever you need to start over. Ellie nearly gasped, looking at Cord, Talia, and Dylan together. Dylan is Jake, the barn manager. Okay. Makes sense. I was like, wait, I swear that name is wrong. So the exchange she had noticed between them the other day was likely shared knowledge that the three had the fate of the ranch. Is it Jake Dylan? I recognize that name. I don't know what it's from, Sean. Is that like a professional sports player? Of course, he had lived with Kay for years while Ellie had been away. Why would it be surprising that they could expect her to say Jake Sutters? I don't know. Dylan Hall? Fuck if I know. If it is, I couldn't have a clue. I detest sports. I don't know that reference. Me neither. I think it's just a name that just resonates. It just sounds like someone who's famous, right? Jake Dylan. The curse of the double names. When your first name is also a last name. And your last name is also a first name. The rest of the will was fairly self-explanatory. Emmeline was left a portion of the good silver Kay had known she was fond of, that had belonged to some careless great-grandmother or another. A generous sum was given to the boys and younger grandchildren. They would withdraw it from the bank, or it would transfer to them when they came of age. I wasn't making one. It had Dylan there, but you said it was Jake, so I thought having Dylan as his family name was possible. It is possible, you never know, but I don't know if they even have family names because they're orphans, and if their family name was anything, it would be Karis.
but they can't be called Karis, right? So I think that's actually kind of complicated. But I don't know. They could withdraw it from a bank, or it would transfer to them when they came of age. Elam received a hunting rifle that had belonged to their great-grandfather, Matthew, and Aaron a small black book that contained all her ties to liquor, beer, and wine suppliers from trade routes all over the country. She knew nothing was dearer in the world to him than his saloon, the Liar's Fiddle. When Merle reached the end of the last page, he looked at Kingsley, whose expression had become more and more engraved by all he had heard and not heard in the last few minutes. He handed him a sealed letter. Jesus! This is for you, he said grimly. Kingsley took it with the kind of cautious distaste of a man gifted with a shirt made entirely of poison oak. Miss Kay told me she was sorry that this is how she left you. Always wished there could have been something to be done to make you mother and son again. The Coven members soon departed, no doubt wanting to get home to spread the gossip as far as they could before the day's end. Rel Karis's will reading was the type of story that Palem drinking legends were made of. The day closed with nothing left to be done. The Coven had a newly confirmed elder, and Hollow Point had a new woman to call it hers. Nice. Nice closing up there. Yeah, other than that desk appearing out of nowhere and not capitalizing on that desk for, like, being the essence of which she's, like, pronouncing her power from, even though you know as the reader it's an act, and she knows it's an act, and even having that pointed out and saying maybe next time I'm not going to go so far and I'll leave this as the dire example of what not to do. Striking fear into the eyes of your enemies immediately. Yeah, but I think that tiny little bit will add so much more to the chapter when we get to that point. But you need those dips and lows, and now we're like sinking in. What is the world gonna look like a week from now, a month from now, a year from now? Can Ellie live up to the expectations? Is she even gonna try to live up to the expectations? And now we have all those answers, so it may be slow in a sense, but it gives us a lot of the answers that we've wanted and needed. So even without that capitalization on the feeling of her presence, it's still a great chapter. It moves everything forward, and it tells you how the alliances with the characters and the Coven are, the houses, you know, their attitudes towards it. And I even like the best part is the way that she doesn't want to immediately go in. She wants to hear everything. Because I was like, at first I was like, well, why wouldn't you want to immediately go in? And then it's like, oh, because you don't want them to change their opinions. That makes so much sense. I didn't catch that. I wouldn't have even thought about that. That's like she's in leader brain, right? And then that leads into how she plays the act out. So I think that was capitalized on, but like that, the leading of it is where the desk would come in. And she's like, this is how I'm gonna do it. Maybe even hinting then that she's like building the image in her head of her walking around the desk. So it's like you already know the desk is a point of power that's going to show office, essentially. And then her authority is just like immediately felt. And it's like, oh, it feels so good for everyone else to look at Kingsley the way they used to look at her. How the turns have tabled. Hugo, but if you're still here, Hugo, and you have a chapter for us that you want us to read, good sir, we can now move on. The best way to tell if a man is honest, ask him. He'll both be surprised, but the liars will have to think for a second. That's profound, country girl. I like that. I like that a lot. Straightforward confrontation and find out there's like a psychological thing of like, if your eyes shoot, I don't know which side it is, if your eyes shoot up to one side, it's you going for memory. If your eyes shoot up to the other side, it's going for imagination. I always remember that. It's just one of those body language things that you kind of learn, and it's like the sides of your brain, right? So you can kind of tell. And then there's the hesitation, the having to think for a second. And then the more you interrogate them, the more their story falls apart, the more they're lying. And remember this, country girl. I pull things out of my ass. And if I don't give an example, I don't know what I'm talking about. So call me out if I don't give an example. Oh, since I missed it, any thoughts on the Cord Ellie taking stock bit? You mean them sitting there and just kind of taking a breath, getting away from it, you know, kind of just having it's like they get to be themselves for the last time. Yeah, I really feel it's the last time they get to talk as themselves. You know, like from now on they're going to be like too busy, too burdened, too much shit going on that, you know. So it's like that's like an affirmation moment of their relationship. Maybe there should even be something in there like, you know. No, you know what? I think that would be heavy-handed if you did something like that. I think it's perfect the way it is. I think it would be heavy-handed if you did something like, oh, do you ever think our relationship would grow apart because of this? Do you ever think politics would ever put a wheel between us kind of ideal? And I think it would be heavy-handed if you did something like that. I think leaving it at that and just knowing that their relationship is going to be fine is perfect. And that's like the direction the story should take. I dislike Reincarnated is in inanimate object story in general. There are good ones, but most aren't. This title, I misread at first. When I woke up, I was reincarnated as a cart. What did you think it said, Sean? As a cock? Thought it said cat, and I was like, oh, okay, kinda lucky. Would be a nice moment, but they both know that's physically and spiritually not possible. Yeah, I think it's just the way that it's done is fine. But it does feel like that final moment of them being themselves together, at least for a while, you know? Like, they know they're gonna have to put responsibilities ahead of that. Sweet. Glad I can help. Okay, Sean, you're up next since Hugo seems to not be here. Or doesn't have anything for us. Getting the adopting each other's siblings vibes more. Yeah, actually, now that you think about it, country girl, the scene definitely did have a more brotherly tone to it. I will say that. Alright, chapter 41, Gold. One last question. What's up? Always feel free to keep asking questions, right? That's what I'm here for. We're gonna have ads in a second here. Fact, Dak, and ads. Dak, Fack, and Fagdags. Here, hey Nico! Welcome, welcome! Welcome back! If you think of one later, you can always ask it in Discord. Might be delayed, but I'm sure it will get answered. Yeah, exactly. The Aaron, elite bartender brother. Side shifting doesn't feel like a total 180 shift, does it? I liked it. It does, but I liked it. At first, I thought it was a joke. He was faking it. And then you mentioned the remedy and how she had thought, like, tributed that to Cord. That was a beautiful little thing in there to show, hey, you know, and then even saying, you know, he's moved, the characters later saying, oh, he's moved out from underneath his father's boot, or father's thumb. I think that was perfect. Because he's now showing, as soon as Kingsley has no more control, I am instantly against him. Fuck that guy, I'm on your side. I like that. It lies, I'm not that smart. Like I said, history of gold medal fence sitting. Fence sitting is not a bad thing, right? I live at the 99% rule, so I'm always at least holding on to the fence. Because you never know. Why would you go into something that you don't have information on because someone else told you? Yeah, it's true. Okay, sure. That helps a lot. Yeah, but the video. Yeah, but... context? It's 99, right? Yeah, sure. That's what it looks like, but you never know. You never know, right? So always live with that in the back of your mind. Nico. Sean, do you mind if we put your story on hold for Nico? If Nico wants us to read their story, because it has been so long since we've read a Nico story. I believe, yeah, we're on chapter 5. If you want us to read it, Nico. Because we're going to have an ad in a second here. Damn, Sean, get writing! What are you doing? Trying to find it. I know it's here. Thought it was here. Okay. Gonna live for a while. Sounds good, country girl. Yeah, I can't find it, Nico. Can you post the PDF again? In the Discord? Cause I can't translate it off of Wattpad. I know, I'm pretty sure I downloaded the PDF, but I can't find it. Back from ads. We'll go back, Sean. I can't find Nico's work. Because I need it in like a PDF format or something like that. Because it's on Wattpad. I can't copy it. And because of that, I can't translate it. So, I think we're just gonna go with your story there, Sean. Alright. Chapter 41! Sorry, Nico. Post it in there, and I will... Oh, there it is. Never mind. Never mind. There it is. I got it. Public stories? I got it. Come on. Oh, it's because it's open. I gotta close it and reopen it. Alright, chapter 5. Here we go. Perfect. Alright. I'm hooked on watching coin pusher videos on YouTube. There's 2 channels. Watching these guys win millions or even billions of dollars in a single game is really fun. No idea why. Real monies, Sean? Real monies? They win in tons of real monies? Is that what you saying? Tis that be what you saying? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yup, at a high limit gaming facility. I mean, when you're rich, right? Rich get richer. Gotta spend money to make money. Not a fan of these songs that, or this music that has voices in it. Not a fan. First guy was doing 1 quarter challenges at $1 million per quarter. Took him $10 million to get it to pay out. Made $9 million profit. Alright, Omi, I'm gonna bounce. Have a nice one. Alright, Hugo, have a good night, good sir. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Always a good time. Take care, man. Okay. It should be completed now. This was a fairly long chapter. But that's okay. Nope, still not done yet. Well, this is annoying. How many of these am I gonna have to skip through before we skip all the ones that have vocals? Let's just go down here. Because I know there's like a line of like 10 of them in a row that have vocals. Get those off the playlist! I just gotta make a playlist of ones that don't have them on there. That's what I gotta do. Perfect. All right, here we go. Chapter 5, Whispers of War. This is a hella fat chapter. But that's okay. Okay, so this is Nico's story. All right. Chapter 5, Whispers of War. Fortunately for the peoples of Europe and the Levant, Subotai had not yet unleashed the full power of his horde on their lands. He knew that Europe was a fortress clad in steel and fire, and that a hasty assault would only shatter his human waves against Europe's firepower. His ambition required patience and method. In the endless steppes of Central Asia, he consolidated his power, gathering more and more clans under his banner, merging bands of raiders into a single disciplined entity. But if the heart of the horde remained sheltered, its fangs were already biting. Sporadic incursions struck the edges of the Levant, harassing caravans, plundering oases, burning isolated villages. For the nomads of the dunes, every day was a battle. They fought like demons emerging from the sand, striking and disappearing from before the enemy could retaliate. Remind you of anything? Penman! which is badass, by the way. Their knowledge of the desert, its storms and mirages, allowed them to trap the Horde in invisible labyrinths where death lurked beyond every dune. Yet they knew that alone they would not hold out forever. Emissaries were therefore sent to the sister tribes of the Sahara, calling for unity against the invader, but the latter, while respecting the cause of the ghosts of the Levant, remained pragmatic. They could not risk their survival for a distant war whose outcome was uncertain. Nevertheless, contingents of mercenaries were recruited, men and women hardened by the desert, ready to sell their weapons and their blood for fair compensation. It wasn't the hoped-for alliance, but it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, in Europe, Hassien continued his mission. He was no longer alone. Other envoys from the desert had joined him, dispatched by chiefs who trusted Jawad al-Farid's judgment. They had taken another route, crossing the Black Sea aboard merchant ships. With them, they had brought a precious asset, a translator, a merchant familiar with negotiations in the West, capable of speaking several local languages. This simple presence changed everything. Before that, Hussein had faced great difficulties. In this cold and gray continent, he was just a mute stranger asking for directions. Asking for directions was a trial. Getting supplies, a fight. Above all, he didn't know who to address. Europe was a patchwork of cities and tribes, each operating by its own rules. Every invisible border he crossed exposed him to new laws, new alliances, and new dangers. But that wasn't the only challenge he faced. Europe was not the desert. The humidity clung to his clothes, chilled his skin, seeped into his bones. He had learned to survive the glacial nights of the desert, the bite of the wind on the dunes, but here the cold was different. It crawled in the ground. It clung to him like a parasite. His first nights bivouacking were a torment. I don't know what bivouacking is. Am I supposed to know what bivouacking is, or is that like a translation error? Or is that like a tribal thing? It says it's a word. I have no idea what biovacking means.
Bivouacking.
Bivouacking. Stay in a temporary camp without cover. It's camping without a tent. Camping without a tent. You learn something new every day, hell yeah. Under the rain, his tent soaked up water, and every awakening was a trial. It took him time to understand, to learn to protect himself from this incessant rain, to seek shelter under the twisted roots of trees or in the ruins of abandoned cities, to light fires even when the fire was laden with humidity. Little by little, he adapted like sand adapts to the wind. But Europe wasn't waiting for him. His journey had to continue, for the shadow of the Horde grew every day. As the small group advanced further north, the merchant translator explained to him how the tribes of Europe worked. This continent was fragmented into factions like their own, but far more numerous and heavily armed. Certainly, they were on the territory of the tribes of the Eastern Ashes. Their mission was clear: find a local chief, convene a tribal council, and manage to pass their information up to the assembly of Europe's chiefs. From the information gleaned along the journey, all signs pointed them toward a modest trading post in the bank of a wide river. The merchant knew it well. He had often navigated these waters from the Black Sea. This river bore a name that Hussein found harsh and rough to the ear. Dnieper. The Dnieper. Is that how it's pronounced? The Dnieper?
Neeper? Neeper? Niper? Nepper? Neeper? Journey had taken a more comfortable turn since they had gotten their hands on a truck. No more nights on the ground. Lucian could now sleep in the back, dry under the waterproof tarp of the old Kamthar. Traveling with him were his old friend Basim, as was Yusuf, Mosa, Nadia, and Rakid, their translator. Inside, as the rain pounded and stretched canvas of the truck. Supposed to say the? Oh, pounded the stretched canvas of the truck. Fuck me. The decision was lively. The discussion was lively. I can't read. Just fucking kill me. I should just quit. The men, bundling in their heavy desert clothes, which kept them warm in this humid climate, complained like the damned. Ya kra, grumbled Musa, readjusting himself on the bench. This continent is really shit. You said it, added Yusuf, wiping away a drop of water seeping through a seam in the tarp. They have rotten weather. It's not just that, added Nadia, arms crossed. They insult each other's mothers, and no one reacts, she spat on the floor. Libya sub alaya al aquada in Sama to be here sharaf me. It's another people, tempered Basim with a shrug. Was this just like not translated? I'm so confused. What the fuck this is supposed to be? Sounds like something Smokey would type. Don't try to read the sentence in another language. I wasn't sure if this was intentional. Or if the AI just never translated this. It's another people, tempered Bassin with a shrug. Another people, repeated Nadia, outraged. Who would let someone else trample on their own mother's honor? She turned her head towards Yusuf. Not really, that's for immersion. Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't 100%, Nico. If I hadn't translated it, I would have thought that. But it's because I translated it that sometimes it can get fucked up. So that's what I thought, but I just wanted to confirm that before. And that's just them speaking in their language as opposed to, like, English, right? Because they're not English. Or whatever language your language is, which I'm guessing is Spanish. So it could be some ancient dead language. Translated it with someone who speaks Arabic. Oh, so that's actually, like, them speaking Arabic? Oh, that's even cooler. So then if you know... That's the cool thing, is if, like, you're an expert in a subject and one of the characters or the theme of the book revolves around that, and you can tell that the person who wrote the book has a deep understanding of that concept because you do, and you see where they did that. Later in the novel, you'll get sentence in Kazakh. Oh, that's so cool. I love that kind of immersion, and I hate that it's kind of missing from books. I purposefully eliminate it from my book in the way that consciousness works. But I use animals with sounds to infer, other languages. Like Chocobos going like, or you know, the kawoo, 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 or whatever the fuck they do, you know. It's a lot higher pitched than that, right? But it's like it's like a dog's bark, right? It's like you can tell, or a cat's meow. It's like you just know. If you know the animal, you just know. You're like, oh, come on, stop being jealous. You didn't get as much food. You're fat. Shut up. Stop eating so much. You eat half of his food half the time anyways. Fuck. She turned her head to Yusuf. Would you let that happen? The last time it happened, I demanded a duel. Yusuf raised an eyebrow and tapped the hilt of his dagger. As you can see, I'm still here to talk about it.
If a nurse is sick and another nurse nurses the nurse, can the nurse nursing the nurse nurse that nurse the way the nurse wishes to be nursed?
Damn, Mike, that's some powerful shit. It's a question of which nurse is nursing which nurse. Because if we're talking like a Nurse Ratchet, oh shit. But if you're nursing Nurse Ratchet, oh shit. Oh, you wanted me to clean that catheter before I put it in? Oops. Oh, you wanted this. Oh shit, look at that, I spilt it. Oops. Oh god. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible person. Oh god. A heavy silence settled when a sharp click of a bolt being armed echoed in the cabin. All eyes converged on Hussein, who had nonchalantly pulled the lever of his AK-74 SU. He had remained silent until then, leaning against the cold sheet metal of the truck, his gaze lost in the rain-battered night. He slowly raised his head and breathed. I have no mother. A shiver ran through the cabin. But if I had one, the one who insulted her wouldn't do it twice. The engine roared in Europe's populated air. The others had nothing to add. Several days later, the goal of the journey finally appeared on the horizon. Scrapsland. According to Ratchet, this trading post was the beating heart of commerce in the region. Its docks were overflowing with cargoes of scavenged materials, and its market teemed with traders. First obstacle. The city sprawled on the east bank of the river, while they were on the west bank. Hussein observed the black waters of the Dnieper, wide, deep, and lined with makeshift docks, possible to cross without help. They had to pay for a barge to ferry their truck across. A man with a face scarred with stitches collected the payment with a simple nod and let them board. During the crossing, the locals stared at them. 5 travelers stood out in the landscape like shadows emerging from the desert. Their loose clothing, kefiyes, I don't know how to say that. Kefiyes, and turbans contrasted with the heavy leather jackets of the inhabitants, sometimes adorned with fur and ballistic protections. Some broke away from their animated discussions for a moment to eye them sidelong. Ratchet unflappable guided them to a bar. The establishment was a mix of sheet metal, recycled wood, and rustled metal. I kind of like that's an out-of-the-box way to say it, but I kind of like that. Unflappable. It's definitely unique. And rusted metal. Inside, a muggy head weighed down the air. The yellow light from a few weak bulbs illuminated the makeshift tables where a noisy clientele piled up. The group settled in. A few glances followed them, but the bar's life quickly resumed its course. Lucien raised his glass and brought the drink to his lips. First contact was brutal. A liquid fire surged down his throat, eliciting a surprised hiccup from Bassem. But it was Nadia who reacted the most violently. Damn, that's not date alcohol. She spat out a mouthful with a grimace. No, it's moonshine, replied Ratchet, laughing. What? Moonshine? Potato alcohol. They drink it straight from the still. Uncut. Nadia coughed and shook her head. Disgusted. Jamaji. Barbarians, she spat. Hamaji. Barbarians, she spat. Setting down her glass, a hearty laugh erupted behind them. 3 men had approached their table. Burly fellows, dressed in reinforced armor and mismatched military gear. Most massive of the 3 wore an armored poncho, his rifle slung over his shoulder. He sized them up for a moment before speaking. You're not from around here, he said in a deep voice, his accent drawling. Lucien didn't understand a word. To his great surprise, Ratchet burst out laughing as he stood up. Alexander! He exclaimed, revealing his face. The Colossus raised an eyebrow, and a wide smile split his leathered face. Ratchet? The hell are you doing here this season? The merchant turned to his companions, a smirk on his face. Guys, meet Alexander. He's the burgomaster of this post. Lucien narrowed his eyes. What the? The city chief, if you prefer. The four travelers exchanged a glance. They didn't understand, but guessed it was a greeting. Salam, they replied in return. Ratchet and Alexander took time to catch up, exchanging news over a drink. Laughter punctuated their reunion, but soon the tone grew more serious. So you can guess I'm not here for business, declared Ratchet, setting down his glass. We need to meet Voivode. Alexander raised an eyebrow. Why? We need to warn your tribal council. The Horde is strengthening day by day. It's no longer a simple distant threat. It won't be long before it sweeps over Europe and the Levant. The Burgomaster crossed his arms, thinking for a moment. Rumors have reached us, but is it that worrying? Ratchet let out a bitter laugh. You can't even imagine. We're already facing repeated incursions in our lands, and no matter how many we take down, more keep coming. It's a tidal wave that knows neither fatigue nor fear. Alexander clenched his jaw. Our voivode, Mikhail Melnichenko, was here a few days ago, but he left for Nova Kiev. We absolutely need to meet him. You must prepare for the invasion, Alexander. You don't have the luxury of ignoring what's coming. The Burgomaster nodded after a moment of silence. I know. I'll have some rangers escort you. They'll lead you to him. Lucien, silent until then, exchanged a glance with Basim. The road wasn't over, but they had just crossed a crucial step. While the travelers from the Levant settled their affairs, Den wandered the streets of Scrapsland, his face sullen. He had just regained full mobility, but his mother still refused to let him go on an expedition. Wait, did we just shift? Hold on. We just shifted perspective, right? I'm guessing in the actual thing there's kind of a split here, and that's just wasn't translated over very well. Like, you know, having like the... I feel like this is abrupt. It ends too soon. There needs to be a goodbye. I feel like. They said farewell in parted ways. Something like that. I don't know. I don't feel like this is the end. Right? This should make me feel like this is the end. And I'm like, okay, well, it's done, so now it's another character. Right? Or feel like it trails off. Or something like that. I feel it would be more... It would just hit that stronger, but that's just me. The road wasn't over, but they had just crossed a crucial step. The travelers from the Levant settled their affairs. Den wandered the streets of Scrapsland, his face sullen. He had just regained full mobility, but his mother still refused to let him go on an expedition. Too premature, she said. He grumbled, frustrated, and scratched his chin, ruffling his nascent beard. That's not what I meant to do. Fuck! Almost a drink. I'm gonna need more drink. More drink. More, please. More. Can I have some more? Some more ads, bitch! I'll never throw some ads at you. We all vote them ads. Ain't gonna be no down dem der getting no up in her damn be with
ads, boy. What you talk about does be that what is. I don't know only what I can, you see. That's how B-Man is, yo. Who say what ads do and to me, I know what speak for. It's not ads, I say, you see what I can do without seeing such abominations before my eyes. Shall they fall ever crescent before the meaning of the word that is upon our lips, so cursed, so evil that it is never to be spoken, yet we speak it. Oh, a heart attack of a word. Alright, we are back. We are back. Alright. He grumbled, frustrated, and scratched his chin, ruffling his nascent beard with an annoyed gesture. Too bad. He was going to see Alice. Arriving at her door, he knocked. "Come in," called a voice from inside. Pushed the door open without suspicion and froze. Alice was in a tub, washing herself. Den turned scarlet and spun around so abruptly he nearly tripped. "Huh? What's wrong with you? It's not the first time you see me naked." Swallowed, his ears reddened. It's just that it's not really the same as before." Behind him, he heard her chuckle before the water splashed as she got out. "It's okay, you can turn around." Slowly, Den pivoted, still crimson. Alice had wrapped herself in a cloth that still clung a bit to her skin. She gave a mischievous smile. "Is that a magazine in your pocket, or are you happy to see me?" Den opened his mouth, closed it, stammered. "It's a magazine," he immediately regretted answering so stupidly. Especially stuttering like an idiot. Alice burst out laughing and disappeared into her room. When she reappeared, dressed in her usual outfit, she still had that playful hair that exasperated him as much as it troubled him. Alice leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smirk on her face. "What brings you here?" Den shrugged, trying to maintain composure after the embarrassing episode a few minutes ago. "I thought we could grab a bite to eat." Alice arched an amused eyebrow. "Oh, you're inviting me out?" Den looked away, muttering. "You could say that." She let his silence hang before grabbing her jacket from a chair. "Alright, I accept your date." He rolled his eyes but didn't protest. Two friends headed to a mess hall. This establishment aimed to improve the daily fare so as not to eat exclusively canned goods and bland rations. That day, the special was roast wild boar seasoned with spices from the black tea, a rarity, therefore expensive. Den had saved up and intended to enjoy it. They got their meal and sat at a table, laughing and chatting as if nothing had changed, till Alice, true to herself, opened the ball. "You know, you're not discreet." Den stopped mid-bite, frowned. "What do you mean?" Alice rested her chin on her hand and fixed him with a falsely innocent look. "I can see how you look at me, and every time I look back, you blush and lower your head." Den felt a shiver run down his spine. He opened his mouth to respond, but no sound came out. Alice giggled and pointed her finger at him. "See? Exactly like that." Den quickly looked away, taking a long sip of water to mask his embarrassment. But it was too late. Alice had already seen through him. He didn't even have time to find or retort before it was time to pay. He was about to do it, but Alice beat him to it. "It's on me." "What? You haven't been able to work these last 6 months because of your bum leg. Consider this your welcome back gift." Okay, on the way back as they walked... Okay. On the way back, as they walked side by side, Den's mind was clouded with parasitic thoughts. Trying something, tell her. Alice?" "Yes." "What are you doing tonight?" "I'm going to the Drunken Ranger with Sergey."
You're going to the bar with Sergey? Yes, Den frowned. He said nothing and just kept walking. Sergey was older than him, probably 19. Anyway, what was certain was that he was a big guy who towered over him by a head with a very thick beard he hadn't shaved in years. Sergey was known for his inveterate seducer attitude. According to rumors, he'd already slept with half the town. That wasn't Atlas's type at all. At least, she wasn't the type to settle for being just a name on a conquest list. Faced with this silence, Alice raised an eyebrow. Does that bother you? Den didn't respond for a few moments, contenting himself with kicking a pebble. No, just... He didn't finish the sentence. Alice observed him with a smirk. You have a problem with Sergey? Not particularly. You made a weird face when I said his name. Den sighed, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and shrugged. Are you jealous? The young man nearly choked. What? No, not at all. Alice stopped and grabbed his forearm to force him to do the same. She fixed him, a smirk on her face. Oh yeah? Yet you're making a funny face. Den grumbled, uncomfortable. Looked away. It's just that... He sighed. Well, do what you want. Alice released him and resumed walking. Yeah, sure. I didn't need your permission. Den shot her a dark look, which only widened her smile. Don't worry. I'm just going for a drink. What do you want? I tell you. He quickened his pace slightly without realizing it, but Alice quickly caught up and walked his level. If you want to keep an eye on me, just come. Den stopped short and stared at her, incredulous. Huh? Alice elbowed him in the ribs. Yeah, idiot. You don't want to leave me all alone with Sergey, right? Dan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Alice laughed and patted his shoulder before heading back toward her place. See you tonight, then. Dan stood there watching her walk away, his mind muddled. She really just asked him to be the third wheel. The rest of the afternoon passed in a fog of chaotic thoughts. Holed up in his room, Den sat on his bed, elbows on his knees, jaw clenched. I like this train of thought because he's not a very positive person. She's literally saying, come along and make Sergey the third wheel, but he just doesn't see it. Which is, like, very true to his character, right? In a mechanical gesture, he grabbed the revolver on the nightstand and spun the cylinder with his fingertips. What the hell did she expect from him? He felt like he was caught in a game whose rules he didn't understand. Alice knew exactly what she was doing by inviting him after already planning to see Sergey. But why suggest he come, then? An annoyed sigh escaped him. He didn't know what to think. The door opened without warning, and Magda entered the room. What's wrong with you, honey? She stopped short upon seeing the revolver spinning between his fingers. Put that gun down right now. I've already told you not to play with it. Dan looked up at her. Exactly. Yeah. Visibly annoyed before setting the weapon on the furniture with a metallic clink. It's not a toy, he muttered. Then, stop fiddling with it like it is, she approached, leaning against the doorframe, crossing her arms. Her scrutinizing gaze examined him carefully. You're pulling a face 6 feet long. It's nothing. Denisovich, she insisted in a maternal tone. I know you. You look like a guy who just hit a wall head on. So what's wrong? Dan hesitated a second, then sighed deeply. Alice invited me out. Magda raised an amused eyebrow. And that's supposed to be bad news? Dan pouted, nervously playing with a buckle on his belt. She already had a date with Sergey. He finally let out. I feel like she just suggested I come to hold the candle. He carefully avoided his mother's gaze, but he could feel her amused smile before she even spoke. My dear son, you still have a lot to learn. Dan finally turned his head toward her. A frustrated winkle creased his forehead. What do you mean? Magda shook her head, her smile widening. She's trying to make you jealous, you idiot. She's pushing you to your limits to see how you react. He blinked, as if the information took a moment to make its way to his brain. You think? I'm a woman too, kid. I know what I'm talking about. She sat on the edge of the bed, grabbed the revolver he had left and spinning the cylinder in turn, as if to give herself something to do. When I met your father, I had a rival. Luda. A bitch. who had her eye on him, and your father had Big Ove always hung out with her without realizing I was interested. Den listened attentively, surprised by this sudden confession. I had to seduce Caspod to get your father to finally talk to me. Den's eyes widened. Seriously? Magda burst out laughing. Oh yes, and believe me, I didn't pretend. Den frowned, still skeptical. But Alice, it's not the same. Magda stood up and patted his shoulder affectionately. Of course it is. It's exactly the same. The difference is you're too stubborn to realize it. She headed to the door, then stopped before leaving. If you want my advice, kid, she's already chosen you. She gave him a wink before disappearing into the hallway, leaving Den alone with his thoughts. Great way to immediately shift and tell what's going on for the character. Like, that's kind of huge right there, right? He didn't have to go on some self-discovery. He has someone who's very close to him that's always there, that he's previously talked about and mentioned, so it doesn't feel abrupt. It feels like it was meant to be. So, that's kind of the power of, like, setting things up, right? So it doesn't feel abrupt. It feels that's the only way it could be, right? And you know she's done this tons of times before because of the injury and the way he's probably been during that time. So, and it gives even more insight into their relationship, which is really cool. It's like, there is so much going on in this chapter. I love it. He stayed there, silent, digesting every word. Then slowly he fell back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Damn. That evening, Den left his house, his mind troubled. Alice hadn't given a specific time or place, so he went straight to the Drunken Ranger, a bar not far from the market. The place was known as a hangout for rangers and mercenaries seeking warmth and oblivion in alcohol. The inside of the bar was noisy and smoky. Men laughed loudly. Others played cards while drinking moonshine, weapons casually placed on tables or slung over shoulders. Dan ordered a bottle without really thinking and went to sit in a corner, his hood pulled over his head. He waited 15 minutes past. Then he saw her. Alice had just entered, arm in arm with Sergei. Dan immediately felt tension form in his chest. This was no longer just a friendly evening. Sergei wore his usual camouflage jacket, a holster under his arm from which the grip of a pistol protruded. He stood straight, confident, his hand casually placed in the small of Alice's back. Dan slumped in his seat and pulled his hood down further. He wanted to see without being seen. Alice was smiling. She looked at ease, too at ease. Leaning towards Sergei, she played with a lock of her hair. She laughed, a light, spontaneous laugh. Den felt a ball of anxiety and anger grow in his stomach. He gripped the grip of his VZ by reflex, for realizing his gesture, and immediately removed his hand. Am I going crazy or what? But the worst came when she touched Sergei's hand. Den looked away and brought the bottle to his lips. He drank a long swig in one go. The burn of the alcohol wasn't enough to calm the storm within him. When Alice and Sergei went out to smoke, Den hesitated, then followed them. The cool night air slapped him, but he didn't stop. Leaning against the wall, he saw them talking, and Sergei caressed Alice's cheek. She didn't move. She was smiling. Then he kissed her. Den felt an electric shock course through his body. His stomach twisted, his throat tightened. Alice didn't push him away. When Sergei pulled back, he said something Den didn't hear. She waved goodbye to him with a smile. Just like that. Just like that. Den was seething with rage. His blood boiled. Couldn't let this pass. Approached her with long strides, his boots pounding the ground. When Alice saw him, her smile faded immediately. She paled. Just a drink. Huh? He said in a hard voice. Alice didn't respond right away. How long have you been here? She asked, crossing her arms. I got to the bar before you. She raised an eyebrow. You were watching us from the start. Yes. And what were you waiting for to intervene? Den narrowed his eyes. What? If I invited you, she continued, locking her gaze on him, it's because I hoped it would finally give you the courage to tell me how you feel. Her tone was sharp, but not only. There was anger, disappointment. Den opened his mouth, unable to respond right away. What do you mean? He stammered. It was with you that I was supposed to leave. Alice took a step forward, her gaze burning with reproach. But you prefer to stay in your corner, saying nothing, doing nothing. Den felt his heart race. She had hoped for something from him. He tried to salvage it in a hesitant voice, and now? Alice stared at him, then looked away. She sighed. Now? She said, shaking her head. Now you go home, and so do I. Den felt the ground give way beneath him. Alice, she cut him off with a gesture. I gave you the best chance to declare yourself, and you let it slip. She turned on her heels and walked away, leaving him alone, frozen in the glacial night. Den opened his mouth to call her, but no sound came out. An old veteran, smoking his cigar nearby, chuckled. Well, kid, you screwed up royally. Den lowered his head and shamefully headed home. The next morning, Den was brutally pulled from sleep by a firm hand shaking his shoulder. Groaned and tried to turn over, but his father's deep voice shattered his hope of plunging back into the void of sleep. Get up, kid. Den opened one eye, still foggy from fatigue. He had slept very little, his head still echoed with the events of the previous night, and his stomach was a lead ball. He didn't want to see anyone. Dad, leave me alone, please. But his father didn't yield. Get up! There's a mission waiting for you. Den frowned slightly. A mission? Huh? He muttered, trying to sit up. An escort to Nova Kiev. Kiev. It'll clear your head. The information took a few seconds to penetrate his foggy mind. Nova Kiev. A long mission, far from here, far from her. For a moment, he almost smiled. Pfft, okay. Finally let out, passing a hand over his face. He got up, quickly dressed, without even taking time to eat, holstered his sidearm, and slung his rifle over his shoulder. Wanted to leave as soon as possible. On the way, his father explained the mission details. This feels abrupt. Unless it has something to do with those mercenaries. So please tell me it has something to do specifically with those mercenaries, and that was the guy who said something to him, and that's how everything ties together. Because that's what I'm expecting, right? On the way, his father explained the mission details. Escort and drive 5 travelers to Nova Kiev, accompanied by 3 other rangers. A simple mission, but one that would keep him busy for several days, or more. Den clung to that idea. Get away, breathe, clear his mind. There, no one would remind him of what he let slip. He took a breath, and that's like a more foreshadowing, I'm hoping. So good. So good. If this is going where I think it's going, then it's brilliant. Took a breath upon arriving at the rendezvous point. Looking up to scan the convoy members. He immediately spotted Riddell, their medic. Den knew he had recently completed his surgeon training, which was a major asset for a journey of this scale. Then a guy he didn't know, Boris. Then he laid eyes on the last person, Alice. Den froze, his breath catching short. Oh, shit! Well, you surprised me, Nico. Fuck. I was even gonna say, or you're gonna surprise me with a good twist. You're leading me to a certain expectation, which is like, at this point, maybe I'm thinking on the wrong branch here. Yup! Fuck! Fuck! His whole plan crumbled in an instant. He wanted to flee Scrapsland. Flee the awkwardness. Flee Alice. And she was there, a few meters away, ready to leave with him. Den clenched his jaws, a wave of frustration twisting his gut. Without a word, he climbed into the truck, deliberately ignoring her gaze. Settled in the back and pulled his hood over his head. Boris took the wheel. The engine started, and with it, a journey that would be anything but an escape. The truck's engine purred softly as they left Scrapsland, moving away from the docks and the market's tumult. Den, sitting in the back against the tarp, pulled his hood over his head and crossed his arms, trying to ignore Alice's presence a few meters away. With a dark gaze, he discreetly scanned the 5 strangers traveling with them. They wore desert-inspired outfits, long coats of thick fabric, reinforced with leather plates and sometimes scavenged metal pieces. All had their faces particularly covered by keffiyehs, or turbans. often leaving only their eyes visible. Some wore talismans of bone or metal around their necks. The first was Hussein bin Farid al-Hamad, their apparent leader. He wore a long, dusty beige coat, a black scarf wrapped around his neck, and a turban of the same color. Sharp gaze observed the surroundings like a predator on the hunt. He carried an AK-47 SU, and a long curved dagger was sheathed on his chest. Behind him was Basim al-Makata, younger, slimmer. His blue turban was tightly wrapped around his head. He carried an old sniper rifle, a weapon that had clearly passed through generations. Then came Yusuf, a colossal with a shaved skull who wore a simple black I can't do this. This is just what I'm gonna go with, whether it's true or not. Kafia. Okay, Kafia. Around his neck. He carried an old shotgun, and his armor seemed made of several layers of leather reinforced with metal. Moussa seemed more discreet. He was dressed in lighter, almost white clothes, and carried an assault rifle with unknown markings worn away. Piercing, elusive eyes gave the impression he observed everything without being seen. Finally, Nadia, the only woman in the group. Her red keffiyeh contrasted with the dull tones of the others, and she wore a dagger at her hip. Her lively gaze shifted from Den to Alice with a slightly mocking glint of interest. After an hour on the road, Rakid, their translator, started the conversation by translating Hussein's words. Hussein asked if they've traveled this road recently. He wants to know if there are any particular dangers. Den shrugged, his dry tone betraying his mood. Nothing unusual. Occasional raiders, some stray beasts. Nothing a good shooter can't handle. Alice, sitting nearby, interjected in a falsely light tone. Ah, that's right, you're an outstanding shooter, aren't you? But you still need the courage to pull the trigger at the right moment. Ooh! Oh man, she's so mean! I love it! Den turned his head slightly toward her, his gaze hardening. Yeah? Mostly, you have to avoid hesitating too much, or someone takes your place. Rakid blinked and hesitated a moment before translating the conversation to the others. He had sensed the underlying tension in the exchanged words. Basim, who had followed the exchange, let out a slightly amused whistle and whispered something discreetly to Nadia in Arabic. She nodded slowly, a smirk on her face. Al-na shadu ard yizwak. Are we witnessing a courtship display? She said in a low voice, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Den didn't understand, but he saw the other ghosts of the Levant exchange a knowing glance. Den frowned. What did she say? Oh, nothing important, replied Rakid with a smirk. Nadia, amused, crossed her arms and fixed Alice what? Fixed her gaze on Alice. Hal tahib boo-hoo, she said in Arabic with a slightly teasing tone. Alice looked at her warily, then shot a dark look at Rashid. What did she just say? Rashid cleared his throat, visibly embarrassed. She asked if you love him. Alice opened her mouth, then thought better of it. She crossed her arms and turned her head towards the outside of the truck, watching the road go by. Tsk. You have funny ways of having fun. Den remained silent, but his fist clenched slightly on his thigh. Musa, silent until then, whispered a remark in Arabic to Nadia. She burst out laughing. He said that at this rate you'll end up fighting before the end of the trip. Den rolled his eyes and sank deeper into his seat. His trip was going to be very long. After several days on the road, the convoy came within sight of Nova Kiev. Dawn was beginning to pierce the thick cloud cover, painting the horizon with reddish glows that reflected the remnants of an ancient world. Nova Kiev stood before them like a bastion of surviving humanity, strange amalgam of fallen modernity and post-apocalyptic adaptations. First striking element when approaching the city was the massive and irregular silhouette of its enclosure, built from recovered concrete slabs, rusted armor plates, and cascades of carcasses of military vehicles.
The improvised wall testified to the brutal necessity of self-defense. Here and there, makeshift turrets mounted on scavenged metal scaffolds scanned the horizon, their heavy machine guns ready to take down anyone attempting a hostile approach. The great gate of Nova Kiev was flanked by 2 gigantic steel containers welded together, forming a mobile barrier. In front of the entrance, a line of travelers, merchants, and rangers patiently waited their turn to be searched by the guards. The latter wore outfits marked by ashes and dust. Composite uniforms mixing military remnants and makeshift gear. Some sported NBC suits, a sign that certain areas of the city were still exposed to contaminations. Den glanced at Nova Kiev's skyline. Behind the walls, the ruined skyscrapers of the old city rose like mutilated giants, their steel skeletons twisted by time and wars. But at the foot of these ruins, life persisted. New buildings had been constructed from the debris, stacked on top of each other in a controlled architectural anarchy. Improvised bridges of metal and wood connected some structures, and homemade neon signs indicated the presence of markets, bars, and residential areas. The convoy stopped near the checkpoint. A guard in composite armor, his face hidden behind a gas mask, approached and knocked at the door's trunk's door. "Business or passage?" he added in a voice muffled by his mask's filter. Rashid replied immediately, putting out a folded paper that he handed to the guard. "Diplomatic mission. We need to meet Voivode Mikhail Melnichekov. Fuck. Chekno. Chenko. Melnichenko. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, I'm just... fucking retard.
Melenchenko.
Melenchenko. God, you could tell I'm fucking tired. When I can read properly. What? No. Fuck. Melenchenko. The guard nodded slowly and signaled to a colleague. Slavic name are not easy for English native. Yeah. But once you get it, once I get it, I can say names. It's like it's just a memorization, right? The latter approached, examining the truck's cargo with a suspicious eye, before finally raising a hand as a signal. "You can pass. Go see the steward near the central market. He'll tell you where to find the Voivode." Woo! With a metallic screech, the great gate opened slowly, revealing a vibrant heart of Nova Kiev. As soon as they crossed the gates, a cacophony of sounds and smells overwhelmed them. The narrow, winding streets were lined with merchants hawking their wares with hoarse cries. Spare parts, scavenged weapons, rationed food, and objects from another time. The air was laden with a mix of gasoline, heated metal, and grilled meat. Typical olfactory signature of large cities. Side streets stretched out in a labyrinth, some cluttered with debris, while others were covered with worn tarps, forming protection against the weather. Everywhere electrical cables hung between buildings, powering old CTR screens broadcasting official messages and safety warnings. Through the crowd, Den, Alice, and the ghosts of the Levant made their way under the curious gaze of passerbys. That would definitely make me want... Yeah, no. You could put a gun to my head and I'd just say pull the trigger. I'm not even gonna try. I'll be right back. Even for you? Yeah, I could definitely see that being on the upper end of... How would you even... How would you even? How would we even? Let's find out how we would even. But the TTS is fucked because it's broken.
Vladislav Jervanovich Niajevsky.
Yep, nope. Okay, now spell that. Three, two, one, choke! Okay. Through the crowd, Den, Alice, and the ghosts of Levant made their way under the curious gaze of passers-by. Fuck, it's huge! Whispered Musa, impressed. Hussein remained silent, analyzing every detail with caution. It's a real anthill, commented Basim. Rakid, accustomed to such cities, signaled them to move forward. Follow me. We'll go straight to the steward. They passed in front of a huge concrete building, once a shopping center, now converted into an administrative quarter and trading hub. It was there the steward, an old man with gray hair named Gavril Sokolov. That's easier to say. Gavril Sokolov was located. He welcomed them with a tired but attentive look. Strangers requesting an audience with the voivode. It must be serious, he observed the ghosts of Levant with a mix of curiosity and respect. You come from far, I suppose? Lucien stepped forward and nodded. Very far, and we bring news that could well determine the future of your people and ours. Gavril narrowed his eyes, looking grave. In that case, follow me. Mikhail will want to hear you immediately. As the group set off toward the leader's quarter, Den felt a gaze on him. Alice, walking beside him, had that thoughtful look he knew well. What? He grumbled. She shook her head with a smirk. I was just wondering, didn't you want to flee Scraps Land to clear your head? Den sighed, running a hand through his hair. So what? Alice shrugged, mischievous. You landed right in the middle of a plot to save Europe. Congratulations. Den rolled his eyes and muttered. Yeah, great. Group disappeared into the alleys of Nova Kiev, ready to meet the voivode and face the coming storms. Group advanced through the alleys of Nova Kiev, guided by Gavril Sokolov, the city's steward. The tension was palpable, especially among the ghosts of the Levant, who scanned their environment with mistrust. For them, every street corner was a potential ambush, every lingering gaze a sign of imminent threat. When they reached the building of Voivode Mikhail Melnichenkov, two heavily armed guards barred their way. Both wore reinforced bulletproof vests, well-maintained assault rifles, and helmets with lowered visors. One of the guards, a colossus with a red beard, raised his hand. No one enters armed. Deposit your weapons. Den, Alice, and the Rangers complied without argument, removing their belts, drawing their handguns, and placing them slowly on a metal table next to the checkpoint. Rudel, always pragmatic, even pulled out his surgical scalpel, giving the guards a blaze look. Is this a weapon too? He said with a smirk. The guard grunted and nodded, but when it came to the men from the Levant, things got complicated. Sen took out his bolt-action rifle and his AK-47 74 SU.
then placed them carefully on the table. Basim, Maso, Yusuf, and Nadia did the same, depositing their firearms and ammunition in a heavy silence. But when it was time to hand over their daggers, they didn't move. Guards exchanged a glance upon seeing that each ghost of the Levant kept their bladed weapon attached to their belt, hand resting on the blade of it, on the hilt, in an unconscious gesture of defiance. The red-bearded Colossus stepped forward, extending his hand toward Hussein. The knives, too. An icy silence fell over the group. Hussein didn't respond. His gaze, as black as the desert night's, fixed the guard with an unsettling intensity. His fingers tightened on the hilt of his dagger, engraved with ancient symbols. No. The guard frowned. Those are weapons. They stay here. This time Nadia spoke. No. She repeated in a tone sharp as a blade. Basim stepped closer, slightly, his keffieh hiding an amused smile. You're asking a man to separate from his breath, Musa added in a mocking tone, or a shadow to no longer follow its bearer. The guards exchanged perplexed looks. Rakid, who had anticipated this reaction, sighed and approached. It's a matter of honor, he explained calmly. The daggers aren't weapons to them. They're an extension of their being. Den watched the scene in silence, arms crossed. You can always retrieve them on the way out, grumbled the guard, visibly annoyed. But Lucien slowly shook his head. We do not enter unarmed. The tone was calm, final. A heavy silence settled, and everyone felt the tension rise a notch. Soldiers of the tribes of the Ashes were not the type to accept such a challenge, but neither were the men of the Levant. Nadia murmured discreetly in her native language, looking at Basim and Mosa. Basim stifled a chuckle. Den, who had observed the exchange with a hint of amusement, turned to Rakid. What did she say? Rakid smiled, looking amused. She's wondering if you're going to bare your claws or just growl into the void. Alice, nearby, pretended to cough to hide a smile. Den shot a dark look at Rakid, then turned to the guards. Listen, you already have their rifles and pistols. Do you seriously think they're going to assassinate your voivode with a fucking knife? Colossus glared at him. Those are the orders, Den sighed. And I'm telling you that if you insist, we'll spend the night discussing who has the most honor in this room. Crossed his arms, provocative. The guard remained silent for a moment. He didn't want to back down, not in front of strangers. But finally he sighed, then turned to Gravel. The steward thought for a moment, assessing the group, and finally nodded. Let them keep them. Colossus gritted his teeth, but acquiesced. Let them keep them. But let them know if they move a finger wrong, I'll plug them myself. Lucien, still impassive, slowly inclined his head. We have not come as enemies. The ghosts of the Levant entered, daggers at their sides, their gazes proud and unshakable. They had barely crossed the threshold when Nadia, in a mocking tone, whispered in Arabic, Well, I think we've won our honor duel. Mosa nodded, amused. We'll see if these Europeans are worthy of listening to us. Den followed them with his gaze, then turned to Alice, who, as always, had an enigmatic smile at the corner of her lips. I have a feeling this is going to be long, he muttered. She shrugged with amusement. Oh, it's only just beginning. The heavy doors of the council chamber opened with a creak of rustled metal. The interior of the building was a curious mix of scavenged technology and martial tradition. The walls were lined with ancient banners, remnants of the old world and the heritage of the tribes of the Ashes. Weapons from another age, bolt-action rifles, rusted swords, battle axes were displayed as trophies on massive wooden supports. The back of the room, on an improvised platform, Mikhail Melnichenkov, voivode of Nova Kiev, awaited them. He was a massive man, his face weathered by wind and war. His thick beard was streaked with gray strands, and his bearskin coat gave him the air of a lord of the desolate lands. At his belt hung a Makarov pistol and a long shushka, a finely decorated Cossack sword. He looked up at the visitors, scrutinizing the rangers and the warriors of the Levant with a curiosity tinged with caution. So, these are them, he asked in a deep voice. Gavril, the steward, nodded. The envoys from the Levant, my lord. They bring a message of importance. Mikhail straightened in his seat, placing his two enormous hands on the armrests of his carved wooden chair. He sized up the group for a moment before finally pointing his chin at the leader of the foreign delegation. Hussein bin Farid al-Hamoud. Is that right? Hussein stepped forward, his gaze cold and assured. That's correct, Voivode Mikhail. Voivode. Mikhail nodded slowly and glanced at the other warriors from the Levant. They say your people don't speak lightly, so speak. What justifies us listening to you? Hussein exchanged a brief glance with Rakid, who positioned himself at the side to translate. He took a deep breath before responding. I come to warn you of a threat that could annihilate everything you've built here. Mikhail crossed his arms, skeptical. Another threat, he growled. Planes have been burning under raiders for decades, and we're still standing. Why would this be different? Hussein clenched his fists. This isn't a simple band of raiders. He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. All eyes were on him. It's the horde of Subutai, the Falcon. A shiver ran through the assembly. Even Mikhail, battle-hardened, tensed slightly. Murmurs erupted among the warriors in the room. Rumors interjected of counselor... Rumors. It's hard to do this in the translation without the full quotes. For like people speaking. Rumors, interjected a counselor seated not far from the voivode. We've heard this name before. But no one has seen this horde. Mikhail dismissed that statement. We have seen it. 20 years ago, it crashed against our defenses. Mikhail leaned forward slightly, his eye attentive. And what do you want us to do? Hussein straightened, his voice firm. We must unite our forces. If we remain divided, we'll be crushed like sand under a storm. Mikhail frowned. You're coming to ask us to prepare for war. I'm coming to tell you that it's already here. Silence fell over the room. Den, Alice, and the other rangers exchanged sidelong glances. Finally, Mikhail took a deep breath before slowly standing. You come all this way, crossing dead lands and ravaged plains. What you say cannot be ignored. Placed a hand on the pommel of his sword and fixed Hussein with straight in the eyes. But our people don't rise for words. We fight for those who prove their worth. Turned to his men. Prepare the council. Summon all the voivodes. If they want war, they must first see if we have what it takes to win it. He turned back to Hussein. Until then, you and your men are our guests. But know one thing, son of the desert, he pointed. He approached and murmured in a low, threatening voice, If you've lied to us, I'll be the first to run you through with my blade. Hussein didn't flinch. Then listen well, voivode. It talks! Hey! Toxic! What's up, Hellcat? How are you? I know I haven't been on this late in a while. Been really the Thanksgiving weekend. My aunt is over for a week. Yeah, I had to do a bunch of shopping, so I've been slightly lacking on the longer streams, let's say. Oh, it was fantastic, other than my nephew, but what did I buy? A brand new sketchbook. And this was our drawing we did yesterday. We made a teddy bear. And we did like a forest scene. So yeah, super stoked about that. Now we can actually see. Only I couldn't get graphite. Couldn't find graphite. The art section was pretty bare at Walmart because it's like the only place that has like a craft section, and it's like around Halloween and everyone's doing like Halloween like projects for like school and stuff like that. So everyone's coming from basically all the towns around town to get stuff there. But yeah, so hope you're doing good. We are currently reading Nico's story. Really, really long chapter, but hey, we're doing pretty solid here.
It's a post-apocalyptic, kind of Mad Max type story. He approached in turn until he was a few centimeters away from the Cossack giant. Gonna have my lunch now? Hell yeah, Hellcat. I gotta eat some fucking food. I'm fucking starving. Always good when there's food. Yeah, we have leftover turkey and we turned it into turkey soup, so we have like amazing turkey soup, and I still have half a thing of crackers left over for another bowl of soup, because it usually turns out about half a pack of crackers for a bowl of soup. Works out really nicely. My mom makes amazing soup. She's not the greatest cook, but she makes amazing soup. He approached in turn until he was a few centimeters from the Cossack giant. If we're right and you don't listen to us, his voice lowered, then the horde will come, and it will be the one you run you through with the blade. What's your favorite soup? Do you count chili as soup? Or is like chili just its own thing? I think this is a philosophical question. Chili's a type of soup, right? But it's like specific? That's a really if I can't choose chili, I really don't know. Creamy. Oh, I could. Yeah, okay. If you can't choose chili, creamy mushroom soup would probably be yes. Probably be my second go-to, dipped with tuna. Tuna sandwich dipped in either creamy tomato soup or creamy mushroom soup. To die for. You get your red sauce and your white sauce all in one. It depends on what you're craving on the day, right? So good. You can drink that shit with French toast. Oh, it sounds so good. That sounds so good. Dip. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, you're making me so hungry, Hellcat. I'm hungry too. I gotta finish this story. French toast. French toast is when you take bread and you basically take an egg and you swirl up an egg like you would with an omelet. You dip the bread in the egg, soak the bread in the egg, and then fry and toast the bread. So it's like you're eggifying your bread. And then, like, I always add, like, cinnamon. I'll add, garlic bread works, too. Yep. I'll add vanilla extract. I'll add, like, baking sugar. Stone, true. French toast slaps. You know what's good? We have a waffle maker. So I'll make, really, never saw someone eat this here. Really? Oh, it's so good. Slap that toast. True, Hellcat. So, we have a waffle maker. So, you very lightly make the waffles. Then you French toast the waffles. Then you hard cook the waffles. It's fucking amazing. Homemade French toast waffles. Sausages, too. And you can, like... put stuff inside of them too, so you can like cut them open in like the first phase and put in like mushes of like whipped cream and like blueberries in my case because I'm allergic to most fruits, or strawberries or whatever. Had a waffle burger too. Have it with steak. Oh, that sounds so good. I love steak. For the breakfast, yeah, chocolate cornflake with hot chocolate. Huh, that's interesting, Nico. Turning hot chocolate is good in winter, yes. It's -5 outside for me, so it's fucking cold. It's been snowing the last 3 days. Yay! Winter! Just the way that it is, right? We're getting into it. It doesn't feel like that, and I'm like, now that winter is hit, I'm like, oh god, I don't want to go back to work in November, so I might just take the winter off. I mean, especially if, like, we've been popping the fuck off, right? So, I have a confession. Yes, Nico, go. I can see the Eiffel Tower through my window. That is pretty great. What is Nesquik? Me too! I saved 7 annual leaves. Ah. Yes. Planning to take a leave for during Christmas. Yeah. It's just Christmas is such a hectic time, right? Nesquik is a brand of cornflake. Nesquik to me is a chocolate syrup. But it's a brand. Like Nesquik, Nestle, milkshake. Yeah. This is the shit I grew up with. Like, I could literally go downstairs and grab one of these. Nestle, Nesquik. It's it's literally the shit. It is so fucking good. That is what you do. I like strawberry cornflakes. I'm down with that. I'm allergic to strawberries, Hellcat, so I you know, I can't say anything. We have Kellogg's here. We have Kellogg's here too. We have Nestle, Kellogg's, Tim Hortons. And then there's like the no-name Great Value and whatever ones you have. I always ate my Nesquik cornflakes and my Nesquik hot chocolate. See, Nico, now you're winning at life, bro. I never really cared for chocolate. I'm not a chocolate fan. I don't really have a sweet tooth. I'm a subtle taste kind of person. But it is what it is. Kale stepped back, sizing up Hussein one last time before bursting into a deep laugh. Good, then let's see if your people speak true. He snapped his fingers and the guard stepped aside. Rest! Assembling the council will take time. As the group left the room, Nadia whispered discreetly in Arabic. Strawberries are, yeah, I'm allergic to, like, strawberries, almonds, apples, some types of grapes, pecans, cheese croissant. Now, for the morning, I'm eating a croissant, which is Australian, not French. I don't trust the world anymore, Nico. I don't trust the world. We also have croissant sandwiches. We turn croissants into sandwiches. That's what I do. They're great buns for sandwiches. You can use them for breakfast sandwiches like bagels, too. It's really cool. We've just stirred up a hornet's nest. Basim nodded, a smirk on his face. And now we'll see who gets stung first. Hussein and his companions were escorted to their quarters. Modest rooms in an old building reinforced with metal and wood. A vestige of the old world, the city of Nova Kiev. It was a striking mix of ingenuity and brutality. I don't have a sweet tooth. I can appreciate it every once in a while, though, but it's not something I crave. Like, my brother bought me an insane amount of chocolate for my birthday. My birthday was at the beginning of July. There's probably 25 chocolate bars left over that I just haven't eaten. And there's like more scattered on the ground and around in random places. Now, if they were Wonder Bars, I'm not really the biggest fan of Crunches or Butterfingers, but there are these. which aren't too bad. The Oreo Cadbury's. Like, you know, if you're having like one tiny little piece off of it, like a day, like it's not bad, right? It's just kind of gets overwhelming. I'm literally gonna be handing these out at Halloween. That was my plan. I'm like, if I don't eat them, I'll just hand them out at Halloween. You can't complain you got like a full-size chocolate bar. And like, I live in a small town, so we'll probably only get 20 kids come to the house. Gutted buildings had been shored up with armor plates, ramparts of charred vehicles served as barriers, and everywhere echoed the streets of forges and training shots. They had succeeded in the first step. Voivode Mikhail agreed to convene the Council of Voivodes. But it would take time. Hussein sat on the rudimentary bunk assigned to him, his mind racing. Seam leaned against the wall, crossed his fingers. We've gone further than I thought. Yes, but the hardest part begins, replied Hussein, drawing his dagger from its sheath to inspect the edge. On the other side of the room, Rakid and Nadia discussed in low voices. Do you think they really believe us? She asked. They believe us enough not to slit our throats on the spot. That's already a good start, replied Rakid with a shrug. The next day, the sound of horses and engines woke Hussein. Try butterscotch churros? Oh, I hate butterscotch! Why would you ruin a good churro with butterscotch? That sounds evil, Hellcat! I can't stand butterscotch. I don't know why people think it's good. Cinnamon every day of the fucking week. 24/7, 12, 365. 12, 7, 52. Frickin'. Woof. You know. Butterscotch. Oh shit! You didn't just do that. Fuck! He opened his eyes slowly and dressed quickly. Outside, he saw the emissaries of Nova Kiev preparing to leave. Some would go on horseback, others on motorcycles or old trucks, protected by iron plates. All had the same goal, to carry the voivode's call to the other chiefs of the east. Motherfucking lyrical wordsmith in it. True Stone, absolutely. Absolutely. Fuck ads. We're in the middle of ads, guys. How do we get out of ads? I can't escape the ads. You can't escape the ads. It's a world of ads in a world of ads. Buy ads. For ads. To ads. Buy ads. For ads. To ads. We ads. Do ads. Be ads. You ads. Me ads. We ads. They ads. Do ads. Yay. We love ads. They power the economy. They help us preserve ourselves. Ads are good. You want ads? Don't feel like you can pull away. Watch those ads. Feel like they're in your bones. Then go buy our product and all your money is now gone. It's ours. Thank you. Here's your product. But now you have to pay. Oh, look at that. You don't have money, so now you don't have access to product that you bought. Ha ha, what a scam I am. I know what to do. There's no regulations for this. This is great. I know what to do. Let's go have some ads. Well, I mean, what? That's a bad, okay, guys? That's a bad. We want to talk. Screw ads! Down with ads! If I could, I would turn them off. But apparently I can't. Because if I turn them off, you'll get a pre-roll. And if you get a pre-roll, you might get 6 minutes of ads before you even get to start the stream. And that will absolutely kill the stream. Plus, I want as minimal ads as possible. So if I could, I would turn them off. But the system doesn't allow you to. Oh, but the system doesn't allow you to! Well, you can reprogram the system, right? Of course, I made the system. Well, then reprogram the system. Yeah, but I literally wish, Hellcat, that you didn't have to have ads or pre-rolls or anything until you were partner. Affiliate just meant if you want to, you can run ads. I hate the forcing pre-rolls on people. Oh, to me, it's such a cannibalistic way of, like, approaching the lower end of the content creators on your, like, you know, your platform. But everyone knows the only way to discover on Twitch is to have views. Thankfully, at least the category I'm in, I can hit the top page. I'll always be on the front page, and I can hit near the top line as long as I have between, like, 8 and 12 viewers, generally, right? Because most people have between 6 and 15 viewers in the writing category. I mean, there's some exceptions to that, and then some extremes to that, too. But that's basically the generality of it, right? Especially, like, at this time of night, but there's a lot more, like, German, French, like, European, because it's, like, the morning for them, right? Even though it's, like, 1 o'clock in the morning for me. Okay, we're almost done the chapter. We're almost done. Let's get it. It's 8:10 here in Ireland. Makes sense, Stone. It's a good time because you guys are like 7 hours ahead of us. Midnight for me. Hell yeah. We're getting up there in time, though. That's for sure. Kale stood on an improvised platform overseeing the preparations. When he saw Hussein and his companions, he slowly descended the steps and approached. In 3 weeks, we'll have an answer. All will come. Hussein nodded. There was nothing else to do but wait. The days passed in a tense atmosphere. The messengers from Nova Kiev traversed the plains and dead forests, riding day and night on their motorcycles or trucks, carrying the summons orders to the voivodes of the tribes of the Eastern Ashes. Rumors of a gathering of this magnitude had aroused concern well beyond the borders of Nova Kiev. Everyone knew that one did not convene a council of voivodes lightly. Such a call meant a grave threat looming over their lands. When the day finally arrived, the city was invaded by caravans, scavenged, armored vehicles, horsemen, and motorized squads. The banners of the different tribes snapped in the wind, their symbols hand-painted on faded fabric or metal plates. Central Square of Nova Kiev had been rearranged for the occasion. An immense tent of thick canvas, supported by scavenged steel poles, served as the council chamber. Torches and makeshift generators lit the interior, casting moving shadows on the rugged face of the war chiefs settling in. The voivodes arrived one after another, escorted by their guards.
Each was a veteran, forged by years of war and survival. Some wore heavy capes of wolf or bearskin, others composite armors patched together with pieces from the old world. All were armed. In the center of the room, Mikhail Melnichenko, voivode of Nova Kiev, stood tall, dominating the scene. When everyone was finally seated, he spoke in a grave voice. "Brothers, sisters, you know why we are gathered." A heavy silence settled. Mikhail swept the assembly with his gaze, lingering on the most influential chiefs. "We have all heard the whispers, the rumors from the east. A force is gathering in the steppes." A voivode with graying hair, his face marked by deep scars, crossed his arms. "These rumors have reached us for months, but this time they come with faces and names." He fixed Hussein and his companions with a sharp gaze. "So, son of the desert, speak. Tell us why we should listen." Hussein, who had stayed in the background until then, stepped forward. He took a deep breath before speaking. "Lords of the East, I am Hussein bin Farid al-Hamoud of the Banu al-Sariq clan. I have crossed the dunes, the rivers, and the dead lands to warn you. The horde of Subutai the Falcon is on the march." 1:10 p.m. here? So you're 12 hours off. Are you Australian, Hellcat? That's what I would assume with that time gap. But then again, I think it might even be later in Australia than that. Murmurs erupted immediately. Another voivode, a colossus with a braided beard, slammed his fist on the table. "We've heard this name before, the Horde, again. But it's not the first time a raider chief gathers bands under one banner. Why would this time be different?" Hussein fixed him with intensity. "Because we have seen it. Because we have fought their scouts. Because we have lost brothers and sisters to them." He let the words sink in, then continued. "Subutai is not a simple war chief. He's not an opportunistic bandit seeking a coup. He doesn't scatter his troops like wild beasts. He disciplines them. He organizes them." An older voivode, with eyes cold as steel, nodded slowly. "Our scouts have seen strange things these last months. Groups of raiders who no longer fight each other, who obey orders. Caravans attacked with precise tactics." Mikhail nodded. "And now the warriors of the Levant come to tell us that the Horde is becoming an army." "Yes. And if you don't believe us, then look at what we've brought." Hussein nodded, and Basim pulled from his satchel a dented steel plate, painted with a black symbol. A cry arose among the voivodes. The banner of the Falcon. They had fought against it. 20 years earlier. Silence fell over the assembly. Hussein, I love pulling that. I love that. They waited for the entirety of it to be like, okay, but we have this. And everyone's like, oh, shit. No one's seen that in 20 years. Fuck. That is such an ace in the hole power play. I absolutely fucking love it. Just like, oh yeah, hey, yeah, and it like matches the demeanor of the character perfectly, where he's just like, I knew the whole time you guys were gonna accept this. I wasn't worried at all. Let's fucking stop these crazy sons of bitches. Hussein continued, capitalizing on the impact of the revelation. You think these are just rumors? We've already lost lands. Our caravans are hunted. We resist, but they keep coming back, more numerous. He advanced, his gaze burning. And I don't think they'll stop at the dunes of the Levant. Another voivode, one of the most skeptical until then, rubbed his beard, his gaze darkened. If they're as numerous as you say, it's not a question of numbers, it's a question of time, interjected Mikhail. He fixed each of his peers, his voice thundering like a storm. We repelled the horde 20 years ago, but if it returns stronger, we must be ready. The voivode with graying hair nodded. We must rise. We cannot do it alone. We'll need all of Europe. Mikhail crossed his arms. Then the question is there. Do we rise and prepare for war, or do we stay behind our walls, hoping the storm passes? A long silence settled. Then a voivode placed his hand on the table. "The tribes of the ashes will fight." Mikhail exhaled slowly, satisfied. "Nice. We are going to war!" Fuck yeah. Great fucking story. So excited to read more of it, Nico. These really long and intrepid chapters are like so alluring. 'Cause we get like the short punches and stuff, but there's nothing like a sitting back and just fucking going hard on a single chapter. Cry havoc and let's slip the frogs of war. No worries, Nico. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You surprised me and you capitalized on pretty much everything. The only thing I can think of is like transitions between point of view, which most likely you do, and that's just a translation and format error. So I'm not even going to mention that. But yeah, tie everything together. Everything is made clear. We've completely given us, okay, here's the enemy, here's the scope, here's how people feel about it, and here's what we're going to do about it. Now it's the how are we going to do what we want to do. The gathering of everyone across Europe, being like a United Kingdom, United States of Europe kind of thing. I love that. Bringing all the tribes together. I can't wait to see what happens, Nico. And now, Sean, are you ready? Alright. So we have Sean's story. Chapter 41 of Treehouse Isekai. Alright, here we go. Not to mention what comes after the frogs of war have been loosed. Croak! That's what, but you can't send out the frogs of war anymore, Sean, because the government turned the frogs gay. And now they're all femboys, and there's no way they're gonna go fight. I think that might have been the purpose the entire time, but I can't be 100% sure. It's not one of those concrete, conspiracies, right? It's only slightly on the nose. No, those are the dogs of war from Shakespeare. I changed it to the frogs for modern times. I know, but the frogs nowadays, because the frogs are gay, well, I mean, we obviously know you're talking about the French, right? But I mean, like, actual frogs. Or at least that's what I got your intent from that was. That is clearly meant for the French. Because we were talking about Europe. No, I wasn't making a Frenchy reference. Well, I'm glad that you weren't, Sean, but I picked up on that. I wasn't 100% sure. But it would be funny. Guys, it's funny because I don't mean it, okay? It's just a joke. I don't actually feel that way, okay? It's like this isn't the way I talk, guys, I swear. This isn't the real way that I talk, it's only the way I want you to think that I talk. Because if I talk like I talk, you can't talk for a talk. It's like an AI. You can make yourself look like randomly you're one that goes round. That's what it's gonna be what you want. It's gonna make it look like you're not all your voice right now, right?
Besides, I'll eat frog's legs quicker than most modern French citizens. I don't know, I'd try any food once, if it's edible. You know? Frog's legs sound like they could be like, I don't know, the dark meat of like seafood. You know what I mean? I mean, I already eat shrimp, I already eat... Yeah, I guess mainly just shrimp. Like, what other seafood do I eat? Mainly shrimp. Alright, here we go. Chapter 41. We set the table for dinner just in time for the two project leads to enter. Pardon the intrusion, they said as they entered. You can't intrude when entering your own home. You're gonna have to get used to the change, I said. Wait, you're adding 2 more? How many wives do you need? Mary cried in surprise. As many as I can get! Have we counted, Sean, how many wives he has? Things are different for both our worlds. The male to female ratio amongst all the races in my world is roughly 1 to 20. So I understand things for the other world, and men there don't like to procreate and insist on being paid for the service. Gorgias stated. Sigh. I'm just not used to men having multiple wives. It's nothing about any of you. Even if having supper with multiple different races isn't exactly something I ever predicted. Please forgive me for struggling to accept your whole situation. Not yet! Maud reached a comforting hand out to Mary. It's of no consequence. We're all adjusting. I mean, James is sort of a cross between my kind and a vampire. Still, having access to a man at all is rare in my world, so I'm having a little difficulty adjusting, too. Not that I'm thinking of backing out. Not a chance! You're my sis now, too. I'm afraid you're stuck with us. Mary smiled. I appreciate that. Really, I do. You're all amazing in your own ways. I don't even know what to think about any of this. Except that I'm glad to have a family. Again. As Karenna sipped from her mug of blood, Mary's eyes were glued to the sight. Is the sight of me drinking blood disturbing? A little? Just make sure I can't smell it, please. Pretty sure it will trigger my nausea. No offense intended. Of course, sister. I would hate to cause you any distress. We don't drink from people, just so you know. We harvest blood from animals, and they always survive the experience. It's a good portion of the reason why our world is in such a state. We had no direct need for plants, so we didn't see the problem as a problem, not until it was too late to fix it. You indicated that gold wasn't rare on your world. How difficult would it be to get like 100 single-ounce bars of gold? I can sell them in jewelry stores around the city, add some currency to my account. I'd really love to get proper baby clothes and all the other things, like pacifiers and nursing bottles. Those sorts of things. Marta, Cora, Tessa, Nayla, Jean, Maggie, Lisa, Gorgias, Maud, Karenna, Miley, Rana. 12. I was gonna say 12. Yes, 12 is amazing. And of course there's gonna be more. And imagine all the children! It's gonna be a big fucking house. We gotta make a big fucking house. Gorgias answered. Just as soon as we get our molecular synthesizer hooked up, we can provide as much gold as you ever need. It's a simple molecular structure and easy to synthesize. If we ever need more, we can just snag an asteroid and bring it down. That statement made me think of another option. How difficult would it be to install a satellite system for Vanessa's world? Nothing crazy, just a communication and global mapping positioning system. I'd like to have accurate maps of the whole world there, and to be able to use something similar to a cellular telephone system, without dumping tons of pollutants into the atmosphere to set it up. Damn, Sean, you know how to jump conversations. That was fucking great. Excellent segue. Excellent segue. I'd like to have accurate maps of the whole world there and able to set up something similar to telephones. Oh snap, I know something that's coming. It's just flashed into my head. Nice! There you go, Sean. Hell yeah. Inspiration strikes once more! Without dumping tons of pollutants into the atmosphere and to set it up. It would be over 1,000 years if they ever got to the point of spaceflight. The process wouldn't be clean either. So if we could skip that step for them, it might be worth the effort. My new dragonkin wife answered. It would be very easy to do, but they wouldn't have the technology to use it. That's fine. The system could be tied to the treehouse at first. Oh, I just remembered. There are microparticles of debris in orbit around Earth. Is there anything you could do to collect that debris without being noticed? It's almost at the point of a cascade failure of our own infrastructures. Not just my country, but all of them. Not a problem. I've got a private drone that can do that with no trouble. And they'll never spot it, not with your tech. That's even assuming that your government's tech is vastly superior to what Maud saw when you and Maud went shopping. You and her? I don't think you have to say Maud twice. I think you can just say you and her. Feels weird saying Maud twice. My halfling wife commented. Would it be an issue, I mean, with Verona? I don't want to get you in trouble. No trouble at all. She has no legal right to prevent me from using my private drone on another world. We're doing it stealthily as well. Fair. Yeah, it just feels weird. It's a good deed, for which we might get good publicity as a government body later. I wouldn't even need to leave the clearing. We will need a proper power supply and a computer terminal for me to access the controls. What about satellite communications for your drone? Will you need to establish your own net or just hack the existing satellites? If you need to hack into ours, will that be undetected too? If that were detected, it would be considered a crime and cause a major incident if discovered. I wouldn't need any satellites for my drone. We've got means of keeping linked even through the entirety of a gas giant, and our own planet too. I'll take care of it as soon as the computer terminal is online. Where should we install that anyway? Wouldn't it make sense for the actual terminal to be in your drafting studio? We can have controls for the force field gates installed here, but the mainframe would be in your control. I think that makes the most sense. She smiled. The next day, with my new wives officially married to me, and according to their technology, i.e. they fucked, all of them pregnant, I decided to take Mary to visit Vanessa. We're driving, we'll take both rigs. Just in case one gets stuck. If I can afford to get one, I'll buy a bulldozer so I can make a smoother road to town. Plus, get a few loads of gravel for me to spread over the top. We can go there with you, right? Gorgeous looked almost like a puppy. I chuckled. Yes, that world is full of races, and having a few new ones won't break their sanity. Even Cressa could come with us if she wants was of a mind to do so. Assuming she's still in the area, that is. Yay! She cried. I'll see if Cressa wants to come with us. She could ride in your pickup, or just run along behind if that wouldn't suit her. Cressa's a centaur. Cressa was nearby and chose to try riding in the truck on the way out at least. The look on the guardswoman's face as we rolled up was quite something. Surprise, concern, confusion, it was all there. State your business, she stammered. Family visit, I stated, leaning out from the truck's window so they could get a good look at me. Seeing me, she calmed greatly. What even are these things? Exactly that. Things. Machines. Built by the hands of my people. The one behind me is my sister driving. Her name is Mary. Do make sure to memorize her face. Everyone else is either my children, that you know, my wives, and lastly, the four-footed woman. I'd say four-hooved. Four-footed makes it sound like she's the short one. But that's just me, Sean. The woman with 4 feet. I don't know, but that's just me. Is Cressa. She's a friend. She saluted and made a clear effort to memorize each face. Greetings, Lady Mary. Welcome to the Viscounty capital. We look forward to serving you for many years to come. Her donkey ears twitched in the wind as her tail swatted at an annoying fly.
Thanks. I guess. I'm not used to being treated like a noble. I hope you don't expect anything like that from me. No, ma'am. We still must treat you with the same respect as a proper noble. But to you, being Sir Waltron's sister... She saluted again, and we moved on. But dude... wait. We still must treat you with the same respect as a proper noble, due to you being Sir Waltron's sister. I can't read today, guys! Oh my god! I'm so bad! Fuck! Marta waved as we approached the manor gates, and the guards there opened the gate without question. I think you can just say opened it without question. Again, I don't think you need the double, but preference, right? Vanessa and Elisa came out to greet us, and were surprised at the sight of Mary's samurai, while Vera and Tracy were surprised at everything. Kara's reaction was almost comical. Instead of being surprised, she was drooling. Brother James, what are those? Can I use one? How do they work? Mary giggled at her reaction and instantly knew she was home. I'll teach you how to drive mine later. It's an automatic, unlike James's truck. That's a manual. It's harder to figure out. Plus, mine looks better. Did you take a wife from your homeworld? Asked Vanessa. Nah, I wouldn't marry this idiot, even if he wasn't my brother. I'm Mary, and I'm here to get a fresh start. I'm also very much pregnant. About 4 months at this point. James thinks it's a better idea for me to live in this world, at least till the baby is born. I have to admit, the air is even fresher than James's property already was. He also said, you have healing magic. Welcome home! What's the proper term here? She's your sister, but you're my son-in-law, so what's the proper term? There isn't an official term, son-in-law, sister, son-in-law's sister. Simply call her by her name. Daughter-in-law isn't quite accurate, since she isn't married to one of your sons. I wonder what Brother Nedwin would... Brother Nedwin would make of Mary. Maybe you two could share makeup tips. In that case, I shall simply refer to her as Sister Mary. I'll provide you with a signet ring to prove to anyone that you are of our house, if not a noble yourself. Luncheon will be served shortly. You seem to have excellent timing, James. I'd think you were a glutton, but I know you don't overeat. Absolutely solid chapter. Brings everything together. They've now moved on. Introduced Nedwin and Mary, created a little bit of a backdrop of, like, the interactions between the characters and kind of established, like, the nuances of their coping mechanisms with what they're trying to do. The extent of technology brought in through that and, like, trying to help out and stuff. Ads fucking cut me off! Ads cut me off, God. The ads got to me, okay? I couldn't help it. It was the ads, I swear. They made me do it. All the ads made me do it. The ads. Blame the ads. I didn't do it. It was the ads, I swear, guys. Please believe me. It was the ads. Felt like I just about ripped my fucking desk apart because for some reason my chair wouldn't roll. Ah, what am I stuck on? I don't know. Chair's not having fun. Oh, it was my jacket. I'm retarded. Scared the shit out of me because I went to pull it with my foot and the whole thing went like, and I was like, ah! I don't need that happening. It's an L desk, so if I pull on this and the PC's on top of it, so if the desk breaks, the PC falls off. Not a good time. I'll tell you that. And then at the end, introducing, like, you know, the idea of Nedwin and, like, the connection to the family and stuff like that. Everything kind of segues itself in very nicely.
But unless anyone else has something they want me to read, we're probably gonna call it here. Because I'm so tired. Suarez. I'm Suarez. I know it's still a little early. So you want to know what I realized? Sure, Sean. Here, I'll hear it. Let's hear it. Not sure when it will happen, though. Mary is a friend who shows up twice as desperate. Someone is trying to kill her. It's a natural alpha male to protect her and move her to a completely different world in the process. Well, James, obviously. But I'm guessing that's not... So he gets a slice of vanilla to go with all the other flavors. Very nice. Very nice, Sean. I can get behind that 100%. And then it's foreshadowed here. Totally makes sense. And a dude without friends? Yeah. Totally. A woman without friends? Better give a fucking goddamn good reason. Don't need to explain why a dude don't have friends. You need to explain why a woman has friends. Doesn't have friends. You need to explain why a man has friends. You don't need to explain why a woman has friends. Small nuances of character that separate male and female interactions. The ways that they look at the world and, like, people. Right? And then, of course, that's just the stereotype cliche mold that you would use to turn them then into what you needed. But yeah, so... Then capture the would-be killer and sentence him to imprisonment in one of the other worlds so he can provide a service by merely existing, instead of going to jail and being all comfortable like it is over here, no cap. True. True, Sean. True. I am 100% in on that. Fuck that guy. Nah. Fuck it. Oh. But, yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for coming by. We had a productive day today, but it was still StarCraft, so that ate a lot of the stream. But we have one more match tomorrow between Soma and Bisu. Who will go up against Snow in the finals? Who knows? But remember, never stop being you, never stop being awesome, never stop creating, and remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we are rating today? Get your wheels ready. And see us. Bye.